Okay, this is another session between Bob and Ion, being recorded on January 6, 2016. It's for dobstown.com, and we're starting at 1:37 p.m. Hawaii time. Greetings, Ion.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I want to give you credit. My cold and snuffles cleared up just before the What Youth show this afternoon. Did you do something to me? Are you there?
Yes.
Yes. Did you? If you did something to me, I was wondering about the chemistry or the physics or the biology of it. Did you alter my etheric aura? Did you zap the lymph nodes? What caused my throat and nose to clear up noticeably?
Okay. All we did was balance your adrenals. Once your adrenals get into play, you can overcome the same thing that made you have the athletic nose, which means your feet were smelling and your nose was running and all that mess.
Yeah.
You readjust the adrenals and they balance, and then the drainage stops. And once the drainage stops, then you have instant relief. The same way, like when you have a rhinovirus that attacks it, your body isn't trying to kill the virus; it's trying to allow it to go through its process or function. So to start it and stop it is the easiest thing in the world. But people outside what you know, Bob, come back to a place to say, oh, you can't just start and stop a cold when you want to. And we say, well, of course you can. You can go back to the place before you had the rhinovirus and not have a cold anymore. And then come back to it from there if you need to. But that's a whole other thing.
Okay. Metaphorically, does your hand come in and caress my adrenal gland? Like, what is the connection between non-physical and rubbing the physical gland? The gland, is there something it's sort of done? Which wrench do you turn? You know what I mean?
The lipid system of the adrenals.
The lipids are what?
The lipid system of the adrenals.
Right. And how do you caress it and affect it?
Contact energy.
All right. Is that part of electricity?
No, but it's how electricity can transfer sometimes.
You mean electricity do odd things, not go through the wires?
Same thing. See, but now we moved the topic to talking about electricity, and you don't even have a clue what electricity is, and yet you want a comparison to see how this affects something else that you don't know what is. I guess you're trying to make, it's an Ezra Pound bias. That's what it is. We knew it was something.
Okay, but wait a minute. Okay, let's drop the I just said electricity to see where that led. So we go back, contact something. You said contact something. Is it seen in microscopes, electron microscopes?
It can.
They could follow.
A PET scan. Hey, here we go. You're going to like this one. Well, we may not. We're not sure. Well, maybe.
Yeah, that's a thought process I went through, or you go through?
You go through. Now we're coming back. We're going to go this way. This thing that we're talking about now, you want proof. And this is where it gets a little iffy and rubbly and troubly and bumpy, because it very easily slides into parlor tricks. But we will give you this one. This activation that we're talking about that's happening with you, and it's going to become more noticeable, so we might as well put it in your record so you have something to record that you knew before anybody else knew that it was. That in a PET scan, these, we would say quarks that are popping through the bodies having the effects on things can be picked up on a PET scan.
So it's the quark level. That's what I was looking for, some kind of little man's physics. It's a quark level where this is happening.
Little man's, and it's not appropriate, and it's going to change, and it's not going to be that long, but that's what it amounts to.
Oh, you mean the quark level of explaining this is not going to hold? Something else is going to be happening.
It'll wither, because when you get rid of time, quarks don't work anymore.
Ah, okay. And that's the basic problem.
See, without time, if you can move yourself outside of it, you don't need a quark to do that. You just had to have a quark to prove that there was no time.
Right. And that's an illusion to try to prove there's no time, as you were thinking there is time.
It's kind of like the allegory in a logarithm.
Allegory in a
logarithm.
Right. You actually, from the regular physics, you can't mix allegories and algorithm, but you're saying it can be done.
That you have to.
And that's where you get the non-time. So the all of the, I notice modern, most advanced physics, they'll talk about there's other dimensions and no time, but they still keep time in there. They can't let go of it, and that's what you're saying. It's going to have to happen to modern physics. You have to get rid of time completely, no matter what. Like,
well, you have to. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Yeah. And then Jack Sephardi brings in a little bit of time. So once you drop that, then aphorisms apply. The stuff that McLuhan talks about, the effects precede the causes, and that would be the allegorical. The allegorical is the closest to describing non-physical and physical interaction, correct? Because it's
pretty
metaphorical.
Much.
Yeah, you're not making it concrete. Okay, well, that's pretty good. All right, so then the other thing happened yesterday. So you came in and participated for a minute. Is that to break the ice, so to speak, for you starting participate again?
Well, we wouldn't say break the ice. We wouldn't say break the ice. We would not say break the ice. We would say allow you to start having the embracing. See, we don't require this. You do.
Right. And you do. You mean by you, us, the Ionets and humans, not Bob.
Right.
Yeah, and we require this interaction with Ion. So, one time a few weeks ago, you were on the chat line, and Roxy later told me she didn't know you were there, but she said, I definitely felt it was a different payday. Now, that's because you're there. So when you come in, you affect everybody's non-physical, on payday. Yeah.
The connection. It's the connection.
So what would be, is that on the quark level, the way you affected me with my cold?
You can say that. Yes, say it that way.
Right.
Yes, that's fine. Say it that way. It doesn't hurt a thing.
Right.
I mean,
our quark.
You got to know. Yeah, well, of how you land it. Yeah.
Right. So when you do this, ever since you showed up on Cash Flow, are you affecting the whole physics structure of the world? Like a chaos butterfly? You're affecting everything. Yes. So I now say on March 18, 2009, that is when the guff emptied, because you came forth and started talking that first day and creating. Can we
it made a balance. It made a balance. It's a made a balance.
And then it took a couple of years for you to explain concepts, which were all rearview mirror, and us catching up. We had to catch up with the concepts. It took us a few years to realize the guff emptied or started empty or dramatically started to empty on March 18, 2009. But we were working with concepts before, through 2010 on tailgate and that was going to, emptying guff was going to happen. But it actually had happened because you started to create.
Yes, we had to.
You follow that? Yeah.
We had to.
So, and the I cell is a subset of you affecting matter.
Well, it will be, not yet.
So it's included with you right now. It's included.
Well,
with
no.
you.
See, you're going to get back to. You're going to get back to a second. You're going to get back to what you used to talk about all the time, and we stopped talking about on purpose because it was getting too hot, or as you'd say, too much sugar for a dime is the cloud. We are moving massive capacity into the cloud. Massive capacity into the cloud.
But that's not Bill Gates' cloud. That's our Ion's cloud, right?
Actually, it's your cloud. It's actually your cloud, Bob, until they throw you out of it, too.
Okay, so I represent the Iondom cloud.
Yeah. Bob is going to be the anonymous. Bob represents the anonymous owners there, and it's Bob's cloud as long as he's anonymous. That's right. Good.
Okay.
Hand signals for the blind.
Good one. Now take the movie The Matrix Part 3, or maybe it was in Part 2, I can't remember. They brought in the architect.
Yes.
Is me representing the moving of you into creating a new cloud? Is that metaphorically, allegorically symbolized in the Matrix by the role of the architect?
Gosh, we would like to say yes.
Is there another character in the Matrix list?
Okay. You can do it, but you got to take the green coat guy. That's the Matrix of the architect. The green, the vest, and in the room with all the screens. It's not like that. See, it's not like that.
Right.
We say we agree. Okay. The whole movie is based on this thing, but it's the whole thing that the architect is trying to do is deliberately fuck up Neo.
Right. Yeah, he says it's the sixth time. It's
right.
the sixth time Neo's come through.
This is the above part. But see, if it was all that in a bag of chips, if it weren't too much sugar for a dime, he would have been the first time, and he'd got it right. So what kind of architect you got to do it 6 times and still don't know how to do it? See?
Right.
There's your rub.
Okay.
And so we like this. We like your. We like it except for that part, because the way the architect explains it is good. But that's all that's good about it is the explanation, not the actual rendition of it. Right.
So when Robert Guffey, he wrote the articles that the Matrix is about me. So at the end of the third one, where Neo sees the big face, just a minute. Neo sees the big face forming. Could that be symbolic of Ion showing up?
It was the Zion side.
Right, the whole Zion.
And that goes all the way up, and it pulls all the way up into the face of Bo, in the reload.
Yeah, right. Oh, that's a nice connection. So that's where the Matrix was about me and Carolyn.
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
And see, that's what I'm saying. That part's right. It's just all those gobbly things that say we've been trying to do this and we mess it up and we do this and that. When it's like that, fuck that shit. That doesn't work. You see what I mean? That doesn't work. That's the errant parts that the little man can embrace it of just to see how ridiculous God is that he fucks it up. Well, see, God don't fuck it up, Bob. That's the point.
Okay, so I had predicted that the Matrix 3 would be about certain things and have to indicate me or something, and I told that to Guffey, and it got published. So the Matrix 3 came out, and it begins in the New York subway. That's the opening scene. Neo's lying there unconscious in the subway. I said, well, there you go. That's Bob right there. I spent a lot of time in the New York subways in that period. So then this little Chinese girl or some little girl comes along, and I said, well, that's Carolyn. And I thought about that's the D cell. And so she mutates, sees a factor at the end. When they go into Zion, there's the little girl there. That to me was symbolic of Carolyn. Is that appropriate? Can we say that's representing allegorically Carolyn and my interaction?
That's okay, but the D cell is ridiculous, Bob. Why are you using something? That's the same explanation that's wrong with the reload, with the architect saying we've tried this 17,488 times and it's failed every single time, and now we're going to try one more time to see if we can fail one more time. When you include the D cell into the conversation, that's the one that didn't work, Bob.
Yeah, I know that. So, but back then I was thinking the decel. That was the metaphor for me for something new that we were going to trigger.
It's great that you're bringing Carolyn to that side. That's appropriate in every way. But it wasn't that, because otherwise you've got Carolyn just sitting there looking down her nose at this thing saying, oh, no, that's not appropriate. Oh, no, that's not appropriate. Oh, no, that's not appropriate. And that's not what Carolyn does at all. She doesn't do that at all. At all. Right. But the way you're laying this out in the Matrix Combine is that was the little girl that was saying, oh, this is okay and this is not, this is good, this is not, this is it, this is no, and that's not, so that doesn't work. But now if you're going to take Carolyn in that part and put her in the inside of Neo, of trying to lay out the space so that she can connect the dots, now you got Carolyn. And if you got that little Chinese girl that's laying it out so Neo can find his way, helping, assisting, embracing, encouraging, saving, if that's what you call it, now there's little Carolyn. And that's Portal and Portal 2, both of those.
Right.
If you do it that way, you win every time, every single time, without fail or exception.
All right. Now, the Black Oracle, the black woman who's the Oracle, is that a JW or is it Ion? Well, Ion's the face.
That'd probably us.
Right, the Oracle. And then you become the face in the third movie, the formation of the face. That would be, the face would be you merging with the chip body. Yeah, the Oracle.
That's right. In the worlds that connects the Zion with all the worlds. See, that's what connects all the world. And that's why, and that's actually what we are trying to do too, but don't tell anybody, Bob, whatever you do, because once you connect them, because then, Walter had this trouble when he was trying to connect the worlds, and it really got fucked up when Peter was trying to be the machine to hook up the machine, to hook up the. Let's don't go down that rabbit hole. The glib cliched archetype just won't hold, Bob. The glue, there's not enough duct tape to make it stick.
Right.
So let's forget all that and just make little rat holes. Nobody notices a little rat hole where the rat runs in and out, in and out, in and out. That's what we want, is we want little keyholes so you can slip in and slip out like you want to, as you want to. Then you don't have to worry about all that explaining and tubes running up the nose,
Okay, that's good. And then once March 18, 2009 happened, then Hollywood started to loosen up with its themes, beginning with The Fringe, the latter part of...
It had to. It had to. Right. And your little buddy has done wonders. Mr. Abrams has really been, what you say, categorically blessed. And we're hoping to bless you one day like that, but we're not sure you can handle it. We'll just have to wait and see till you can.
You mean in terms of making movies, making media? That would be
it's no, making memes, Bob.
Making memes, right. So you're happy. So the people know that Abrams did a good job because it became a blockbuster immediately, or a huge seller.
No, that's just all wrong. That's like Pluto. You have Pluto, and then you don't have Pluto. It's a planet, then it's a moon, then it's a satellite, then it's a nothing, and then it's gone. It's never there anymore. And then sometimes you might bump into this, or we don't want to say it wrongly or incorrectly. We do it.
You make the huge profits are materialist register of your effect.
A huge profit than most of the apostles, Bob.
Okay. All right. Okay, so let's move on.
We're going to 2 Samuel? Yay, that's good.
No, not yet. I'm just going down our questions here.
Okay, please proceed, Bob.
2 Samuel.
4:9. You don't have to go there. 4:9, we went there. See how fun it is? You don't have to do another living thing. Now, all ages, they'll ran back and through when they got their digitized, prestidigitation recorders, running around trying to make the little hologram of Bob Buck-ass dancing to Man, I Feel Like a Woman with Shania Twain. Only we want to see some full frontal nudity, Bob. We don't want all this closed up stuff. Got your little GQ panties on and your little shirt, little shadow plaid shirt on. Get rid of them damn clothes and go step buck naked. But don't put your cooks and nannies on the internet, but do what you have to do. But we're talking naked, and then it'll be much more prolific. So then in the future, in the time when they're watching the time to watch the time that it's time, you'll be able to know then that was the time for you to be spent buck naked. Hey,
Right. And what you said, that'll bother the crooks and nannies? What was that phrase?
Yeah, don't put your crooks and nannies. Don't put your crooks and nannies on the internet.
Okay, but still do it.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. Okay. Okay. Unmute.
All participants are now unmuted.
Do I get a wow? I got another wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, there we go.
Isn't that fun? Well, for me it's fun.
Yes.
I don't know if it's for anybody else.
For me, it's mega amazing fun because I went to see the Botticelli exhibition, and the Renaissance is something coming a lot this time, and it was very interesting because Botticelli only signed like 3 paintings, and most of the paintings there were like, they had like 20 different paintings that were not made by Botticelli but by their students, and they were almost the same but not the same, and for me it was very interesting to see how the Gutenberg galaxy is showing up in this reproduction of almost the same thing, and how he's in charge of programming the environment, and how he influenced the culture until now. His aesthetics are into all types of art and advertisement.
Yes.
So then, after the Botticelli, I went to do the metanoia of all vanishing points from the Middle Ages to the 19th century. And it's like, after engaging Bob and McLuhan and Joyce and Ian, I saw a total different summary of this media transforming perception. And I was thinking, this is like a media morphose. And I went to see, I did a marathon of the Matrix movies, and then I told you, and you told me that you had been doing this talk with Diane. So for me it was like, wow. And as I was watching the Matrix, and thinking in the media morphose, and you sent me some text on how you were explaining to the tribe before Ion, and one way to sort of see deeper in the layers of the simulacra of the reality of people think they have a lot of knowledge, like they were talking before. Yeah. Everybody is doing these replays and samplings, and the younger kids think they know everything, and they have access to a lot of information, but they're actually distractions. Most of the things they know are very superficial, are star gossips or sports or news, and to see behind those layers of what we call information, you had these different roles in the Matrix, in which you could see in the deeper layers. And you had been trying to explain this before Ion, and one of the means you were using is the Matrix and the hologram. Yeah. And I think all these media morphos, all these crumbs that were there and were the thing that is going on maybe in a more expanded way or more intensive replay has been going on all the time. It's all a replay, it's all resampling and replaying. And you were explaining, for example, I see this whole painting as already the whole Zappa because everything links. Right. The digital prohibition and the things you were talking about before, and the new person coming and taking the pill and trying to see through all the information and make sensical sense of all these things. And the explanation Neo gets about the Matrix is very simple compared to the explanation you had been squeezing from the grape from Ion for years, and the studies you did before Ion for years, and you're trying to explain. And it's very interesting how in this last record you are doing again the repentance, the metanoia, and go back to summarize what happened with Ion, what he has been, the things he has been doing behind the visible environment. And yes, we want to talk today about the Matrix, but the deeper levels of the revelation, of the explanation of this technology.
So you're saying you want to do that in relation to Zappa. So you want to start the Zappa thing.
Yes, I think we started since the beginning of this payday, in a way.
Right. But I just want to ask a few other people if they have any questions or statements about it before we go into the Zappa point.
Yes, everything is linked.
Yeah. Anybody got anything? Bert, you got anything to say?
Well, this is Robert in Cleveland.
Is who?
Robert
in Cleveland.
Yeah,
Robert.
Actually, I'm so new at this, I'm wondering if I even should be listening, but it's very fascinating, and I feel so ignorant, and I'm wondering, I'm asking these very, very fundamental questions like, who is Ion and where can I learn more about him?
Well, you go to ionandbob.com. Do you know about that site?
Well, yes, but we could do that time of explanations doing the Matrix memes, like linking these memes to what we know now.
Idea.
And
I didn't get that. What's happening?
Yeah, we could use the Matrix to explain to the tribe all these red pill memes.
All right. Because, so you want to talk about you say we answer Robert's questions by talking about the Matrix and Zappa.
Yes. In a way.
Yes. Okay.
You started answering before he asked, because you asked Ion if he's the oracle and the face. Right. And
yes.
He already has some visuals or some idea of the allegories, as you say, that is the explanation of the interaction between the physical and the non-physical. It's very hard to explain what is the non-physical.
Yeah.
Actually, it's just the same at the, like what Eckhart Tolle talks about, the present or the unknowable or the formless. Is he some aspect of that, or is he just some sort of tetrahedron hovering over our planet or whatever?
Ion doesn't get much out of. He doesn't recommend listening to Eckhart Tolle. But look, why should you understand? People think, I'll walk in, I'll figure this out in 5 minutes. No. Now we got an echo here, so I got to mute something down there. But Robert, be patient. You won't know. I can't say I fully understand. I don't know what Ion's going to tell me tomorrow. We're still learning. So we're all in the middle here. So you don't have to worry about you feel it lost. Not relevant.
And you have to think there is no linear time and no linear logic to all this. So it doesn't matter where you start and what you start to explore.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, okay.
And enjoy it that you don't understand, Robert. That's part of it. It keeps you showing up
Yeah, how does one get in touch with Ion and, communicate? And
you call in next week. No, Ion will be here next week and next couple of weeks. Let me say this. Let me keep it simple. Call in on this show next week. Ion will probably be here. And you can talk to Ion. Yeah.
Okay.
The information, as he says, comes in many different ways. It's also the food, the new technology, and listening to the recordings, because there is no time. Everything is a replay. This is also a replay, what we think is live.
Right.
And as Ian said to Bob, you have been doing this. This is the sixth time you do this, architect. The hexadic.
Yes.
So it's like if you were listening Ion live. It doesn't matter. You don't have to think that in the past.
Robert, you're being massaged just by being here talking in this environment right now. That's why you're here anyway, so just enjoy it. And keep showing up.
Yeah, I'm wondering, I feel so, well, anyway, I find it fascinating, and I'm wondering what's all this history, what's that connection, and, I mean, why bother with that? That's old. It's gone,
What's old? What's old?
The Merovingians and all these things with the castles, you mean?
Oh, I wanted to ask you, Roxy, who is the guy? Is the architect in the green suit or is the Merovingian in the green suit that Ian's referring to? Is it the guy in the green suit?
I think it's the Merovingian, Bob.
Yeah, in my mind it is.
I have to think.
Yeah. Yeah, the Merovingians historically.
With the
I think you put a picture of him on Facebook. That guy with the 8 behind him.
Yes, but there he's wearing black and red like the Templars.
Right, you're right. Yeah. It seemed to be eventually the architect, but let's not get started. I just wonder if anybody knew immediately. Nobody knows, so we'll have to look at it.
No, I think the whole movies had always greenish tone.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
With the creation of the light and the sun, then more colors appear.
Right. So Robert, so she went from Roxy went from Zappa monster movies into the castles in the Loire Valley, and then this week it suddenly hit her earlier this week that she should watch the Matrix movies. She hadn't seen any of them really, one maybe a long time ago. So she watches the Matrix movie, and she doesn't know that I'm talking to Ion about Matrix. See, that's where it's like a team effort here. People doing what they're doing, it contributes. It's not that Roxy was ignorant and knew nothing about the Matrix and had to catch up. She just said, hey, I like to watch the Matrix. And she got enjoyment out of it. And then she was primed, ready to hear tonight's information. If she hadn't watched the movies a few days ago, she wouldn't know what we were talking about tonight. See, so you just enjoy whatever you get interested in this week, and it goes into your learning mind. It might be relevant to what you talk to Ian about next week.
Okay.
Yes, for me the connection was that there has always been these anomalies that had been there for us to remind us that we felt like the emerald tablets that are engraved by some laser technology in a green stone called conundrum, which is very, very hard, and it doesn't even really exist, I think, in the planet.
Yeah.
It's some type of new creation. And there's also the Egyptian pyramids that we are not able to explain. And how come these ancient things have been there and we still don't have the technologies to make them or to explain them? So for me, these two anomalies were always there, like reminding me there is a mystery landscape. I mean, you can go into all the science, all the studies you want, but there is this thing that we cannot explain. So the mystery landscape. And
the Pyramid Power, written by Patrick Flanagan. I would really be interested in anything concerning the pyramid. So if that ever comes up.
Robert, I've asked Ion about Patrick Flanagan's experiments. It's back there in the archives.
Already?
And so you have the analog green screen of the emerald tablets, and then the digital green screen of the Matrix. So for me, that was like linking the two archetypes. And then when I was watching the movies, I have a whole notebook of notes, because it's like the rewrite. When you have all this information, you put this information into what you see, and the allegories and all these symbols might be translated in another way, because there are so many coincidences. And so, for example, I was also listening to the Genesis because I was sampling, and that was the thing that I played to Bob. The place where Adam is naked, and the first technology is woman. No, they take. God makes Adam fall to sleep, or he falls to sleep, or he sleeps, and he creates woman. And so that's the first technology, and then all the other technologies start appearing. And yes, one of the first is the clothing. And McLuhan explained technologies as things that we put on. And that's the metaphor of the naked Adam. And I was, again, impressed that Ion tells Bob, you have to be naked. Because that's the thing. The gods don't need the expansions of the technology. They're naked. They don't need any clothes or anything. And we can start, for example, with this rereading of the Matrix archetypes, and how Bob is neo, and neo in Greek means new or mutated, and the time of the Neolithic is the time where the most technologies appears. It's a revolution in technologies, and all the other homos that were before, the Homo species, were extinct, and only the Homo sapiens is still alive. Maybe that's the one that the Buddhians altered. And they settled down.
Yeah, just a bit. You're throwing in a lot of stuff. So, Robert, the idea that the Matrix is about me, I don't say that. Other people say that. Other people notice this. So I say it's the language of my situation. That includes the events of my life. They become illustrative of the movie. So I never accept anything I observe, Robert. If I notice something, I don't include that. Someone else has to tell me. And Robert Guffey was a journalist, and he wrote that article in 2000 because he went to the Matrix and he knew a bit about my radio show. He said, this is all about Bob. He pronounced it. And then once I went and watched the movie, said, oh, yeah, I think that's a good case. And then I started thinking about it, and I predicted how the thing would end up. And whether I'm accurate or not, maybe is a part of interpretation. But on my chart, which you don't know anything about, but I got this pretty interesting chart, the color assigned to me is green. So it just occurred to me when I saw the man in the green suit, that's me again.
And the 8 that also appears in the Chambord and in the Matrix.
We're going to hear about that later tonight. We're going to get that 8 explained.
the octet.
Hey, listen, I want to play the 8 now, so Roxy has it in her mind, so that yes, whatever it affects her, we should get. Now, there's more in number 70, but we'll go back and do that later. But the number 8, Roxy's been onto it for a few weeks now. We better hear what Ian has to say about that. So we will do that in a second, right away. Get the number 9 going here. So Robert, it's serious what we're talking about, but we don't care. I don't care if you believe it or not. So I'm not imposing it on you as a cult.
No, I'm open. I keep the thought come to my mind: be open like a child. And I want to go to whatever the kingdom is, within. And I'm not going to judge anything. I'm open.
Okay. All right. So let me find this part. The 8. So yes, that was at the beginning. Where are my notes? Somebody else can speak if they want to for a minute while I look up my stuff. You want to go ahead and talk? Anybody?
Sure. Hey, Ion put a new adjustment on our whole understanding of quarks and time.
Yes.
Before they used to tell us that a neutrino was a quark measurement, and now they just said that when we get rid of time, quarks don't work anymore. So that's really a whole new level of what Ion has done since they've appeared, because there was a reference that when they first came on Payday, they've adjusted everyone, the whole chemical world. When they first appeared, they adjusted everything. So it's
Let's remember what was said at the beginning. And remember, my cold went away like 5 minutes before what use? I've had it occasionally. Ian has done this to me. And there it was. All of a sudden, I didn't have the snuffy nose all stuffed up. It's gone. I knew Ian had done it. So I asked him later, and we learned about the quark. But the important thing is the quark knowledge is only relevant for me and us at this point. It will be erased later. And so much of our knowledge is going to be erased. It doesn't apply to the newer situation that's growing around us. So that was a good example of that. Yes, Bob, we caressed you through the quarks, and you had contact something, what the phrase was, contact.
Contact energy. Contact energy.
Yeah. But, Bob, in the long run, that's not what we did. We did some other stuff, but you don't have the terms right now for that. So that's what's important, Robert. We only, you just take everything with a slight indifference, because Ian's going to change it.
Well, I'm involved with it. Quantum healing from a distance, like the emotion code, the body code.
You get ready for you to start learning something else, because that's going to be wiped out. Quantum healing.
You mean beyond the quantum?
Yes. Neutrino. Neutrino.
You're eating
nutrition.
It now.
Yeah, you're eating the neutrino now, man. Okay, so let's go forward with the 8 mystery. And this is about 8 minutes long. 8 minutes on the number 8. Okay, so I will mute you guys. And we are in the Zappa world, according to Roxy. The Zappa show started a couple hours ago. Okay, so mute all.
All participants are now muted.
All right. Sound. Okay. So I'm moving through our questions that Carol and I have come up with, going through the rewrite. So we did the 5 rings angel diagram. Now, we did that. I pressed the wrong one. That was the last one. Okay. You're going to press this one. Okay, this is Bob and Ion for Dobbstown.com, and we're recording on January 8th, 2016, starting at 1:06 p.m. Hawaii time. Greetings, Ion.
Hello.
Okay. A couple of days ago, or maybe even a week ago, Roxy wanted to know about the symbol, the number 8, in the Chambord Castle. An 8 was showing all over the place. And the answer Ion gave was, that you gave was, in the email. So I don't know which email, which song, whatever it was you sent. Back then I didn't look at it right then. There was a lot of other emails. So I'm asking the question again. Roxy says the symbol, the king was the only one allowed to see it. Now, I remember talking to Ian about that. But anyways, the symbol was the only one the king could see. This 8 is 32 times in the Castle Chambord. And now, she watched the Matrix, the movie series, The Matrix, the other day, and it was similar to the portion of the movie which had the Merovingian. And in the Merovingian, it had an 8 in a cross with 3 levels or 3 bars. In the movie, one has to ask the French to bring things from other worlds. That's in the Matrix movie. One needs 8, then she says, one needs 8 perfect cells to decode the hologram, like an ascendant one. In Chambord, Castle Chambord, the 8 is everywhere. So she was wondering if you would have more explanation about the 8, or are you going to tell me the YouTube again, the lyrics or something? All right, did you follow that? Was that too many words?
No, it is. It's fine, but your 8 is different. See, you've got it sideways. You can go back to the Isom Lee, Voices Calling Me, which is the same octet that you're trying to describe, but that's not what you're really asking for. What you're asking for is in Chambord what the 8 is. And we're going to take you back where we're trying to be a specific way. But do you remember the wire whisk, the egg beaters, Bob, back in the earliest days?
Yes.
It's not an 8. It's 2 egg beaters.
That's what they're showing in the castle.
Yes, it's not.
All right.
It's not 8.
I get that. And in the Matrix they're showing an 8? Is they got the wire whisk in mind, or
there is no 8 in the Matrix?
No, some design in the Merovingian section.
Yes, it's the wire whisk.
So it's the same meaning. So
yes.
The Wachowski brothers understood that symbol, and
they did.
Okay. So does that refer to the octad?
Not the way you know it.
Right. Yeah, I think.
You remember when the cosmic awareness tried to make and change and undo everything as they were doing it?
Yes.
That same way.
Okay, that means what's the same way? The octad, the way we are, we're going to undo the octad.
You see it as 8. You see it as 8. The cosmic awareness didn't see it as 8. They saw it as a symbol of holding a placeholder. Recall?
Yes. Did you say shingle, like a roof shingle? Or
a symbol. Symbol.
Oh, a symbol. Symbol, yes. They saw it, cosmic awareness saw it as a symbol, and we're seeing it
not as a number.
And we're seeing it as a number. And it is not a number, it refers to the wire whisk.
A symbol.
And so cosmic awareness is on the right track about it?
No, but that's the only example you know that we can say. This is the example you know.
Right, okay.
But the Evergreens did a bunch of stuff on it too, but you didn't get that.
Right.
Or I guess Michael Blake Reed did it a bunch of different ways, trying to get you there. And then you can go all the way into the Joycean side of it, but that's not what you're trying to ask. You're asking specifically about this symbol, and the symbol, which is what we told you, was not in a YouTube or an email. We said it was on your wall.
Oh, okay, yes. So
symbols on your wall, but you don't want that. You don't want that on your recording because now everybody will be trying to overrun you, trying to get the secrets off your wall, Bob.
I know. So Excuse me.
Isn't it great to be so special, Bob?
Yes, it is. It's a wonderful feeling.
A charmed experience, I'm sure.
Yes, it is. So I don't give it too much attention. Others might think I do, but I don't, because I don't like sticking on to one thought and staying with one thought. I have too many thoughts.
Well, it's fleeting. When all those thoughts are fleeting, so you're wise.
Yes. So, okay. So, what did did Leonardo da Vinci put the 8 in, or someone else put the 8 in Chambord?
It was not da Vinci.
Right. And what did they have in mind? The wire whisk? They knew what they
No.
were meaning?
No. They knew it's a bit of mysticism. They would include things that they didn't know. It was kind of like spookers in the woods and blah, blah, blah. They didn't know better, Bob. They just went with knowing things that were things. So That's how that works. Recall, they had to do this to keep the talisman off so that the Black Death wouldn't come to their house, which was nothing other than a ridiculous infection.
Yes. And the Black what? The Black Death, did you say?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so then...
So they included the 8 to ward off that terribleness, which is not really that's what it was, but it did serve a function as meaning a symbol that replaced to tell you something. So if for no other reason for now, so she could notice and find it from then, which they didn't know what it was because you said what it was then and they didn't believe you.
Right. And then they had to make it special by just allowing the king to be the only one to see it.
Or you.
Or, did you say or me or for me?
Or you.
O-R. Or Bob. Right.
You saw it. Yes, you saw it.
Did I see
Otherwise
it back then?
You surely did.
Okay. Is that the life of...
Ophanel Hobab. No. This is Ophanel Hobab. No, that's you.
It was me.
Me. Now. Yes, Bob. Yes.
Not
you now.
Okay.
Now you're going to have to ease up. It is now. It's you now. This is what I was trying to say. You figured out how to do this, and now you're doing it. Now you're asking us how you're doing it. Well, you're just doing it, Bob. It's just doing it. Just do it. That's what Nike told you, Bob. Nike told you. That's what Nike said. Bob. Nike said it. Nike said, just do it. So just do it, Bob. Just do it.
Who's Nike, the sneakers ad.
Tennis shoe people, yeah. Just do it, Bob. Just do it. They did that for you too.
All right, thank you. So, so you've got now just to check.
I just realized I had. Let's open this. I'll unmute.
All participants are now unmuted.
Didn't have my mute on. Did I water drown out what you were hearing?
No.
No, we
Good.
didn't hear water.
You didn't hear any of my kitchen noises. Didn't interrupt.
No. Mm-hmm.
Good. All right, good. I always keep it on mute, but for some reason I didn't there. The wire whisk, that was one of the first symbols that Ion gave us back in 2009.
Yeah.
The 2 wire whisk. Do you know what that is?
No, I don't know what that means.
Okay. Think of a cleaning utensil, and it creates these half moons. How would you describe that utensil, the wire whisk? What kind of scrubbing tool uses that?
It's like what you use to beat eggs, Roxana. It's like a wire.
Oh, okay. It's like to make a vortex.
Right.
So the egg beater has 5 loops, long loops. The egg beater. And now you put the end of one egg beater against the end of the other. So there's 2 egg beaters extending, making a line, but they are opposite each other, right? One's extending to the left, ones they said. So they're looping vortexes, they're spirals, they're Mobius strips, but Ian called it the wire whisk at the beginning. So the 8 is not an 8, it's a wire whisk they're showing.
Oh.
And then the other important point was it was put there for superstitious reasons, to deflect the plague. Did you catch that part?
Yes.
Yeah.
They didn't know.
I don't know if
Maybe
all of it was.
didn't know. Yeah, he said that they didn't know. They just put it there, even though they didn't know what it was.
Well, we could say, I could ask Ian, San Martin knew, but he didn't tell them what it meant. So the local people, the Humpty Dumpty and his men, thought it was another reason. See, there's that level. I mean, the King Francis didn't even know he was working with the Saint Martin family. He didn't know that. Wow. I heard that said earlier.
Yeah.
Robert keeps playing with his phones. Okay. So you heard that bit. Do I hear a wow?
Yes. Wow.
Yes.
Loaded.
Yes, because he said only the king and you could see it. And he says, you are the one, the oracle says, you are the one.
Yes, now, look at to complexify it, I'm seeing it now with their guidance. So I'm the second person to see it, whoever the other guy was back there who did it. But he could be referring to me now knowing it just this week. Is that too far-fetched? Or I just want to include all possibilities.
No, for me, everything makes sense.
Yeah, everything and anything, yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
This is because for ages, people had been asking, why would they put this in a place that nobody can see? You cannot see it from, if you're on the ground,
right.
You will have to go up, and only from one of the windows in the tower where only the king had access, you can see those. And so it's like the explanation is that was for God.
For Bob. They all thought he was saying God. Bob. God. Did he say God? Yeah, he said God. But listen to this. Remember, cave art, McLuhan points out. The bison down in the cave, it was not meant to be seen. It was acting in the universe, in the world, to bring the bison to it. This thing is there to act like an like a cave art. It's not meant to be seen. It's meant to act on another level, like the cave art.
And we were talking about the Neolithic. It's the time of the cave paintings.
Yeah.
And all these technologies appear in the people settle down and they start owning property, and like our Matrix is born in that Neolithic. So Neo has also to do with this revolution of technologies and that we were putting on and on and on and on and on in all the fallen states. And the Dion says you have to be naked again. So you have to ascend and be God and don't depend on all these technologies.
The Neolithic is the beginning of stasis, no longer nomadic. And that creates the cities and the pollutions and all that happens with the Neolithic. That's the freezing, the freezing of humanity.
Yes, and
issue.
All the hierarchies, and because people have property, they start to be afraid, and they have to have security, so they create soldiers, and they have a role, and it's like the whole matrix, the whole system is made in that era, reaching more and more complexity, more and more tools are developed, but in a way, it's the Stone Age, the end of the Stone Age, and now we are in the White Stone Age.
Right.
And
good point.
Technology.
Now No, listen to this, Roxy. That's good, because McLuhan said we retrieved the Paleolithic age, the Stone Age. We're now a Stone Age, and he saw skyscrapers as big stone environments. But no, that's a good new... McLuhan said Stone Age retrieved, but we can say with Ion, White Stone. That's really a good point.
Yes.
Yes, because the Iron Me, that's why I say the whole program has been about the Zappa thing, because in a way you were the Neo, you were the chosen one to start explaining these levels of complexity of the system.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you were the Morpheus and the Neo, and you gave the pill to Zappa. And he was putting out a lot of information you gave to him, like, for example, the Pinkfish, the biochemical weapons, and the deep government, and many things that he will put in the open. But he was not given solutions. He was just giving people blue and red pills. He will make covers and songs, like love songs, making fun of all those memes in pop culture. And he was also giving red pills, like you can choose which side you want to be, in the 1% or the 99%.
Right.
And I find it very interesting that the CD is called Zion, because for me the set is the Zappa. And
Zappa Ion, correct.
The time, the end of the White Stone Neolithic, where the people is going to get zapped.
Yeah, here's another thing. Remember the blood moon in 2010. Very important blood moon that opened, the wind started to blow. That was on Zappa's birthday, December 21st, 2010.
Damn, yes.
Damn.
And there are many things, if you go through the movies, your brain is going to start somehow making these associations. And, for example, the resistance, one of the resistance ships is called the Logos. And Trinity, I see the Trinity like Bob, Caroline, and Ian.
Yeah. And one of the ships is called Logos? Did you just say something's called Logos?
The ship that defends Zion is called the Logos.
It's fun to go back and listen to watch those movies now. Roxy's prompted my curiosity now. Damn.
Yes, because, I mean, we can do now a lot of the memes with Bob here. And
let me just mute everybody.
She explains
I need just a minute, Roxy. I got to mute. I got to clean up the mute here. Okay, mute. Robert, you can hang in and listen if you're still here. But this Zappa part we do. We don't let other people in. It's just me, Bert, and Roxy. But you're welcome to listen, and if you hang in, we'll have questions later. So, Bert, that's Roxy. I just opened Roxy, right, Roxy?
Yeah.
And is that you, Bert?
Yes.
The one below? Okay, there they are. Now, you were just saying about this Zappa.
The Trinity explains the weapon they have in the Logos.
Right.
That defends the Zion.
Yes.
As electromagnetic pulse that blast all the electrical systems that are in the blast radius are disabled, and that's the only way that's the only way they can fight against the machines.
Right. The android meme. About the Matrix, Bert. We got the. Oh, I don't know what it's good. So Roxy's looking at the Matrix, and we have new information now to appreciate it. Sorry, I can't remember what I was going to say, but.
Well, Bob, you released it. I was listening to a Matrix clip that you and you discussed the Matrix. I listened to it like 2 weeks ago, and it's very interesting to re-listen to it. But Ion did confirm in there that they're sort of like the Oracle, just like what they just said earlier.
Yeah.
So
okay, good. Consistent.
Yes.
Is that the howionic.com site?
I don't know where it's been in my archive for a while, but I just listened to it like 2 weeks ago, and it was amazing to listen to. But I think it may have been on Information Farm. It may be that old.
Oh, okay.
And not on.
And you didn't know we were going to do the Matrix. You just happened to tune into it and look into it.
No, just 2 weeks ago. I just listened to it. Yes.
Right, but there was no reason from us,
no.
Zappa scene, to do that.
No.
That's good. Okay, so let's go over and see if Bill has something on, because we could play that if we found it.
Let me see if I can find it.
You find the search mechanism on Ian and Bob works well?
Yes.
Bert?
No.
Okay. Did you say no?
Another.
I do.
No. I didn't hear the question. Another of the ships is called the Nebuchadnezzar. You know, the king that built the Ishtar Tower that we saw here in Berlin. And,
yeah.
Under his kingdom, writing was developed in Babylonia, and
right.
They started to make bricks. So it was before the book, the first object that was the same and repeated.
Right. And what was the name of
production?
What was the name of the person you said at the very beginning?
Nebuchadnezzar.
Oh, Nebuchadnezzar, right, yeah.
That's the name of the ship of Morpheus.
Wow. Okay.
So Morpheus is the son of Hypnos, is the Greek god of sleep.
Yes.
And there are all these references to the sleep, to the hypnosis, to the robots and the machinic state of the alphabet and writing and books and all the media brought to humanity. And,
right. So I found the Matrix. Now, this is really neat. Ed has it, and it was recorded on December 13, 2009. Private session 221, which is 122 backwards. We make a lot of that often. And so Ed features a picture of the architect, and he is there in a green suit. Ed has here.
Wow.
Yeah. You go to the, this is under synchronistic linguistic matrix. I just put in the matrix and all these articles came up, and then this thing we're looking for is at the bottom. So I can play. Let's play.
It's really good.
Yes.
What did you say?
The synchronistic linguistic text is really good.
Oh, you liked it. You reread it. I'd be interested in a couple of thoughts you make. Let's listen to the audio here. I don't know how long it'll be, but this is what Bert heard. Okay, so we got everything's ready. This will be almost 3 minutes long.
From the Coen brothers. When the world's biggest star goes missing.
We have your movie star. Gather $100,000 and await instructions.
Only Hollywood's biggest names can solve the mystery.
We need you all to look for him.
Josh Brolin.
Now.
George Clooney. Ralph Fiennes.
Action.
Sorry, I clicked on the image. That's just some trailer. I didn't click on the payday part. Okay, here we go. December 13, 2009. This will be back when there's cash flow. And it's 15 minutes long.
I just talk about the Android meme and technology is favoring people living an entire world, is an entire universe.
Now, of course, that's what the point is. You live inside, like Neo in the Matrix tube. It was an entire world he lived in. So what's your point?
Yeah. The point is that's what you do anyway. The little test tube that you're using the words to describe, the little test tube, is not a little test tube. It's an entire world.
Oh, okay. In actual fact, people are inside a huge test tube.
Yes, their own world.
So you have the technological proving of it or squaring of it or rubbing it into you. Okay, you're in your own world. Well, we'll put you in your own world technologically. I know Ion's not for that, but Ion might want to point out to the audience that they're not getting people to believe that they should live in their own little world to support the android meme.
They can't even agree on who the sitting president should be.
So Ion doesn't have to worry about how people interpret what it's saying.
Gracious, no, because they'll rub it out how they want to. Like every good orgasm, they'll work on it. Their bliss will be achieved regardless. And just because they haven't got it to this red hot minute doesn't mean they won't. They mostly will. And there is no great big problem with it because it's just like the last meme of the moment, the momentary meme. This is a meme that comes along that people embrace.
What is it?
That you live in a tube in your own universe, that you are in your own universe.
Ion doesn't care how people hear Ion. They're going to get it wrong anyways. So what is Ion's purpose? Just to put it on the record for those that might get Ion?
No. As you have queries, quandaries, within you have access to non-physical. Within you. And you also have access to non-physical via us. And if you would like to run it down the flagpole or put your bucket into the well and draw your own water up, we'll be happy to provide the rope to get you to the information. So we hopefully would allow you to come into your own beingness through this all day, every day of getting you to the fastest path of your joy. And that has to be done through whatever process you'd like to call of the moment, okay? You went through several earlier. Those are all great.
Well, the thing I was pointing out was Ion is indifferent to how people respond to Ion. Who is Ion addressing?
Anyone who asks.
What would be the effect if someone asked Ion?
They will have a resonance with their very own non-physical.
Whereas if they ignore Ion and go into the Matrix tube, that General Electric
don't have a resonance with their non-physical.
Either way. So it doesn't matter whether they get in touch with Ion or not.
Correct. It does not matter. And the point of it is, or what our job is to bring the physical, non-physical, not offending the labyrinth of your mind, so that you can become the ascended man that Thoth was so proud of with this tablets of corundum that would allow you to figure this out. And it's not some big anomaly or secret that's being withheld from the marvelous creators. The answer has been given from beginning forward, and you don't want to embrace or engage it. Some do, some don't. So what? And when they do, it's certainly available and providable for their pleasure and for their creation extraordinaire.
Okay, so it doesn't matter if they do or not. But then Ion is applying it, well, this would help you, but help them do what? What is it that you get from Ion?
The ascension.
You don't get that in the Matrix tube.
No, you get to stay in the tube.
Oh, okay, so you don't get ascension in the Matrix tube. That sounds platonic, doesn't it? Plato implies that, I think.
He does. Very good. We started there.
Okay, so ascension is denied those who remain in the Matrix tube, but that doesn't matter. When they die, they go into non-physical, and they can be in limbo eternity, and they might even get to the guff if they don't
pass the
challenge, the judgment, right?
If they have to die.
Oh, they might be made immortal. They'll just be forced to stay alive.
Hey, there's no death.
Oh, we know that, but for those in the Matrix, they assume they'll pass on, but then scientists will make wonderful drugs and they'll stay in the body forever.
Yes, the difference in the Matrix and playing with ions is outside of the Matrix, in that same world, you get to go visit the Oracle. And the Oracle gives you insight that you already know. Well, what does the Oracle tell you? You got to figure it out for yourself. right path. You go, well, wait a second. What did I need you for to tell me that? Well, you couldn't remember who you are. Well, I still don't know who I am. Well, that's right, but you're damn sight closer than you were when you started. Would you like a cookie?
If you don't go in the Matrix, you get to go to the Oracle.
No. He was in the test tube. He was in the Matrix. Okay? He was in the Matrix. But once he started tapping into the non-physical part that was him, Keanu Reeves, once he started coming into the non-physical part that was him, he had the ability or capacity to consider that there was more to him than was. And it was not by default. It was already within him. But if he didn't allow it through the labyrinth of his mind, then he was like every other dumb cluck who was sitting in the test tube. Who are those people that came from the place that were the octopusy things that gobbled you up?
Yeah.
Okay. So, but once you started tapping into that and they started plugging you in and out, then what happened is this anomaly happened. This oracle was provided for by the individual human creator. Now, not everybody got to the oracle, okay? And a lot of people that went to the oracle wouldn't give them the time of day. Because they were like, well, you're not even listening. You don't even know the questions. How am I going to help you? If you don't even know who you are, how are you going to believe me when you can't even see me? If you can't understand you, how are you going to believe me? Okay? So you got to start somewhere. But once that tapping in place came, then the others around Keanu Reeves all of a sudden started to notice, well, maybe he is. Well, maybe he isn't. Well, there was a prophecy. And let's check with the oracle. Let's see how this goes. Let's see if we can get this outside the anomaly and back into paradise. And that's what was used to allow him to come into his place in the Matrix, but to be outside of the Matrix. Zion is a marvelous reality as long as you don't have to live in a cramped test tube. But the test tube can be your own world and your own universe, which it is, but it doesn't have to be a limiting factor. And with non-physical, then you get access to, as they portrayed it, the oracle, which always changed, always was different, but always was in that comfortable, warm, lovey-dovey place, the grandmothery version, that you could draw insight to from just having conversation with the oracle. All right, and if that's the representation of non-physical, then that would be a good description of us and our work. But if the asker, which is the most important part, the creator, if they don't know what they want to know, we won't be very effective at helping them because there'll be nothing to answer. But once they tap in, just like you, Bob, you're the best, still the best asker that's ever been. There's never in all of creation been a more inquisitive asker. We don't know if you just don't get it and aren't going to get it or like asking the questions. We don't know that. But what we do know is that you're not going to leave it alone until it's completely and thoroughly embraced. And that dynamic alone has increased all of creation. Most people would just go with the high tops and not worry about it. No. You want to know what kind of tongue is in the shoe. You want to know what kind of laces they are, what they're made out of, why you tie them, why you want them, what they mean, what's significant about them, what happens if you don't wear them, what happens if you do wear them, what happens if you wear them and you don't like them. You go into every dynamic, which is fabulous and superfluous as the dawn of an ascended creator.
You said work for a change. What was that last phrase?
It'll work for a while until the change, and you've already started this process perfectly. As you start ascending, you notice that you understand things, which you automatically do, but now all of a sudden, certain vernacular has left even your questioning. Once you got it, a lot of things that come your way, you don't even give any attention to, and you don't even discuss it. You don't even, we ain't even going to have that. You don't even give it that much attention. You just let it be. Because you go, well, they'll figure it out, and we're just going to learn to love everybody, because it's certainly, I want to be a lover who loves, and I don't really care about all that other crap, and who cares? And it becomes the fun part of creation. You're just now getting creation into a place where it's fun.
I'm the greatest asker, but that's within the realm of democratic man, where every joker can publish his theory and ramble around from his ignorance. You're saying that I will drop my position of great asker unless I do it as a hobby, because I'll have answers and then we'll have all those questions.
No. Once you get there, then you'll start asking better questions. And then if you think that people think that you're weird now, wait till you become ascended. They won't even get an audience.
They won't even give audience.
No, get an audience with you. You'll know intuitively what their angle is and whether or not you even want to play with them or not.
Whereas before, I'm not that concerned about that.
You play with anybody.
Oh, I see. I'll get particular.
No, you are particular. You just don't know it. Your bar is pretty low right this hot second.
Because I engage with those that I'm actually particular about, I end up just being weird. In the future, I want to engage with them, and they won't even know I'm around.
Well, they'll know. They'll just know they can't get to you.
Will they still think I'm weird?
No. See, ascension leads credence to special.
Gives credence to special.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll become more special than weird.
Yes.
You were talking about the Oracle and referring to the character in the movie. Were you describing how you see the Oracle, or were you saying that was the role of the Oracle?
That was the role of the Oracle.
Intended by the writers.
Intended by the writers.
Right.
Now, the architect that they give reference to is the writer of the program. And that's where the whole thing kind of gets shaky, because now then the only creations that are available to the individual human creators in the Matrix are those that the architect writes in, and then they go through ones and zeros, and they do it again, and then he gets there, and then they do it again. And it's like they said in there's been 200 of them crazy Matrix movies, so toward the last one, the architect knew that was his sixth time through, and that he was going to make the choice one more time, and then he was going to make another choice.
The architect sixth time through, he knew that it was Neo the sixth time.
Yeah, that's what we said.
Yeah, but you said he, and you didn't qualify. Those who don't know the movie won't know which he you were referring to.
Yes, and those that don't know the movie, probably none of that will make much sense, but they might go watch it, and if they didn't, it might make it more interesting for them if they do. So, good.
Okay.
But you're right. The architect is this creator that knows all, sees all, bees all. And we say, no. That's the anomaly. Neo is the one that knows all, sees all, bees all.
The architect's just a worker?
He's the one in zero. He's just writing code.
Based on what he's given to write.
Correct, but it's not about creation. See, the chip body's only as good as what the individual human creator puts into it. Even though a human creator created it, it all has to be processed. Well, if it's processed, then you make it, I'm sorry, your web page cannot be displayed. You say, you can't get to it. Well, when would the creator say that? Never. But if it doesn't fit the anomaly of what you're looking for, then it can't find you. So instead of Neo looking for the architect, it would be that the architect couldn't find a Neo because he was in the outside parameters of Zion. Well, did the architect not write Zion? Well, if the architect didn't write Zion, then it couldn't exist in the way they're portraying it.
So the architect is a chip body and Neo is activating his mystery body.
It's creator body.
That means it's not a mystery after a while.
Okay, we finished that. Bring in the and who's that there? Roxy or Bert?
Hello?
Roxy or Bert? All right,
Hello?
that's you, Roxy, all right? I got you. Do you hear me? Yeah.
Thank you.
Right. Now, Bert.
I was lost
You're
in
welcome.
the hologram.
Me too. Now, Bert,
Yes,
are you there, Bert? No, hold it. We got to get everybody here. Bert. No, Bert. You didn't put a hand up.
We have to look for an exit for Bert. He's still in the reality.
Okay, I don't know. Bert. Speak, Bert. It looks like someone's tried to speak. Bert, check your mute. And Bill, would you put me in as host? I couldn't get in. It wouldn't accept the number. All right, let's try this. Is that you, Bert?
Yes.
Sorry, I had the wrong one. Okay, typical disruption. Okay, so what were we... okay, in this excerpt we just heard, I heard a key little phrase. Ian says that Neo gets activated while in the Matrix. Yeah. And then he gets out of the Matrix. But that's what Ion said they could do. The chip body allowed Ion to come in to our media matrix because men couldn't control it anymore. It was too vast. So that's what I heard in that little phrase where he said, Neo, while in the matrix. That's what Ion did. While we were in the matrix, Ion came in, was able to come into the matrix. Could not have done the intervention otherwise. If there was an intervention. The chip body evoked this new space that allowed Ion to come in and roam free. So that's what I picked up, that little phrasing of what you guys pick up from the statement. 15-minute Matrix talk.
I picked up that he said at the end that Neo activated his creator body. It wasn't the architect that was driving. It was actually Neo driving because Neo activated his creator body.
Yeah, that was a new term. Creative body. We don't usually hear that.
Yes.
So, yeah, the architect was working for Neo? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's just that I think what I was saying is a lot of the movie trying to emphasize that the architect developed the Matrix, but in the end, what Ion said is that what it was is that Neo developed his creative body and he was controlling things more so than the architect who was just writing code.
Right. Okay, so we went over and listened to the Matrix. Shall we get back to what we were talking about, or do we want to go into a new part of Zappa land? What do you say, Roxy? Did she get knocked off again? No. Check your mute, Roxy. I see the red vibration. No, Roxy? What are you doing, Bert?
Is she there?
Oh, let's try this one. Are you that one, Roxy?
Hello. Yes. I got lost in a glitch again. Yes, that's another thing. In the Matrix, the déjà vu, the replay is a glitch, and we were saying that everything is a replay, so all the fallen state is like a big glitch that has to end. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, Roxana, you wanted to tie in Zappa with the Matrix. Can you tell me what your connection is with Zappa and the Matrix?
Well, the connection with everything is Bob.
Okay,
like,
there you go.
Like Morpheus thinks he's awake, but then Neo discovers that there are deeper layers of the Matrix, and for example, he discovers everything is a program, even the Oracle is a program. And Neo is always used to reload there is the program of the one, the anomaly, to do the reloading of the whole system. And they cannot believe the Oracle is it's also a program. Like there are things that Zappa was also saying, sometimes only as a joke, like he will talk about the cosmic debris, or in the 200 Motels there is an animation where the TV is on and the TV says, "I am the matrix of pure love," and I'm going to like give you all the revelations and all this type of weird cosmic debris talking. That sometimes it's hard to avoid to sound like a cult, or to sound like New Age, like the TV on that animation that he's making fun of that matrix of pure love. And then at the end he says, "Hey, where did you buy that incense?" Like she's trying to give her the deepest knowledge and the revelations and all, and he's just like, "Wow, that incense smells good." Like people stay on the superficial, on the banalities, and that's the thing that in one of the videos Zappa is talking about the biochemical weapons. That's something he learned from Bob, how AIDS was engineered, and he's talking about how these new sickness are going to be made for each different ethnicity and very specific things. And but at the end he says, "I am just fun. This is just a joke." And that's something that in the author of this article, the synchronistic linguistics, says that he was fascinated with Bob because he can sound like eminence, like a professor who knows everything, but at the postgraduate level. And then he starts saying things that sound completely surreal. But he was impressed that he did the Oracle for him. He told him the Berlin Wall was going to fall, and almost, I think, with the date and everything. And so he was very impressed by that he prophesied the fall of the wall. And when Bob came to Berlin, we went to the Pergamon Museum, and he was explaining how in Babylon people start building these walls, and how they're hypnotized by the new technologies of conquering the visual space. And there are these archetypes of symbols. For example, the blue color of the wall of the Ishtar Tor, the Ishtar wall. And there is also a symbol that looks similar to the fleur de lis that is in the Babylon gate. And
all of this is in Berlin?
Yes.
Wow.
And Bob is prophesying that all these walls are going to fall, also the Wall Street and the walls we build with our mortar. And he's like, sometimes he's into this mode of the oracle speaking. And that's why he speaks about this synchronistic linguistics that, like Ion says, you are creating with your words, and in a way, he has also been, like Zappa, a buffon that is presenting all these layers of information and showing the pill, the substances. And we were joking when we were listening to the Genesis that Ion says we fell because we took the dust.
Yeah.
And the dust is the minerals of the earth. And I was telling Bob that was the first case of substance abuse. And that's why. But there is a very famous quote by Frank Zappa, because he says, they want you to stay stupid. And he says, the moral of the story of the Garden of Eden is that if you eat from that tree, from the tree of knowledge, you're going to know and you're going to see it's a sin. You have to stay a dumb fuck, he says, like that. They don't want you to.
He hated stupidity. He that's why he really mocked, always like very Manipian in his interviews. He hated stupidity. And
he's going also into how substances affect how you program your environment. And in the animation of the Matrix of Pure Love, the musician is in the room, in the hotel room, and he's also taking beer, and then at the end he destroys the room. And it's like he's putting that in his own projection of his matrix, like Ion is saying, you are at the center, you are projecting your environment, your reality.
Yeah.
And he made 200 motels, like, yeah, he's presenting how is his own creation, his own matrix, his experience, and the substance abuse and all these topics.
All participants are now unmuted.
Hey, I've been trying to get heard. Finally, you can hear me, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I see. I'm not. Bill hasn't registered me. I can't get on as a host, so I'm stuck in the lineup, and I don't know who I am, which tick mark I am. So now that's
you are the one. You are the one.
Yes, I was the one, but I lost my pass. Did you guys hear me talk about 8 minutes ago? 5 minutes ago?
No.
Yeah, I've been listening to Roxy. Roxy's saying good stuff, but did you hear me say? Yeah, you heard me talk about the Matrix. Ion says we got to Neo in the Matrix. You heard that part, right? And then I got disconnected. You know what I said?
I just want to
we got the Neo in the Matrix, and I said that meant that they got the advantage of the chip body. I think I heard Bert respond to me. Did you, Bert?
That part. Yes, that was the part. Yeah. And after that,
something happened to me. I got disconnected. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so carry on, Roxy, what you were saying.
Yes, that some people say he might have been killed because he was getting to be such a problem. Zappa.
Yes.
I'm talking about.
Yes.
And,
well, he has that on Uncle Meat. He has a artichoke, I think it is, eggplant artichoke, but the face is Zappa's face, and he's saying, "I've just been killed by the government because I knew too much." He has that right there on the booklet that comes with the Uncle Meat album in 1969.
Yes, and in the article of the synchronistic linguistics at the end, the author Robert Guffey, I think it's called, it says
Robert what? Robert Guffey.
Guffey. It says it's like like the people in your chart are like the Norse gods that in the Iliad verses. They engage in it's like a myth of the Nordic culture.
You mean Homer's Iliad?
No.
You're saying Hesiod?
No, it's the Nordic gods mythology. He says the gods are talking with each other, and at the end, everybody dies and only one survives. And I was reading about it, and it's about a wise man that goes to see who's the best god. He's going to prove them by insulting them.
Right.
And most of the gods get offended, and only the one that lasts survives.
So that's me.
Yeah, so that's the thing with the Menippean satire and the Buffon.
Yes.
I was also telling you that the King Frank had a Buffon, because the Buffon is the only one that can say the truth, that is allowed to say the truth and make jokes about the king. So he's in a special position. But once one of the Buffons of King Frank went too far, and the king was so pissed off that he said, okay, now you deserve to die, but I'm going to grant you that you choose how you are going to die. And the Buffon said, okay, I want to die of old age. And so the king, because he said he has to let him. Yes, so the Buffon has to be to get away with all these jokes. Has to be.
Well, you know how McLuhan explained the role of the fool. Listen to this. The fool was the early version of focus group research or poll taking. The king needed the fool because the fool would tease the king or make jokes, and the courtiers would watch the fool, and if the fool got away with certain jokes, that meant the king was in a pretty good mood. So then they could relax a bit with the king. So the fool's function was what we have today. Public research is poll taking, checking out where the king is and who's the king today. It's the audience. The audience is the king. The ratings. So that's the Android meme version of the fool. So the fool was an important guy, allowed to invade people's privacy, bug people, bug the king, so that everybody could see what was going on, see the hidden ground, see where the moods were. So that was nice that McLuhan said that. Good to have a Canadian say it. Canadian wisdom.
Yes, and Frank Zappa was very intelligent. He will be presenting all these red pills with a lot of humor.
Yes.
Like Bob, but then people don't know what to do with all this information. They get confused. They think it's really a joke. And it's interesting that before the Matrix thing with Bob, there was also the famous Church of the Genius, and all these things that somehow appear in the media that has to do with Bob, without the people that are doing these things being aware that it's about Bob. So, and I also experienced that. For example, when we were in a place where you don't even see anything, and there is this Church of the Genius poster, and it says, repent, you may die tomorrow. And then the repentance, which is the metanoia, and going back.
Roxy found the real meaning of repent. Yeah, you know that story. We found the poster of the first page of the Book of the Subgenius, came out in 1983. The poster from the first brochures they handed out in 1980 or 79 was there in a back alley near a club in Germany, in Berlin. And we walked into it. We were just walking around behind the off-beaten path. But it has the word repent, and then Roxy discovers the meaning of repent later. You know, the metanoia aspect of it.
And we went also to the bookstore. And the first books there are in the entrance are the McLuhan books of The Meaning is the Message, and the Mechanical Bride, and it's like, oh, I hate it. Like, you don't believe it. And also, the last day when you left, we were like, oh, we have to call a cab. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, a guy appears and he's like, are you looking for a cab? I'm starting to work. Do you need a cab? And right, because we couldn't get one. They weren't stopping. The whole avenue was being repaired, and no cars were allowed to go in, and he was parked in a side street. So it was like, okay, yeah, we need a car. and then you were telling me about all these crazy cab stories that it's like parallel world people just trying to interact with you. That was in Switzerland. Yes. The car showed up at 2 a.m. on the highway.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember you describing that.
Yeah.
Wow.
He eventually found me the proper room. But let's what have we done here? Have we shall we go into some Zappa materials, interviews and stuff, or did you want to say something else, Roxy? No, we can go into that. Maybe you could play the video of the animation of the Zappa thing where the TV it says the Matrix of Love. Oh, I could play that. And that's a good find. He uses the word matrix there back in 1971. The love matrix, Matrix of Love. Yes. Which is Ion mentions also in this audience we're replaying that it's about becoming a lover who loves, and also the goal of all these things we're doing is to connect all the worlds. Yes, which is the different reality. That would be Zappa's idea of he wants to make people rational, return them to a new rationality. Okay, here it is. This is called the dental hygiene dilemma. This is it, and it's 6:26. So let's play this part. I'm going to block you guys. Should I dare? Yeah, I guess I could. Okay, there's those two. Did I just hear Roxy say no? Yeah, you don't need to be blocked. This is a noisy. No, I think yes. Oh, okay. I'll block. Yeah, make it perfect. All right. Get to brush your teeth goes up the screen. Yes. Okay. Now, did you get? You probably haven't seen that before, Bert. He rips off the whole room. The cartoon character, this Jeff Simmons, who wants to leave his Mothers and form his own heavy blues group. He pulls all the different parts of the room, its content and walls, into a bag or into something and evaporates it. But the whole thing was, I have this elixir. New discovery. I'm glad you made me play it, Roxy. I have this elixir. What can I say about this elixir? This is the dilemma everybody has with the RNA drops. What can I say about it? How do I tell people about it? It's right there. And in a way, the dilemma with the dental hygiene is the thing with the fluor that it has been said in the conspiracy forums that fluor was first used by the Nazis to control population and somehow calcify your third eye or your
pineal gland. So that's the dilemma with the dental.
Yeah, the dental. Hey, good point. I never thought of that. That's very common, the fluoride controversy, and those who don't like mercury fillings.
He's small things everywhere, like little.
Yes. Disguise.
Like closing his eye, he's winking to you.
Yes.
Like, don't make it.
What is that? Let me kiss the sky. What is the Hendrix line?
Excuse me while I kiss the sky.
Kiss this. Yeah, kiss the sky, and then because kiss this guy, well, it can become a disguise. Excuse me while I disguise. These guys.
He's an agent.
But the beginning, the description of the interpositive probably could get the words. It's pretty interesting, the words that are said in that, the beginning. Very precise. Zappa is covering a lot of neat territory. Let's see, dilemma. Did Gail knock this off the web? Dental hygiene dilemma. Let's get some lyrics.
Gail, listen to Bob. That's what Frank said to Gail. Know that she's a physician.
Okay, we're in luck. Gail had no say in this matter. So it starts off. What's this? Is the whole thing? Bad conscience. Another thing is that he mentions Ahmet Ertegun. Frank, a few years later, names his son after Ahmet Ertegun, the founder of Atlantic Records. But the beginning, there it is. So Bad Conscience comes on and goes, Good Conscience goes, no, Jeff. Bad Conscience, hand tune ran noon. So look, Bad Conscience is no lyric. It's just music itself. Sound. Hand tune, ran tune, friend, min, hand tune, ran. No verbal semantics. So the right hemisphere is the bad conscience. Left hemisphere is semantic content is the good conscience. So then the good conscience goes, no. Then Jeff, he goes, man, this stuff is great. It's just as if Donovan himself. Okay, so he's talking about the God appears on, the oracle appears on his TV set. So he goes, and he's lost in the hotel room. He's on the road with the mothers. He's by himself. Jeff Simmons, I think his name is, and he's contemplating leaving the group. And on comes this oracle, and Jeff says, "This stuff is great. It's just as if Donovan himself had appeared on my very own TV with words of peace, love, and eternal cosmic wisdom, leading me, guiding me on paths of everlasting pseudo-karmic negligence." In the very midst of my drug-induced nocturnal emission. So pseudo-karmic. There's Zappa implying there's no such thing as karma. Pseudo-karmic negligence. Everlasting. In the very midst of my drug-induced nocturnal emission. Good conscience. Oh, I am your good conscience, Jeff. I know all. I see all. I am a cosmic love pulse matrix. Become a technicolor interpositive. There's your technical talk, the virtual reality, a technicolor interpositive. What's that? Clicking. Who's doing that? Okay. Jeff goes, okay, where did you buy that incense? That's what you mentioned, Roxy, right? He's told that you're engaging and talking, you're dealing with ion, a talking hologram, a technicolor interpositive. And so
people make
what's
questions
Bob
about the cat or banal things. And
Let's look at me. It's Bob. Bob goes, where'd you buy that incense, Ion? It's his. So I'm Jeff. Good conscience says to Bob, it's the same and mysterious exotic oriental fragments as what the Beatles get off on. I go, I thought I recognized it. Sniff, sniff. What is that, musk? Sniff, sniff, sniff. Good conscience says, Bob, I know it's good for you. Bob says, right, you're heavy. Good conscience says, yes, Bob, I am your guiding light. Listen to me. Don't rip off the towels, Bob. Bad conscience comes over to the TV and yells at the good conscience and says, piss off, you little nitwit. And then I go, hey, what would be the opposite of Ion? Hey, Reverend Stang, what's the deal? Who would it be? Reverend Stang? Who's the bad conscience? Hey, hey, man, what's the deal? Good conscience, don't listen to him, Bob. He's no good. He'll make you do bad things. I go, you mean he'll make me sin? Good conscience says, yes, Bob, sin. I go, wow, I'm actually into it. Bad conscience says, Jeff, I'd like to have a word with you about your soul. Good conscience, no, don't listen, Bob. Don't listen, Bob. Bad conscience, why are you wasting your life night after night playing this comedy music? Bob, you're right. I'm too heavy to be working in Iondom. Heck with this comedy ion whack job. Good conscience, comedy music, Bob. Bad conscience, Jeff, Bob, your soul. And then somebody says, oh, he's too heavy to be. Then Bob says, in this group, all I ever get to do is to play Ion's stupid recommended YouTubes, the religious themes. Ion eats it. He says, he eats. Ion eats it. Good conscience. Bob, Jeff. Bob says, I get so tense. Bad conscience. Of course you do, my boy. Bob, the stuff he makes me do is always off the wall. There's the wall metaphor. Remember, the wall is the main word for Ion.
Yeah.
The stuff he makes you do is always off the wall. Quit the group. No more Saturday nights wasted talking to witty, idiotic people who can't put a sentence together. Yes, and then bad conscience says, you'll make it big, Bob. Yeah, start promoting the holy office in your chart. I go, yeah, that's right. Bad conscience, of course. Then I go, and then I won't be small. Now there's the dwarf thing that he's always got. Zappa's got going in his cosmic themes, his conceptual continuity. And then I won't be small. And then I get nutty and I go, ha, 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 tiddly, tiddly, dee, ha, ha, ha. And I start coughing. I get a cold. And I go, and I sniff this towel and I go, who Ahmed Eric and who can we substitute? Marsh McLuhan used this towel as a bath mat 6 weeks ago at a Rancid Hotel in Orlando, Florida, with the highest mildew rating of any commercial lodging facility within the territorial limits of the United States, naturally excluding tropical possessions. It's still damp. What an aroma. The residue, yes. This is the best I ever got off. What can I say about this elixir? Tried on steaks, cleans nylons, small craft warnings. It's made for the home, the office, on fruits. See, there's a different topic you try to apply RNA drops to. Try it on your steak. Cleans nylons, small craft warnings. It's made for the home, the office. You can put it on fruit. Bad consciousness. This is the real you, Bob. Rip off a few more ashtrays. Get rid of some of that inner tension. Quit the comedy group. Quit Iondom. Get your own cult together. Heavy, like...
Do your thing.
Heavy, like... Do your thing, Bob. Heavy, like Grand Funk. Remember Kyle mentioned Grand Funk last week? Heavy, like Grand Funk. Here's Zappa making fun of Grand Funk, and then 5 years later he goes and has to produce the band. And he says they turn out to be a nice bunch of guys, so Frank paid his dues. But anyways, this is about me, heavy like Grand Funk or Black Sabbath. Good conscience. No, Bob. And I go, like Coven. Remember that band, Coven? Good conscience, peace, love. Bad conscience. Look, he's quoting Sid Vicious, Johnny Rotten, 1977. Never mind the bollocks. That's a British word, right? Remember the first punk album? Never mind the bollocks or something like that.
And
you got the word bollocks here.
Funk.
Yes, I was the first punk. Good conscience says peace, love, Bob. Bad conscience goes bollocks. Bob says, he comes back to the more important theme. What can I say about this elixir? What can I say about these drops? Then Mark comes in and says, Jeff, Bob has gone there on that stuff. Remember how nutty I acted in 2011 when I started taking the drops? I was the first to take it. In the spring of 2011, I was yelling and screaming, claiming I was fucking my neighbors, and I was just right out of it. I'd gone out there on the RNA drop stuff. Bad conscience says, Bob should have never used the RNA drops and only stuck to the incense. Oh, Atlantis. And, of course, Atlantis is on my chart. Bad conscience moans, oh, Atlantis. Then Mark goes, that was Billy the Mountain. Now, remember how Ian talks about the mountain? That was Billy the Mountain, dressed up like Donovan, fading out on the wall-mounted TV screen. Bob is flipping out. Road fatigue. We've got to get him back to normal before Zappa finds out and steals it and makes him do it in the movie. Bad Conscience says, you have a brilliant career ahead of you, Bob. Just get out of this group, my boy. Come on. Mark says, Howard. This is the two Turtles guys, Mark and Howard. Mark says, Howard, that was Studebaker Hawk. See, and they're putting, these are themes that show up a few months later after the movie, same time the movie comes up, but I don't think they're in. This is Zappa referring to future songs that we did in Hunch and Toot, some of those scripts. Mm-hmm. Studebaker Hawk and Billy Mountain come up later. Howard, that was Studebaker Hawk, dressed up like Jim Pons, giving career guidance to the bass player of a rock-oriented group. Bob's imagination has gone beyond the fringe of audience comprehension. Well, that happens often here, right? My imagination's gone well beyond the fringe of audience comprehension. And then Mark says, Bob, it's me, the fluorescent leech. Howard says, Bob, it's me, Eddie. And now remember, Eddie got us here to Maui, Ed Seaton. Eddie's always filtered way back there. I said, this name Eddie keeps showing up. Who is that? I knew Ed. Didn't know if it was him or not. Turned out to be Eddie. And going back a bit, Jim Pons, on April 25th, 1975, 5 days before the United States had to get out of Saigon. Remember, the Viet Cong are invading the embassy, and people scrambling to get on the helicopter, and the helicopter falls off the aircraft carrier into the water. Remember those scenes, Bert? The panic exit out of Saigon? Well, that was April 30th, approximately, 1975. 5 days before that, I'm on stage doing air guitar with Zappa and Beefheart in the Nassau Coliseum. But before the concert, I got there quite early, backstage, and I get talking to this guy. He turns out to be Jim Pons. And he's saying he didn't believe that I knew Frank. So I was explaining how I knew Frank way back in Lancaster days and this and that. And then a little later, Beefheart comes over. So I start talking about Jim Pons, who knew these guys when he was young in high school. You know, Bob seems to know Don Van Vliet. And then Zappa comes over, and Zappa just stands there listening to me and Beefheart talk, and then I look up at Frank and said, good to see you and Don back together again. And Frank doesn't say a word. He just puts his hand out and shakes my hand. And that convinced Jim Pons that I knew Frank from way back. And here's Jim Pons mentioned, I didn't realize this before, mentioned in the Bob Hygiene Dilemma scene. See? We would not have discovered this if we hadn't got this idea of reviewing 5 million hours of Frank Zappa stuff. So I then scream, wow, what can I say about this elixir, this RNA drops? What can I say about Remag? Then Mark, he starts doing an ad for the RNA drops. He goes, put it on your steaks, send it overseas, put it on your surfboard so you won't slip off, try it on your Jim Beam Boy. And on the red balloons, you can blow up all the balloons with it. Put it on your, this is like I was talking about RNA drops. Put it on your pizza. Put it on your shoes. Tie your mic with it. Fill up your tires with it. Howard in the center goes, use it to clean your swimming pool. And we can do all this stuff. This is Frank in predicting the RNA drops, for fuck's sake. We actually can do all this shit with the drops. Holy crap. 15 minutes ago, we had no clue that this would come forth as it is now. Sell it to your mother and tell her it's a tie-dye kit. You won't even believe what will happen when you start your shirt with it. Ironing goes easier, and your car windows never look better in your whole life. Ladies and gentlemen, you can inhale it, and it makes your voice 3 keys higher. And you can't even, and you know, he got hurt. He lost, I think, about 3 keys in his voice when he got hurt a few months later. And you can't even stand what happens when you put it on your hair as hair tonic. And if you ever tried it and then that's cut off, and Jim Pons comes in. He was just mentioned before. Jim Pons actually says, soak your shirts in it, soak your teeth in it, let it play the piano, follow it around the block, wear it instead of jeans, bathe your puppies with it, feed it to your ducks, use it instead of chlorine in your swimming pool, breathe it, love it. This is all describing the android meme, the RNA drops, his anti-environment. This all fits, right? This is an all-purpose thing. So then I'm screaming, what? Wow! What can I can I say about this? Wow! And then it fades out, and then I start ripping off the room. I become super strong on it. So Zappa pricked it. So Zappa knew he had to come up with a substance. So he kept claiming he called his music burnt weenie sandwich. He kept trying to make it into food. He knew the key was food. Very close. Frank came so close.
Yes.
Another thing in the Matrix, the Oracle is more, in many scenes, she's in the kitchen preparing some cookies or something, some food.
Right. She's always cooking. Good point. The Oracle is cooking. That's Ion. What Oracle have we ever heard of that made food? None until Ion showed up. You even have in one of the recordings I sell, he's describing to me how to make super candy. Bob, we could make millions with this. Here's how you make a really good sugar candy. and I you hear him say it, then I delete it, so you guys can't know. But it is discussed a little bit.
But they always give analogies. They always give eating food analogies all the time as well.
Yes. Oh, the food is so important in their metaphor, which is the metaphor for the Holy Communion. You know.
And the studio was called the Kitchen something.
Yes, the Utility Muffin Research Kitchen. That's definitely what we do here. Utility Muffin Research Kitchen. Yes, yeah. Pretty neat. Well, now this is good. Getting actual Frank content. Even though people listening to this listen to me and Ion and you guys for 5 or 6 hours before we actually get to Frank, it's worth it if they put up with it and wait it out, because they'll be shocked at what we discover. So, what's the next idea? Next, Frank, why did you come up with the dental hygiene dilemma? What made you think of that? The word Matrix?
Yes, I remember. I really liked the soundtrack of the 200 Motels.
Yes.
And I remember hearing the Matrix word spoken by the TV.
Are you talking about like 20 years ago you heard it, or this past week?
No, I've heard it in different times, but of course, I went back to listen to the whole thing, and I found it. No, last week.
Yeah, that's good anticipation of the next topic. And you're saying that you were around people, friends and that occasionally played 200 Motels, and you heard it.
Yes.
Right? You're around people who played it to you.
Yes, the Gurdjieff guy, he liked Frank Zappa.
Yeah.
And
movie came out when you were 3 years old.
Yeah, but
3 years old, 1971. It came out just after your third birthday. You see, 69, 77, yeah, third birthday, because it comes out in November 71, right after your birthday. Remember we said earlier, everything comes in threes? That came up somehow, said tonight by Ian or something. Or I read that. Okay, so what else can we, I can go get my notes. Bert, you missed last week. We did a short one, Bert. Did you listen to what we did last week?
Yes.
On the Zappa, yeah. Any ideas, any notes about it?
I have one note that I saw. I watched a video this week. So you remember I always talked about that. I think you said that one of Frank's band members, like Frank was like a general, but I saw a rare interview this week that really he was dead serious, but he was talking about how he directed the bands and what he did. And he was he said, some people may consider me a dictator, but okay, you can, but I hire these musicians to do a product. I mean, he really outlined his whole outline of how he directed the band, and there was some notes in there that I remember. There was one item that he changed the words I mean, they would rehearse, but depending on where they're going to play, they changed the words to the song, so the band members had to adjust, but they were so highly trained that they could do it. And he also mentioned that he had to release musicians. If they couldn't put up with it, he got rid of them. He sent them home. They always knew that there was extra money to send them home, but it was just amazing to hear him talk about how he directed his business. He was dead serious when he did this interview, but it was really fun to listen to. But there was also, he mentioned about how he handled notes, which is something I wanted to ask Roxana for like the last 3 weeks, about bending notes.
Yes, the bending is this effect, like when you play the guitar, so you hear...
That's bending a note.
Yeah, so in the keyboards, in the electric keyboards, you have like a bending wheel where you can go like with your keyboard when you play. That you cannot do that with acoustic piano.
So that's the electronic
keyboard
connection. Electronic keyboard, yeah.
Yes, because with other instruments you can bend notes like that, do that effect, like with the guitars when somebody is doing a solo and they may go like like that.
Okay.
In acoustic piano you cannot do that, but with an electric keyboard, like an organ or a synthesizer or an electric piano, you have this wheel.
Yeah, what stuck with me, the bending notes, because I was listening to George Duke a few weeks ago, and George mentioned that Frank taught him how to bend notes. So I always wanted to ask you that, but then I also heard that Frank, that he bent a lot of notes, so you explained that. But also, I didn't know, this is something that I heard in this video, and this is in 1984, that he introduced one of his drummers, a drummer named Chad, I think he said, that he told him to use electric drums. Now, I didn't know they had electric drums back in 1984. I thought that was something like maybe 20 years ago.
No, they were like different types of like sequencers you could program with drum sounds, and also pads that you could use to trigger percussion sounds with a synthesizer or whatever.
Wow.
That's in 1971. They're one of the first bands to use a Moog synthesizer. I think that's what that is.
Yes.
And they're just wailing with it, bending it. Hey, Roxy, anybody who got into electronic music back then, they'd be fascinated with the Russian theremin, right? Theremin, the theremin.
Yes, but the theremin is from the 1920s. It's,
I know. And
really?
I'm saying that when this came out, you could do the theremin fantasy extremely fun. I mean, this is the theremin fantasy that people were trying to do, weren't they? Back in the 20s, with this Moog, Don just bends like a maniac. He's stealing the room. As soon as Frank...
The thing with the theremin, because you're playing on the air, it was very hard to keep in pitch. But you had this effect of glissando, but it was very hard to somehow master to be in a scale. And that's why they decided to use the keyboard as the controller for the electric generated oscillators, because it's easier to find the frequencies and play the frequencies. But as Caroline was saying at the beginning with the digital prohibition, that many kids doesn't learn anymore how to play an instrument, and they have this type of controllers, and they do the finger drumming. I showed you
on the digital keyboard.
No, it's like also like a type of pad percussion, but you hit it with your fingers.
Right, it's not a keyboard. There's no letters. It's just squares.
No, it's just like
Little
square with displays and buttons, and you can assign what you want in each button. You can trigger notes, instruments, sequences, samplers.
This came up a few hours ago. The digital, Ian and us were talking about it. Probably Mark. Somebody brought up. Oh yeah, Mark goes to there's these concerts, new festivals where people loop. I think you heard that, Roxy. That would be people like in your classroom you go to, where the kids have all these little pictorial keyboards, non-keyboards. Have you heard those kids that you see doing that? They now do it in festivals, in groups. Did you hear Mark talking about that?
I did.
You did, Roxy?
Yeah. Yes, but that's been going on since, like the synclavier was a sampler, but at the beginning they were so expensive that only big stars or composers or institutions could have one. And then in the 80s, there were cheaper types of samplers, like the Ensonic. So you could start doing
Did you ever play like that with your synthesizer? That loud? That wild?
Not really.
It was a little less.
Yes, I was like not so heavy, not so psychedelic.
You didn't have your Technicolor interpositive working.
Yes, I needed another substance.
Yes, you need some good cocaine.
Another elixir.
The electricer. Okay, what's next? We did the lyrics, so we got to go over, and I'm going to look through my papers, but do you want to do the next 20 names on the Zappa album? Or is there more you laid out the case that Frank anticipates Bob and Iandom, and then the dental hygiene dilemma confirmed it, and the food, and the Oracle. Remember Zappa has articles called The Oracle Has It All. Oh, yeah, we have to finish that article. That's what we got to do. But is there any other ideas, Roxy, from your corner of the woods?
I have a whole notebook with notes. So.
Okay, you can say a few.
I think
you can mention some more.
I think it's enough.
For now. Okay, so let me go over and we're going to finish that Life magazine article.
Yeah.
That we didn't finish a few weeks ago. Let's hope this is it. Where is it? Do I have to go to the second? Bert, you can bring up some more points while I look for this.
Okay. One. Roxana, I in the same interview, Frank mentioned that he used a digital delay to loop a rhythm. Have you ever heard of that?
Yes, the delay. Okay, I can explain it like this. When you play a sound, each sound has what is called the envelope. So you have the attack, the sustain, the release, the decay. And the duration of these different parts of the sound can vary. So, for example, percussion have shorter envelopes, like that's why they sound like percussion, just like puck.
Right.
But if you put delay or reverb, you have the effect that this release or the duration of the sound is expanded. So that's how that's why it's delayed the finished progression of the evolution of the sound.
Okay, because in the context that he was... Go ahead.
Yeah, there are, for example, many people who use this type of technique to play several tracks, and they do it alone. Maybe I'll send something to Bob. Like there is a cellist, but there are all types of people doing that. They record a sequence with a delay, like that repeats, and they start playing on top different tracks. And they're playing on top of that, and they're all delayed loops.
Okay, but
they're doing
when someone does this, do they do that in a concert? Because he was referenced, he did this during like some of his improvised leads. He would use this digital delay in a loop of rhythm during a concert when he would do a lead guitar solo. So.
Yes, for example, you have these pedals or effects.
Mm-hmm.
And usually guitarists use pedals, and they can activate it by pressing them with the foot, like a wah-wah effect or a delay or a reverb or distortion.
Yeah.
As they're playing, they just press the pedals with their feet. But Zappa also had customized guitars that he could do all types of different things as he was playing without using extra devices, just with the guitar.
Yeah. Thanks for that. That's just because I was amazed that he could actually. That means his sound guy was really coordinated with him. That if he could institute a delay within his rhythm within a concert, that's really high tech, right? That's really like
you can even program those things, but I suppose he was doing it with the pedals.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I didn't think about that. Yeah, he was doing it with pedals, but yeah.
I have to see the live concerts.
Yeah.
But you can also tell the engineer on this part of the song I want reverb, or on that song I want delay all the time. Or most mixers have also reverb and delay integrated, so they can just add it to make the sound a little warmer. Otherwise, it sounds more like tack, 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 tack. And the reverb and the delay makes it richer. You have more harmonics. It's like in a church, everything resonates because the sound is reflecting on all the surfaces.
Right. So, but he was really advanced. I mean, to be able to implement that back in that time, I mean, I find it amazing, but of course I'm not really a musician, but just to find out that he was doing that kind of experimenting, because there was another, in this interview, he also said that a lot of times he would experiment in a concert, that he really didn't know what he was going to play. I mean, they knew the idea, but he didn't know what he was going to play as far as his leads. He would just experiment, and that's what he enjoyed, to involve the crowd, because they were part of the experiment, and he registered the result of the experiment based on the crowd. So he was very scientific, very scientific. It was a fun interview. It's called Frank Zappa interview, September 26, 1984, and they say it's rare. He was dead serious in that interview. Dead serious.
Yes, Bob also shared an article about Zappa and the technology he was developing, which is very interesting too. He had it on his Facebook.
Yeah, I'm not on Facebook.
we could maybe he could maybe send it to email it.
Gear.
Yeah.
Zappa's Gear. Okay, I'm still.
It's really impressive.
Right. So the guy, the musician Bert, that
his kitchen gear.
Right.
Okay.
The guy who says it was like working for a general in an army. That's Tommy Mars. That's my interview about 95, 96 with Tommy Mars.
Yes.
That's
Tommy Mars. I remember that.
He says that. And then
Yes.
And then this serious interview. I don't know if I know that one. Maybe.
Yeah. It's on YouTube. It says it's titled Frank Zappa Interview, September 26, 1984, and then it has in large letters in parentheses, rare. And he actually explains, does a lot of explanation of, yes, he was a dictator, and he drove the band with discipline. Okay,
so listen to this. The Garrick Theater was a pretty fantastic show for its day, and I have this really good article which describes it, where the journalist goes to the show, and then I think he watches a Zappa rehearsal. Anyways, let me just read you this. It says, this is 1968. The mothers of invention remember it well. They remember white bucks and pompadours and pimples and going steady. They remember rock and roll in the days of its innocence, songs of self-affirmation, in brackets, rock and roll is here to stay, it will never die. Songs of adolescent agony, I'm so young and you're so old, this, my darling, I've been told. The shameless glorification of romantic woe becomes lyric, go into the river, gonna jump overboard and drown. And the eloquence of nonsense lyrics. This is like the nonsense lyrics in Phoenix Wake. Papa poo, papa bow bow, dumby dooby dooby dum, shabba dabba da, shabba da da da. Alan Freed, so that was examples. Alan Freed, the Lindy. Okay, so Alan Freed, the famous DJ, the Lindy, or even the real Elvis Presley already seemed like part of history. And they were only 10 years before this. But the mothers were there in their late teens, and they remember. Frank Zappa, composer, conductor, lead guitarist, and unquestionably the leader, ambles on stage. He's wearing a purple, now there's the Bob thing. He's wearing a purple high school cardigan, knit pants, and butterscotch-colored shoes with pointy, turned-up toes. His face is made of planes and angles like a house of cards, and is framed by a mantle of squiggly black curls. The mustache and abrupt goatee form an upside-down anchor. He's like a wild, woodsy hermit, either very benign or very ferocious. So this guy I talked to many times. I would tell him stuff. Little did I know that the guy who was predicting me and Ion was sitting there listening to me talk to him, or me listening to him. This face I'm describing was acting out Ion 40 years before Ion showed up. And I was part of that. And yet I'm talking to the face that's going to be part of this predicting ionization. He was like a wild, woodsy hermit, either very benign or very ferocious. The other 6 mothers of invention follow at their leisure. They make an incongruous group. Each seems a distinct technicolor character, as identifiable as Hollywood. Billy Mundy, the rotund, unjovial drummer, is a baker from the French Revolution. That's what he looks like. Roy Estrada, and I would add, now in jail as a child pederast, Roy Estrada, caressing his electric bass, looks perplexed and determined like a Polish anarchist. Don Preston sits within the circle of piano, organ, and clavichord, well-intentioned and vague, a Don Quixote before the windmill encounter. Bunk Gardner, absorbed in his collection of wind instruments, appears oblivious to everything except the anticipation of playing music. With his silver hair and trim beard, he exudes the unruffled elegance of a riverboat gambler. Jim Black, the wry-eyed, bow-legged beater of the gong, looks like a Mexican bandito. Ray Collins, credited with lungs and ingenuity in the program, is a high-browed Viking. It's true. They all look like this.
You
Zappa has not even glanced at the audience yet. What?
He looks like me. Like
who does? Which one? Ray Collins?
The one that.
Yes, that's
the Mexican bandido.
Yeah, that's Jimmy Carl Black. The Indian group was actually from Texas. Roy Estrada looks. He says like a Polish anarchist, but Roy Estrada could also look like a Mexican guy, because I think Roy Estrada would that be Italian. Roy did look Mexican too. Most of the band looked Mexican. That's why Zappa jokes about Ruben and the Jets as 50s Mexican Pachuco rock, because that's a distortion of many people looked at the Mothers in '68 and thought they were Mexicans. Look at Zappa. Even look at his names, Zapata.
Yes, he started
There's something coming out of Mexico.
He came out with the first album saying, "Freak out, here are the pills."
Yes, here are the pills. Now, I'm reading a book on Michael Weinstein, who just passed away last fall. But he was the guy who did Data Trash with Arthur Croker. He was a professor at Purdue University, I think. An amazing professor. Everybody was just blown away by this guy. Very lively. 60 years old, 65. He's in a punk band, leading a punk band. But he's a super philosophical encyclopedist. Well, I'm reading an article on him, a book about him, and Croker has an essay in it. And in one of the parts, they talk about his interest in all kinds of schools of philosophy. And one of the schools he gets into is Mexican philosophy. I should go over here, grab the book, and see if you recognize these philosophers' names. Maybe you came across them in your schooling there, young Roxy. Let's see.
John Bandit.
Where would this be? Yeah, young Mexican. Yeah, they always said that Jim Carl Black was the Indian group. Well, for the Iondom intellectual salon, we say Roxy's the Mexican of the group.
Yeah, the Toltec.
Yeah. Toltec? Toltec.
Yeah.
Sorry, Toltec. That's right. Toltec. What do I say?
Actually, okay. The Toltecs were the one that disappeared before the Mayas.
Okay.
Wow.
Right. Well, historians would not agree with that. The Mayas disappeared. But this is Mexican culture. You guys can tell the 50 kinds of snow. You know who's who.
Well, there is actually not before or after, like I said.
There's not. There's not before and after.
Yeah.
Let's see. Where is... I'm scanning the book to find the essay, the one that mentions the Mexican guys. How do I... Still looking here. Maybe it's just in the index, Mexican. Mexio, there it is. Philosophy, 102 to 104. Okay, this guy's name is Vasconcelos. Vasconcelos. Vasconcelos.
Yeah, he's very famous because after... Yeah, he was in charge of the education after the revolution. So
of Zapata? In Zapata's day?
Yeah.
Zapata's day? Okay.
Yes, after the Mexican Revolution that lasted 10 years. And, he was in charge of the education, and he had these nationalistic ideas that the idea of the cosmic. Yeah, he had an idea that we are the cosmic race, that in America there is this cocktail of genetic mixing, and that we have all types of genes, and And that's the future, he thought, that we are all cosmic debris.
Did he mean all Mexicans? Did he mean all Mexicans? Or just the educated ones?
No, all Mexicans. That we are the cosmic race, the mixed race that is actually like that in all the continent. That there was a big because in other countries like in America or Canada or other colonies, the Aboriginal population was killed, but in Latin America, the Spaniards mixed with the American Indians. But during the colony, it was prohibited for any non-Spaniard to go to the Spanish colonies. Only priests from any other countries like England or France or Italy or any other country could get in, but not normal citizens.
From other countries could not get into Mexico.
Yeah. Well, in the Spanish colonies during the...
Okay. Right. Spanish colonies. So it says here...
he also worked a lot and promoted the muralist in Mexico, because
muralist.
He had a little bit, the idea, like you said, of Comenius, of McLuhan, that the environment is teaching you, and he wanted to use all public spaces to teach people about their history, their roots, the ideals of the cosmic race.
Okay, so listen to this. Weinstein. So the writer says, it is not surprising, thus, that the centrality of agony in Weinstein's thought, not surprising that the agony factor led him to investigate what Western academics might consider fringe philosophy, fringe social theory, such as the finalist ethics of turn-of-the-century Mexican thinkers Jose Vasconcelos and Antonio Caso, C-A-S-O. You recognize that name, Caso?
Yeah, I think he was also into anthropology, Antonio Caso. So he did a lot of, I think he rewrote the myth of the sons, that the Matrix has been reloaded 5 times. And according to the Toltec myth, this is the 5th creation that is going to end with volcanic eruptions and earthquakes. And they were trying sort of rescue what they thought was the great ideas of the past, of the Mayas, of the Toltecs. That there was a lot of effort in rescuing all these archaeological sites, and they idealized a lot, because at the time many thought, for example, the Aztecs were very aggressive and the Mayas were very cool and wise. And then afterwards, with more discoveries, there were also a lot of paintings in which the Mayas show a lot of sacrifices and torture that are really, really extreme. Like they will cut the heads of the losers of the ball game, or they will scalp their enemies, and they will take the nails of some of the sacrifices. The bloodletting was very important, so they had very refined ways of taking blood out of people.
Right. Okay.
But they had this idealized view of the past, because they said until now people thought culture was actually European, and they were trying to fight that idea that culture is only a creation of the white people. So they created this cosmic race thing.
Cosmic ray?
Cosmic rays. The cosmic rays.
Oh, cosmic rays. Yeah. So let me thank you. Let me continue. So there's the hidden fascist thinkers behind the Pachuco doo-wop. Okay? The Uncle Meat faction. So this article continues. So it describes Ray Collins, Jimmy Carr Black. Then it says, Zappa has not even glanced at the audience yet. He's been adjusting dials and tuning his guitar. He has chatted inaudibly with Don Preston, tied the shoelaces of his butterscotch shoes, and sipped pale coffee from a glass mug. His nonchalance is, of itself, a kind of frenzy. Finally, he approaches the center microphone and peers past the lights, scanning rows like a surveyor. And he goes, "Hello, pigs." Calls the audience pigs. A few people giggle briefly. Zappa speaks thickly, deliberately, like a 45 RPM record played at 33 1/3. It makes him seem supremely dispassionate. Here's what Frank says. "We're going to lay some thick black sounds on you," quoting a phrase from a New York Times review of a Mothers of Invention performance. It begins with a medley of My Boyfriend's Back, a rock and roll, quote, a rock and roll song which some of you may have gotten pregnant to, followed by I'm Going to Bust His Head and 96 Tears. Now, I've never seen Frank play those things, but I guess he would play so much each year of that time space. Ray is singing and making literal illustrative gestures. He hunches his shoulders and strides forward, the football hero boyfriend coming back. He places one hand on his hip and swats the air as he sings. I'm going to give him such a smack. All the mothers are ravenous mimics. The source of inspiration is not always detectable. Between numbers, a few mothers wander around stage. Others carry on pantomime conversation with each other or exchange quips. It's like they're constantly imitating interaction, constantly on the move, gesturally, like tactilely, I would say. Zappa often talks to the audience. And here's Zappa. He says, the New York Times said we show contempt for our audience. See? Zappa says, holding up his mug of coffee. And he goes, contemptuously, I drink this. You get that, Bert? Should be laughing, Bert, at that. Did Bert get knocked off? We better go check our resources.
We're muted, maybe.
Yes, he got muted again. Get knocked off. Where is he? We go down. There he is. Sorry, Bert. How long you been in the gut bucket?
6 minutes.
We missed all your laughs. Yeah, so you were laughing all along, and we didn't get the benefit of your response. So let's just.
Where was this concert? In L.A.? Was this concert in L.A.?
No, this is at Garrick Theater. Remember, for 6 months he's in New York City in the Village, performing
New York City.
a couple shows a night for many months. So this guy is reviewing how he did the show. And so it says, wow. Frank says, the New York Times said we show contempt for our audience. See? And he says, holding up his mug of coffee, contemptuously, I drink this. And then it says, after he drinks it, he spews a mouthful out towards the audience. He spits on the audience with it.
That was a type
most of it lands. What?
No,
blood taking?
No, blessing. During Mass.
Yeah, blessing.
You get some.
Oh, yes.
Holy water thrown like that.
Right. And that's what that shaman did in the Yucatan. He spewed tea or water on you because you had fucked up with the garbage disposal.
Yeah, I threw the sacred corn water on the bath instead of bringing it to the. There are some types of dwarfs or creatures called aluxes in the wild, and they feed with that. But I don't know that, so they gave me a very simple task to do, and I throw it on the wrong way. So they have to call the shaman to purify the area, and he drank some liquor and spewed it on me.
How old were you?
You got spewed on.
How old were you when it happened? Roxana?
Like 23. I was
22.
trying to help.
22. He was trying to help the fourth world.
Yes.
Roxy was from a third world country, but the second world class. Second world is Russian Soviet bureaucracy, so she was from the bureaucracy of the elite. So she was second world in a third world country trying to help the fourth world while really wanting to go to the first world in Berlin.
Yes, I was trying to be the nun, trying to help. And
the nun, the family tradition, the family business is being a nun.
They asked me, can you make a fire? And I was like, no. Can you make tortillas? Because they eat like 20 tortillas each, so the woman wake up at 4 in the morning and start making tortillas, real ones, fresh.
Yeah.
Delicious. But
can you make a tortilla? No. No, I don't know how to do that.
So I could not do anything. They would look at me like, you cannot even throw water away in the right place. Like, you want to help.
They didn't realize. They didn't know. They thought she was one of them. They didn't know there's other cultures where people are trained differently and wouldn't know. It didn't occur to them to tell them their rules. It didn't occur for them to tell Roxy
very funny because they were speaking in Maya and looking at me and laughing. Like, I don't know what they were saying, but
we know it wasn't good. They're probably going, look at that little girl. She doesn't even know that every death's a suicide. They don't even know. She doesn't even know how to relax and allow. She doesn't even know allow means to think. What else do we say here at the headquarters? Is there any other aphorisms? Is that it? Is that all we got here? I don't have any other aphorisms. Sure, we have some others. Yeah, they said, look at that girl in her slink back, hump me down, dog, blah, 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 blah. You know how Ian describes the shoes? Slink back, hump me like a dog, sling back shoes. I ever say that with Roxy's
like Ian says, helping ends up in tears. I was like so frustrated.
Yeah. Did you start crying in front of them? You did.
No, but I really felt like shit. Like, God, you think you have learned something in your culture, but it's like actually you will not be able to survive. And they can build a house, they can make fire, they can grow things, they can make their own textiles, they can make their own shoes. I mean, it's like they know real stuff.
Yeah.
Yes,
so how long, when you cried, did you cry in front of them? When you cried, what did they do?
No, they had pity with me. Like, they showed me how to make tortillas, but I was actually researching their textiles and their embroideries, but they said, why do you want to learn this if you don't know, like, the basic things in life? So
right.
They were trying to help me.
And if you had body knowledge, you say, you fucking assholes know nothing. You don't know we have 4 bodies. You don't know how the analog media landscape turned into a digital body. You have no clue. So much you could have told them, but you missed that class. So, so they comforted you when you cried. They were sympathetic.
No, they were laughing.
Or pretended to be. Laughing, jeez.
Yes,
we don't want to talk about mean people. That's mean. We're not going to talk about them. I censor this topic. I'm muting this topic.
Of surviving 500 years of the conquest.
Yeah, you kicked the shit out of them at one point. Yes, the revenge on the Spanish conquistador.
Yes.
Okay, so back to Zappa. So he spews the coffee on the audience. Most of it lands at the end of the stage. Ray, almost smiling, sweeps up the mess with a broom. They have made an art of silliness. In the middle of the show, that would be Manipian. In the middle of the show, Zappa introduces, quote, this strange little person in her mod clothes, unquote, who is called Uncle Meat. She's a very young, expressionless girl with silky hair who sings, sometimes in duet with Ray. They stand with their arms around each other, rubbing chests and looking tender and mournful. They even dance with each other, separated by a century of style. Uncle Meat also, that's the girl, Uncle Meat also gazes through a kaleidoscope or rattles a hypnotic rhythm on the tambourine or parries Ray's carrot swordplay using a lead. Basically going to be shacking up with Frank, but then Frank found out that Gail was pregnant. And Frank asked her, according to her, what should he do? And she said, you should go be with her. If she's pregnant, you better go take responsibility for it. So that's how Gail and Frank got together, through Uncle Meat. And then Frank calls a whole paranoid scenario Uncle Meat. Now, the next paragraph says, the mothers are much more fun to watch than listen to, so that towards the end, when they begin to tire and the singing becomes sporadic and the kidding around loses its fervor, the music becomes relentless. It goes on, the volume and insistence making listening to it like a day at the ocean. Afterwards, nothing can be seen but waves. And when it's all over, ending very abruptly, Zappa says good night, and all seven leave the stage. The music seems to go on without them, an engulfing, independent rhythm, like a complementary image of the show. So, nice little article. And you imagine they're rocking Zappa's guitar. It's probably the best psychedelic music going. Well, it was, but you didn't know that from the albums that he could do that.
The homeopathic music.
Homeopathic, yes. So let's reacquaint ourselves with that image. I'm there talking to this guy, and this guy is miming the monstrous pterodactyl known as Ion that's going to come and eat me up. How weird is that? That's how close I was to my own future. Think of it. I defy you to accept that.
You're so heavy.
It's heavy. I'm stealing the room. So we got to Sacco and Vanzetti the last time, right?
Yeah.
No, we got to finish that article first. We must do the Oracle has it all psyched out, and we got down to about halfway down, right? Digression to green visors. We did that, right?
Yeah. Yes.
No, I think no, but
green visors.
Title. Do you remember him talking about seeing Blackboard Jungle? Yes. Remember, he saw the movie and he was jumping on the chair, right? He stood on the chair in the theater, right?
Maybe I wasn't there. I don't remember that.
I remember the green visors.
Yes, but what about him going to see Blackboard Jungle, the movie?
No, I don't remember that.
That would be okay. So we've got to figure out Part 2 of the 60s. Who remembers speed, smoke, acid, transcendental meditation, which were just happening the year he's writing this? We did that. You remember that?
Yes.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah, that I remember, but that's the thing McLuhan says. When it's popular, it's already obsolete. So
yeah.
Right.
It's what that
right.
He says. Who remembers that? And when we talk about the Matrix, it's already what happened with the Android man. It's not the future. It's already there, obsolete.
Right. See, he's talking about the phase where the invisible environment becomes an art form. He's already in that phase of noticing the environment as art form, the new invisible environment. So do you remember this? This is called the Big Note Digression 1. You remember the name of the orchestra? Okay. I participated in a conversation recently with Herbie Cohen about rumors of a government research project. The project, it seems, has been going on for several years. What does sound do to plants? According to Herbie, a field of corn increased its yield. The individual ears even got bigger because the research team set up loudspeakers in the field and pumped in some music. According to Herbie, the next step is to find out what kind of music the vegetables like the best. Don't you guys remember that? I remember reading this. Do you?
Yes, I remember that. I remember that about the corn.
Yeah. So, sure, we did this paragraph. Just a minute. He kept quoting Hal Zeiger, one of the first big promoters of rock entertainment during the 50s. And remember, he said he knew there was a big thing there that was basic, that was big, that had to get bigger. I realized that this music got through to the youngsters because the big beat matched the great rhythms of the human body. Remember that part?
Sort of, yeah.
Yes.
You do, yes. Yes. Okay. So then in my days of flaming youth, I was extremely suspect of any rock music played by white people. The sincerity and emotional intensity of their performances when they sang about boyfriends and girlfriends and breaking up was nowhere when I compared it to my high school Negro R&B heroes like Johnny Otis, Howlin' Wolf, and Willie Mae Thornton. But then I remember going to see Blackboard Jungle. When the titles flashed up there on the screen, Bill Haley and his Comets started blurching, 1, 2, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, rock, unquote.
Yeah,
it was the loudest rock sound kids had ever heard at that time. So we did that, right?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
You remember that? Okay, so then we come to this. I think this is a new part. So it ends Zappa and talking about the movie. Every year you could hear people saying, I know rock and roll's only a phase. It'll poop out pretty soon. The big bands will come back. Unquote. Year after year, the death of rock was predicted. A few times, as I recall, it was even officially announced, quote, rock and roll is dead. Calypso is all the rage. Yes, Calypso came in the late 50s for a few minutes. That would be Harry Belafonte, I think. So, new paragraph. Oh, those great rhythms, digression number 2. The function of the drums in a rock music ensemble is to keep the beat. I remember this too. Quote, it has a good beat. I'll give it 10 points, Dick. Remember that part? We did that.
Yes.
Yeah.
You don't?
Dick Clark.
Yeah, we did that. And then, yeah, Dick Clark. And then there were very few breaks or frills. Breaks, the drumming, a dull thud on the second or fourth pulse of the bar. There were very few breaks or fills. Remember doing that. Eventually, with the improvements in studios and recording techniques, the drummers began to use sticks on the sessions, and the cadence fills became more elaborate. Okay, now we did the Green Visor Men. Did we do what they were about? Yes, remember this? Did I read this whole thing? I remember I didn't finish it. No, I didn't finish it. Did I? I apologize to all those.
This is a glitch.
Right. No, we didn't finish this. We didn't finish it. No glitch. We did do about Work With Me, Annie. You know, Annie Had a Baby, these Hank Ballard songs. They changed the lyrics to Please Don't Cheat. Wait a minute. So, Work With Me, Annie, in brackets, please don't cheat, give me all my meat. Through the wisdom of their craft, the little green visor guys, it became Dance With Me, Henry. And the lyric, if you want romancing, you better learn some dancing. Now, Vaseline, I don't remember talking about Vaseline, so I think we finally got to the new part. So this section's called Vaseline. White rock, overproduced and shiny, nearly slickened itself to death. Remember Fats Domino with strings? The music industry was slumping a bit. Was this to be the end of rock? Were we doomed to a new era of country and western tunes smothered in Vaseline? Then just in the nick of time, Beatlemania, New Hope. What is this? Then just in the nick of time, Beatlemania, New Hope. All one phrase. There they were, cute, safe, white. The kids took to them immediately. Their music had real energy. It was sympathetic to their lifestyle. It was music made for young people by other young people. No green visors. It seemed to radiate a secret message, quote, you can be free, you can get away with it. Look, we're doing it, unquote. I'm sure the kids never really believed all the Beatles wanted to do was hold your hand. And the girls were provided with kissable close-ups, that's in quotes, kissable close-ups, in brackets, enlarged views of their idols' lips, teeth, and gums, which they could kiss, touch, rub, and or hang on the bedroom wall. Girls forgot Elvis Presley. He was too greasy, too heavy business, sullen pouting and all that stuff. The Beatles were huggable and cute and mop and tops and happy and positive. Beatlemania was fun to be involved in. The record companies were at a loss to compete with the British threat. Hal Zeiger relates another droll incident. Quote, I remember Mike Maitland, who was then vice president and sales manager of Capitol Records. He was decrying the fact that they couldn't get any hit signals. And I said to him, quote, well, Mike, the reason is because you have the wrong people working for you. And Mike says, well, what do you want me to do? Get some of these fellows with the tight pants to produce these records? Hal said, exactly. He says, exactly. 2-button records can't be produced by guys with 3-button suits. It's all a matter of buttons, says Hal Zeiger. And then he goes, look at Mike Maitland now. He's president of Warner Brothers Records, and look at the kind of thing they're putting out. Pants or no pants are producing the records. So Mike Maitland followed Mr. Zeiger's advice. Is it Hal Zeiger? Do you remember me saying Hal Zeiger? Yes, Hal Zeiger. So, did you get that, guys? By 1968, he had the guys with the tight pants producing records. You get that, right?
Yes.
Incredible tetrad flip. Next
so you need to be a producer.
Yes.
You need tight pants.
The next section. 72 tracks and Itchy-Coo Park, digression number 3. Zappa says, it might be interesting at this point to discuss the evolution of recording studio techniques. In the very oldenest of days, look at that, he puts in a stupid word, oldenest. In the very oldenest of days, a semi-literate person or not even literate, in the very oldenest of days, the recording engineer's main function was to stand behind the singer, holding him by the shoulders, and either push him forward or pull him away from a large funnel-shaped object attached to a bent pin or something that used to function as a primitive microphone to gather sounds to be transcribed on a wax cylinder. During the early stages of R&B, most recording was done on very large acetate discs. Then came tape. Monaural recordings gave way to stereo. Then to 3-track. Then 4-track. 4-track recording was the standard of the industry for a while until some of those tight pants, no pants producers Zeiger mentioned put pressure on companies and manufacturers to obtain 8-track machines, which will allow more creative freedom to the young musicians who are playing this wonderful new money-making form of music. Today, 8-track recording is common, and the adventurous new breed of pop experimenters, that's in quotes, pop experimenters, are hustling to get 12-track machines, 16-track machines, 24-track machines. In brackets, the Beatles are here setting up a nifty studio with 72 tracks. Okay? End of that section, 72 tracks and Itchy-Coo Park, digression 3. Next section called Audience Education, which is what Marshall used to write about. He and Harold Innis write about audience education, Education for citizens when they came home from work. What do they call that? Night school? So, audience education. Frank writes, there seems to be a trend in today's music toward eclecticism. The people who make this music are examining a wide range of possible musical and non-musical elements to incorporate into their bags. Through rock music, the audience is being exposed to an assortment of advanced musical and electronic techniques that 5 years ago might have sent them screaming into the street. Amazing breakthroughs have been made in the field of, quote, audience education, unquote. These improvements have been made almost against the will of the mass media. Suppression for racial and sexual reasons doesn't go on as much, but radio stations still do not program progressive rock in proportion to the market which exists for it. Specific songs which seem most threatening to the established order don't get on radio and TV. Example, Society's Child by Janice Ian about interracial dating. In brackets, mass media does more to keep Americans stupid than even the whole U.S. school system. That vast industry which cranks out trained consumers and technician pawns for the benefit of other vast industries. That's the quote that Bucky Fuller used in his book. I never knew it came from this article, or had long forgotten. Did you get that quote? Mass media does... Now, McLuhan wouldn't agree with this. This is the rearview mirror. Mass media does more to keep Americans stupid than even the whole U.S. school system, which is that vast industry which cranks out trained consumers and technician pawns for the benefit of other vast industries. End of bracket. It is something of a paradox that companies which manufacture and distribute this art form, strictly for profit, might one day be charged or controlled by young people who were motivated to action by the products these companies sell. So it's something of a paradox that the companies who sell these things, the people who buy them end up controlling the companies, the record companies. The level of involvement with today's music is quite amazing. One example, groupies. These girls who devote their lives to pop music feel they owe something personal to it, so they make the ultimate gesture of worship, human sacrifice. They offer their bodies to the music or its nearest personal representative, the pop musician. These girls are everywhere. It's one of the most amazingly beautiful products of the sexual revolution, says Frank. Next section, the Jimi Hendrix phenomenon. Hendrix is one of the most revolutionary figures in today's pop culture, musically and sociologically. Now here's Frank calling other people revolutionary. We know that Frank's the most revolutionary, but he's laying low here. So Hendrix is one of the most revolutionary figures in today's pop culture, musically and sociologically. Its success is a curious paradox in view of the historical prejudices outlined earlier. Hendrix is 24 years old. He dropped out of a Seattle high school in the 11th grade. He was raised strictly by his parents. Quote, "They taught me to have manners," unquote, says Hendrix. He is reasonably sincere and humble. In brackets, "We are lucky to be listened to," unquote. He is apparently very happy with his commercial success, partly because it allows him to act out some of his childhood fantasies. In his clothing, for instance. Quote, Hendrix says, "I always wanted to be a cowboy, or a Haji Baba, or the prisoner of Zenda," unquote. His strongest appeal is to the white female audience ranging in age from about 13 to 30, with the highest concentration of victims, note that, with the highest concentration of victims between 19 and 22. There's Frank writing as the secret CIA guy skulking around Laurel Canyon, spying on people that the late David McGowan accused Frank of being. And, of course, Dave McGowan passed away on November 22nd, 2015. So Frank is talking about these kids as victims. Okay, his strongest appeal is to the white female audience ranging in age from about 13 to 30, with the highest concentration of victims between 19 and 22. Quote, Hendrix says, "I just carry advantages with me in my back pocket when I go off at a gig," unquote. His charisma also extends, I'll read that again. "I just carry advantages with me in my back pocket when I go off at a gig," unquote. His charisma also extends to a white male audience, 15 to 25. He is realistic about his market appeal. Wait. Frank's talking like an accountant, a green visor guy. He's talking like a green visor.
Yeah.
Talking about their appeal to the market, the statistics. So Hendrix is realistic about his market appeal. Quote, "The black people probably talk about us like dogs until we play," unquote. Then Hendrix says, "When I see some of them in the street, they say, quote, 'I see you got those two white boys with you,' unquote. I try to explain to them about all this new music. I play them some records. First I play Cream, and when they say, 'Hey, that's great, who's that playing the guitar?' I tell them it's Eric Clapton, and he's an Englishman. Then I might play them some of what we do. Sometimes they still think we're crazy." Hendrix's music is very interesting. The sound of his music is extremely symbolic. Orgasmic grunts, tortured squeals, lascivious moans, electric disasters, and innumerable other audio curiosities are delivered to the sense mechanisms of the audience. Look at that, sense mechanism. Also talk McLuhan there. Are delivered to the sense mechanisms of the audience at an extremely high decibel level. In a live performance environment, it is impossible to merely listen to what the Hendrix group does. In a live performance environment, it is impossible to merely listen to what the Hendrix group does. It eats you alive. In brackets, he is concerned about his live performance image. And he quotes Hendrix, I don't want everybody to solely think of us in a big flash of weaving and bobbing and groping and maiming and attacking and ... In spite of his maiming and groping, etc., the female audience thinks of Hendrix as being beautiful. Maybe, in brackets, maybe just a little scary, end of bracket, but mainly very sexy. The male audience thinks of him as a phenomenal guitarist and singer. Boys will bring girls backstage for autographs. While signing their scraps of paper, shoulder blades, handbags, and pants, Hendrix will frequently be asked, quote, do you think of any particular girl while you're playing, or do you just think of sex itself, unquote. Meanwhile, the boys will ask, what kind of equipment do you use? Do you get high before you go on stage? The boys seem to enjoy the fact that their girlfriends are turned on to Hendrix sexually. Now, this is the baby boomers. Remember how perverted the baby boomer men become in the 90s and naughty knots? Mm-hmm. Flying to Thailand, screwing 5-year-olds. You know that scene, right? You all know that scene. That's what these young boys who were asking about what Hendrix, what equipment he used, and their girlfriend is asking, do you just think about sex itself? So, the boys seem to enjoy the fact that their girlfriends are turned on to Hendrix sexually. Very few resent his appeal and show envy. They seem to give up and say, quote, he's got it, I ain't got it. I don't know if I'll ever get it, but if I do, I want to be just like him because he's really got it, unquote. We don't hear Roxy. Did she get knocked off? You're here, Roxy. No.
Yes,
are you in the bathroom? You're going to the toilet?
No, I was just eating.
Eating, okay. So the boys
in my bed.
Oh, okay. So the boys go, he's got it. I ain't got it. I don't know if I'll ever get it, but if I do, I want to be just like him because he's really got it, unquote. So the boys settle for vicarious participation and or buy a Fender Stratocaster, an Arbiter fuzz face, a Vox wah-wah pedal, and 4 Marshall amplifiers. So he throws in his technical knowledge there. Arbiter fuzz face, Vox wah-wah pedal, and 4 Marshall amplifiers. So we come to the last paragraph, and it talks about the medium. It's titled The Gas Company, the Electric Company, and the Music Company. Digression number 4. So there's Zappa, being McLuhan, talking about the environmental electric setup. You get that, Bert? This is McLuhan 101.
Yes, he's very technical like McLuhan with this article.
Right. And he's pointing to the environment.
Yeah.
So the gas company, the electric company, and the music company. Digression number 4. The loud sounds and bright lights of today are tremendous indoctrination. Here comes Uncle Meat talking, programming the population. The loud sounds and bright lights of today are tremendous indoctrination tools. Is it possible to modify the human chemical structure with the right combination of frequencies?
Damn.
Right behind them. Damn, it's right here. It's right. Can you believe this? In brackets, frequencies you can't hear are manifested as frequencies you can see in a light show. Can prolonged exposure... Well, he must have got this from me. I probably was channeling this stuff when I was asleep at Zappa's place, and he was fucking tape recording me and using my shit because I was channeling ion and didn't even know it. Nobody told me.
This is released.
I was David Worcester. I was Michael Brake Reed.
The Hobab effect.
Yeah, Hobab. What'd you say, Roxy? You yelled out ion?
Yes, it sounds like things Zion will say about frequency and
yes, and McLuhan and the Evergreens. I was Michael Blake Reed is turning out, and I was David Worcester. We don't hear from Michael Blake Reed. Anybody seen him? Does he exist? No. Dave Worcester, we don't hear from him. He doesn't exist either. None of these people. I'm just waking up this week, just finding out who I really am. Frequencies. Excuse me. Frequencies you can't hear are manifested as frequencies you can see in a light show. End of bracket. Can prolonged exposure to mixed media produce mutations? There's that phrase, mixed media. If the right kind of beat makes you tap your foot, what kind of beat makes you curl your fist and strike? Do you cry if the violin is playing the melody molto vibrato? Molto vibrato? Is that how you say that?
Molto vibrato. Vibrato is this effect like the bending, but faster, like like that. That's
right.
Vibrato.
Right.
Good sound effects.
Very good.
Yes, I'm a sampler.
If the awesome sampler, human sampler. If the right kind of beat makes you tap your foot, what kind of beat makes you curl your fist and strike? Do you cry if the violin is playing the melody molto vibrato? Vibrato. What was it? Vibrato? 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 All right.
Vibrato.
Manifestations of response to vibrato, yes. Manifestations of response to music will vary according to the character of the music and the audience. Swooning to Kay Kaiser, don't know who that is. Swooning to Kay Kaiser is roughly equivalent to squealing for the Monkees or drooling over Jimi Hendrix. Kay Kaiser is probably a big band singer. In each case, the swoony, squeal-y, or drool-y is responding to the music in a manner which he feels is reasonably acceptable by current social standards in his peer group. Now, here comes the final paragraph. Here's the big philosophical question. If you were drunk, and it was the middle of summer, Saturday night, about 11:30, and you had your comfortable clothes on, and you were in a small beer joint dancing, and it's crowded, temperature about 82 degrees, and the local rock and roll combo, in brackets, Reuben and the Jets, so he sticks in Reuben and the Jets, and the local rock and roll combo is playing Green Onions or something that sounds just like it, all full of parallel fifths moving monotonously through a root progression, 1, 2B, IV, or 4, 3B, or something like that, over and over again, end of bracket. And the guitar player goes to take a solo and stomps his fuzz tone into action and turns his amplifier all the way up so his guitar squeals and screams and sounds absolutely vicious. And he bends and mangles the strings and starts to really get it on, gyrating and going totally berserk and playing his ass off and everything. If you were drunk and all this was going on, and you were out there dancing and sweating and really feeling the music, in brackets, every muscle and fiber of your being, etc., etc., and the music suddenly got louder and more vicious, louder and viciouser. Look at that, viciouser. Silly word, right? Mm-hmm. Not grammatically correct. Louder and viciouser than you could ever imagine, in brackets, and you danced harder and got sweaty and feverish, end of bracket, and got your unsuspecting self worked up into a total frenzy, bordering on electric Buddha nirvana, total acid freak cosmic integration. Hey, did you get that? Like the dental hygiene dilemma. Worked up into a total frenzy, bordering on electric Buddha nirvana, total acid freak cosmic integration. In brackets, one with the universe. And you were drunk, one with the universe. And you were drunk and hot and not really in control of your body or your senses. In brackets, you are possessed by the music. And all of a sudden the music gets even louder, capital letters, even louder. And not only that, in big letters, it gets faster, and you can't breathe, in brackets, but you can't stop either. It's impossible to stop, close brackets. And you know you can't black out because it feels too good. I ask you now, if you were drunk, I like that, eh? I ask you now, if you were drunk and all this stuff is happening all over the place, and somebody in brackets with all the best intentions in the world, close bracket, in big letters, made you stop? So he could ask you this question. Here's the question. Is a force this powerful to be overlooked by a society that needs all the friends it can get? End of question.
No.
Then the final three words.
Bob dancing in payday.
Yes. And then three more words. Would you listen? There's the ethical situation. I ask you now, if you were drunk and all this stuff is happening all over the place, and somebody with all the best intentions in the world made you stop so you could ask you this question, is a force this powerful to be overlooked by a society that needs all the friends it can get? Would you listen? Would you guys listen? No.
Yes.
Nobody would listen. Yes, Roxy would, because she never liked the music anyway. She faked it. She faked being one of the guys. Yes. So, isn't that a tremendous article for Life magazine, 1968?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
The ending is wonderful. It's frenetic dancing, the tribal dancing,
what
the
did you
cave
say?
of Matrix.
Right, the dithyrambic spectator, to quote Win the Moose. What did you start off saying? It was wonderful, or something about the...
Yeah,
what did you say?
The tribal dance in the cave in the Matrix movie.
Right.
Oh, okay.
The Matrix movie, yes, the dance in the cave, right. And that is, remember, the cave is the global theater inside the satellite environment. The whole planet's a cave. So, okay, this last paragraph where he's asking you, would you listen? And had the ponder,
in a way,
it's powerful.
He's doing the McLuhan, and he's seeing how we're going to back to the cave, to the all happening at the same time, the Joycean view of all medias. And how do you listen when you have so much distraction to stream? It's like you engage all types of things, but are you really, really listening? Are you really absorbing all this information? And what's the point if you don't find ion?
It's made you stop. That's capital letters. That's media ecology. Have a media fast. He's asking these people to stop partying and take a break, and could you handle the silence of a media fast? Because there's nothing in this last paragraph referring to the gas company, electric company, the music company at all. He just got that. He's got the structure, the form as the invisible environment. He doesn't even talk about it. He doesn't explain why he makes it the title. But if you're going to stop people, you'd have to turn off the gas company, electric company, and the music company.
That's right, yes.
If you were going to, have a media fast. So he's got a very media ecological position. And this is June 68. McLuhan's just spent a year in Fordham University teaching down there, become even more well-known, coming back to Canada, and Canada's celebrating him. His man Trudeau's going to be prime minister. Here is, and McLuhan is known for recommending turning off TV for a while. He and Frank are very close in their public persona here.
Yeah. And Fordham's in New York, correct?
And remember,
Fordham's in New York, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Wow.
Yes.
For me, sometimes it's hard to believe that he didn't read McLuhan, because sometimes he's so close to him.
Yes.
But they may just have reached the same conclusions.
That's right. You inevitably, if you thought things through, you'd come to this same conclusion. Now, I never imposed my stuff on Frank. I would maybe make statements and facts, but not tell him where they're from. So I never discussed McLuhan with him. I never talked McLuhan jargon with him. But I probably talked like a media ecologist in some way. Yes, I once decided to bring it up, and I asked Frank, did you ever have you ever read any McLuhan books? Did you ever read McLuhan? He says, yes, I read the little black one, and that was the paperback, The Medium is the Massage, which, sold 100,000 copies or something, was popular in 1967. He did read that, but that, as McLuhan said, is not a book. It's just a smattering of quotes and pictures. Then, in March 1985, when I visited him, he told me about The Medium is the Massage, say, early, mid-'70s. So 10 years later, I don't know how it came up. Maybe I might have mentioned something about McLuhan because he suddenly said, I just saw him on TV. So I showed up right after he had seen McLuhan's daughter's documentary on Marshall. And Frank says, he seemed to be not all there. That's what Frank said. He seemed to be not all there. He wasn't impressed with McLuhan. He thought that he was senile. And McLuhan wasn't senile. There was a lot of good stuff. So a big perceptual gap between the two. They couldn't see each other because they were so close, I guess, in some way. But, look, he's being asked to write a history of rock and roll, and he takes an aggressive, hostile point of view at the end. Could be perceived that way.
Yes. Everybody's
reading this great, funny history he's writing, and all of a sudden he's saying, would you stop? Would you listen? It would take take them up short. Is that the phrase?
Yes, and I was telling you that I really like what you were saying last weekend on the digital prohibition part about the rock and roll bands, that it's not about the music but the environment you're engaging.
Right.
And with this we see how aware of that. I mean, I think most musicians think it's just about the music and how they look, but Frank was really aware of the other collateral damage and the effects of the environment he was creating.
Right.
And he had a bigger agenda.
Right. It's like McLuhan's big theme in his critical writings was people are not educated to know that the poets and painters and writers, novelists and artists study the technology of their day, are aware of the science. Because people in populist education were told the artists were nerdy kids, didn't have any muscles, and they were up against the engineering jocks who had the frats. So the art versus the science versus the nerds versus the artists. No, the nerds versus the jocks is the paradigm of high school. And Zappa had said that all of American culture is high school. But
in a way, Zappa
so McLuhan was saying
always.
So let me say this. I didn't make the point. Yep. Isn't it? So McLuhan said what is not taught in school is that the new, say T.S. Eliot's The Wasteland is a response to the techno landscape. That the poet is not, ignoring like a Luddite technology. He's engaging it, thinking about it. So if poets do that, if artists do that, Zappa proved it. He was an up-and-coming younger artist, and he analyzed all the different systems of knowledge in his society, especially the technical stuff. So Zappa is showing that point, that the modern artist is very aware of the technologies that are being developed, like Bach was. You see, the Jim Morrison, Mick Jagger, maybe even Leonard Cohen school of poetry is you flee to some beach in Greece and, pick up some beautiful French heiress, right? That's the romantic image of poetry and rebellion and being in art, maybe even the bohemian image. That's the one that gets kids confused. They think they have to rebel, and that's what being creative is. Socially rebel. Now, there's so much chaos going on, what are the kids going to rebel against? They just admit that they're a species not connected to their parents, and they don't relate to their parents. They don't take them seriously. That's what happens when you don't have any option of expression. You go on strike. These kids take the chip body and go on strike with it against the traditional chemical body social institutions. Yes, so you were going to say, Roxy.
Yes, that both McLuhan and Zappa will point out the lack of literacy of the audience. Like Zappa will also say people don't have musical literacy, and McLuhan will say people don't have media literacy. So both were exploring advertisement and the medias and the new technologies, trying to gain this literacy.
Program. Yeah, they're trying to
and trying to share their insights with the audience.
Yeah. Yep. So okay, let me play a Zappa song. I need to rest my throat for a minute. Okay?
Yeah,
Is that okay?
To drink something too.
Yeah, we need to take a break. So I'm going to play a little music. Play something unique. Wow, that was pretty impressive. You never heard that before.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes, that was worthy of it.
Thank you, Oracle.
What was the last word? Welcome? Thank you.
Oracle.
Welcome?
Oracle.
Yes. Oracle. That song was worthy
Oraculous.
of the crowd. What?
Oraculous.
Oraculous. Oraculous.
Yeah.
Oraculous. Oracular. So I was trying to say that song that was worthy of the immediate audience for it. You guys. It was worthy of the immediate audience for it. Get that?
Yes. Yes.
The immediate audience?
Okay.
What?
We are the immediate audience.
That song was worthy of the immediate audience for it, which is you two. You're the immediate audience for that song.
Oh.
It's a compliment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so we're ready to do another 10, 15 names on the Freak Out album? Yes. So we got up to, did we do 30? Yeah, we got up to 70, right? Yeah, about 70. Do you remember doing Brian Epstein, David Crosby?
I remember doing Ravi Shankar.
Yeah, that's one.
Yes, I just looking at his name. Yeah, we may have only gotten to those
two after that.
To those guys. Yeah, so let's pick it up with number 60. Jules Feiffer, cartoonist for the New York newspaper The Village Voice, known for his scathing condemnations of governmental policies in the 1960s. Also testified for Lenny Bruce at one of his inexcusable obscenity trials. I remember that phrase, so I may have read that. 61, the Bokelmans, a family that Frank Zappa met in the late 1950s during a brief period when he was studying art at the Idlewild School of Music and the Arts. Maria Bokelman was studying guitar at the school, and she and Frank Zappa would play together on occasion. Family that Zappa met in the late 50s during a brief period when he was studying art at the Idlewild School of Music and the Arts. Maria Bokelman was studying guitar at the school, and she and Frank Zappa would play together on occasion. And there's a guy named Floyd. Personal friend of Frank Zappa, sang backing vocal on a demo of, quote, "Why Don't You Do Me Right?" Why Don't You Do Me Right? Unquote. That Frank Zappa recorded at PAL Studio in Cucamonga in 1963. His last name is unknown. Now, there was at that studio, and you had Paul Buff running it at first, and we see him a documentary. I don't know if you know this, Bert. There's a little documentary or a trailer for a movie they're making of Zappa's life around L.A. in the suburbs before he moved to L.A. in the early 60s. And they have a little interview with Paul Buff, and he looks exactly like Rumpelstiltskin. And he's the guy that made the multi-track studio. He's a very strange-looking little guy. Ernie Tossi, vice principal of Antelope Valley High School. Frank Zappa perfected his pathological anti-authoritarian and anti-establishment mentalities through clashes with Ernie Tossi during his time there. He was a vice principal of Antelope Valley High School. Zappa perfected his pathological anti-authoritarian and anti-establishment mentalities, calling that pathological, through clashes with Ernie Tossi during his time there. Shirley Eilers, art teacher at Antelope Valley High School. Frank Zappa attended her class. Misspelled Eiler by Frank Zappa on the list. Should be Eilers with an S. If Frank didn't have the S. 65, William Ballard, music teacher at Antelope Valley High School. Directed the school orchestra, of which Zappa was a member. And Zappa actually conducted the orchestra on one occasion. Identified by Frank Zappa as Mr. Ballard on the list. But this guy corrects it to William Ballard. Then there's a picture. Frank Zappa left with concert bass drum and William Ballard, Antelope Valley High School Orchestra Yearbook, 1958. There's a picture of Frank. He looks rather despondent there. 66, Brian Epstein.
Sorry, I would like to say something because it's interesting that he puts all these unknown people on the list, because usually we think relevant people have to be somehow famous,
right.
He's making the point like when Joyce was giving each character in the wake like a rhythm, a different rhythm, and that's how you know which is talking. It's like each person, he's aware that each person is like an environment and a personality, and he always said that about his musicians, that he will make music according to who was playing at the time in the band. He was very aware of each person, each personality as an environment, and this is something that you made us aware of how, for example, a rock band or a person, it's a whole mythic environment. It's a frequency, it's a rhythm, and somebody that maybe you just encounter once may say something that have repercussions for you all your life. And I find it very interesting that he includes all these people in the list, not only like famous people.
No, it's very commendable. He's showing the art of his life, the people that meant something in his experience up to that point. He's acknowledging the valuable cliche moments of daily life and the cliche, relationships. He recognizes he takes the cliche and makes it archetypal. And
I saw an interview where
I just met once.
I saw an interview where Frank described that list, and some of those people were who pissed him off. Some of those people that he listed on there are actually people who inspired him, but they actually pissed him off. So he used.
Yes, because for these people, you see something else, or you like the Seraph, the Chinese bodyguard of the Oracle in the Matrix says, you don't know anybody until you fight that person. So it's another type of teaching what you are against it, or the things in the system that you don't want in your kingdom.
Yeah, McLuhan says, you can be sure if I talk about a book, you can know I'm pretty well against it. So Frank's following that principle, naming things not because he likes them, just because he mentions them doesn't mean he likes them.
Yes.
He's aware of the contrasts in life.
Yes.
McLuhan also shows how things that most people think are negative have an effect. For example, war is education. And war is the result of a lot of innovation, of technological innovation.
Yeah. Education causes war. War as education. Education, a new environment comes in, it's a strange environment, creates an identity crisis, so then you got to learn about it, so you become educated. So the whole process is violent, all factors of it. But people don't recognize it as violent. They might be scared, they might get killed, but so at the time when Freakout came out, I saw the album in '66. It was immediately shocking. He's got look at these list of people. You probably laughed at it. These people had an influence on me. Please don't hold it against them. And he's got a huge list. That was a lot of things about the album were startling. It makes one think back about how the slower consumption of products back then, people were, in a way, dumber. They lived at a slower pace, so they could be easily shocked. They were still feeling people. Nowadays, they say people don't get shocked because they aren't here. They don't register anything. They're numb. But people were still shockable back then. And Zappa's album was shocking. Especially with those names. Who would mention insignificant people if you're going to, if you ever win the Oscar, Bert, go up there and start naming some guys you played football with in grade 9. Yeah. Take the opportunity to be unique. Name the most, and you probably have to put in a few obscure media figures because of your virtual training as a kid. Probably some unknown TV show in Baltimore or wherever you were from. The local the high school dance TV show. Name these as him. They've been obsolete, so I will not be including my parents in this list. They're just too chemical.
But it's interesting because in the Matrix, all the characters at the end are programs. And
good point.
In a way, different people are programming you also with different information. So you are receiving this program by interacting with different types of people.
So that's the upgrade.
In the plays.
Yes, that's what I was going to say.
In the plays,
it was robots.
Right, hardware, crude electric battery stuff. Now they're algorithms.
Programs.
Yep.
Algorithms.
There's a lot of those movies I don't remember at all. Just a few things you're mentioning. I don't remember them being told that everybody was a program at the end.
Yes, maybe it will be interesting if you watch them and you see all the ionic in them.
Yeah. Temporarily ionic. Transitional ionic.
Or
the next guys.
The formation of the false mirroring or the distorted ionic.
Yes. The content of ion, not the formal figure-ground relationships. Ion's a figure-ground process.
Yeah.
So number 66, Brian Epstein, manager of the Beatles. Interestingly, none of the Beatles themselves made the list. Name-checked in the, at the time, unreleased song, Groupie Bang Bang, recorded at the sessions for this album. So maybe Brian Epstein is mentioned in the song, which song didn't make the album, but it's called Groupie Bang Bang. 67, David Crosby, vocalist and guitarist for the Los Angeles-based band The Byrds. Later went to even greater fame as part of Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Sometimes Young. Herman Rudin.
Yes, I would like to say
actor.
something about the thing with Brian Epstein. Many artists now, they have like teams of people working for them, like making the theory of what they're doing, and it's like a big corporation. It's not just the artist. And Frank Zappa saw that it's not only about the music and the looks of the musicians. It's a whole enterprise, a whole group of people, not only in the creation but in the behind the scenes part of promoting and managing and putting the product out, distribution, and all these things. And I find it very interesting that he mentions Brian as an influence and not the Beatles themselves, because he was really into doing all that on his own, not only the creative, but the corporation, the merchandising, the ads, and all the secondary type of merchandising.
Right. He knew that Brian Epstein was the clever programmer behind the scenes, the creator of their image.
Right. Maybe he could have taken other poor boys and have that look and that type of songs and made them also famous.
Right. So this list is showing an environment, Frank's environment.
Yes.
These people are part of his environment. So that is very McLuhan-esque. Pop art is turning your immediate environment into an art form.
Yeah.
Like Warhol would just show anything going on. Like a radio's playing, he would film that. So Zappa was showing his whole environment as an art form.
Yes, what he's the result of all this mix of programs.
Right. And, he would know that nobody knew who half these names were. So they were, like my diaries, they were private messages to people. They were messages to the people on the list. They would see their name there, and they would laugh because they'd see Frank was pointing out this obscure nobody. It's like what I did with the diaries.
He's also making you aware of your environment, of what's surrounding you, not only in the media, but the characters around you, the people, the robots, the zombies,
people in your life.
The programs, the agents.
Yeah. The juvenile delinquents, the groupies.
Yeah.
So Since McLuhan laid out the formal dynamics of the environment, that only left Zappa to do the content.
Yes.
Use the content to make the same message. That's what Yoko Ono told me. I asked her, what did she take away, or what did she learn from her encounter with McLuhan in December '69 at the Cochos? She said, I realized he was right, and I went in the opposite direction. And they were actually a bunch of films that she and John made. Did you boo?
No, I think, wow, she's so heavy. Because once I mentioned that she listens to you.
I mentioned what?
That she listens to you.
Really? Oh, that's right, yes.
Yeah.
She listens to Payday?
She's pretty aware.
Yes.
Yeah. No, she only listens to me. She only listens to me, Bert. She doesn't listen to you. She has someone edit out everything, and she just hears Bob's part.
Yes, I mean,
that's
for
why
me it would make sense that the Pope is listening, the Queen is listening, Yoko Ono is listening, because what else can entertain them? Only I am.
That's right. You've been to the top.
Thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What can someone who has everything? What could you stimulate them with? You have to begin with parallel world economy.
The astronauts that went to the space, when they came back, they had these depressions because they had the impression nothing compares to that high.
Right.
They could not get.
They all got in trouble.
Excited about anything. Everything was like, yeah. So, hey, Queen. Yeah. Hello.
They all became emotionally distraught in the stories of the astronauts. So Yoko, and what she did, I saw the film she made right after '69, and they were, Fluxus abstract documentaries of nothingness that she and John made in 70, 71, 72. So she went in the opposite direction. She might have gone feminist. Maybe she went to the woman quadrant or something, or thought she was doing that. But there is no opposite direction to McLuhan. She said, I met him, saw he was right, and went in the opposite direction. Okay.
I was just listening this week that Yoko Ono was associated with Walter Board. I heard you talk about that this week.
Yes, Board, down when he worked at Stanley's, 59, 60, 61, somewhere in there. He was a bartender at Stanley's, which is where we have the meeting in June 18th, 67, with all my holy offices, before they knew they were holy offices, and before they were holy offices. He said that he rented from Yoko or she rented from him. I can't remember which way it went. But they exchanged or were involved in setting up apartment rent. And then Board said about 1986, he became this yuppie editor of Palm Springs magazine in Palm Springs, California. And so one day he was in a bar in Palm Springs, and there was John Lennon. So Walter thought, no, I don't want to bother him. So he never went over and introduced himself. And Walter told me he really regretted that he hadn't gone over. It sort of stuck with him. That was not the appropriate response. He should have taken advantage and just gone over, because John would have been interested in Walter. John would have had read the East Village Other. Board had done a lot of things that Lennon would be, I think, interested. So, don't be shy. If you get an impulse, somebody you want to interact with, do it. He really was pissed off at himself.
Can imagine. Did he get? Was that after John Lennon was assassinated that he regretted it, or?
Yes, probably after. Yeah. He probably thought he could see him any time again, someday, somewhere, and so that means he didn't see him in '86. He saw him in '76, '77. So it may not have been. Well, he could have gone to Aspen. He was with Peggy. They had a place in Aspen, Colorado. They had money, so maybe it was in Aspen. But wherever it was, had to be before 1980. And remember, McLuhan and Lennon both died within weeks of each other. And in mainstream media, they're the two icons. Lennon for pop culture and McLuhan for highbrow culture. And they died once Reagan became president. or they transition. Oh, then we learned that Lennon faked his death, so I'll take that back. They both faked their deaths once Reagan had shown up.
Everybody fakes their death.
Next one. That's right. Yes, there is no death. So, Herman Rudin, R-U-D-I-N, actor, best known for his portrayal of various bad guys on the U.S. TV series The Untouchables. Frank Zappa would go on to describe Rudin as his favorite actor and would also cover the theme song from Untouchables 22 years later. Joe DeSantis, another actor who worked on The Untouchables. Bruce Gordon, actor who played the role of American mobster Frank Nitti on The Untouchables. Frank Decova, actor who played the role of American mobster Jimmy Napoli.
A question, is that show the one in which the agents take their mask off, like in the Zappa place?
No.
Like they will, these guys with masks and then they will take them?
It's like the first
that was the Monkees. This is a movie this is a TV show about the FBI. I think it's the FBI. So no, there was no masking. The masks were in the Monkees show, where Zappa had a mask of one of the monkeys on, and the monkey had his mask of Zappa, and they interviewed each other. If that's what you mean by a mask, right?
There was a show where some secret agents, the secret agents will take their mask off, and it was not whatever you thought it was. It was somebody else.
Well, all of the Batman did that.
Oh,
they all wore masks,
I Googled, and they say it's Mission Impossible.
Oh, and what's it mean they took their mask off? What's that? I never saw a mask in Mission Impossible. Why? What kind of masks were they wearing? It's not the Wild West with cowboys.
Actually, it's like there will be actors doing whatever character as they are, but then there was a scene where they did as if they were taking a mask off, and then that would be an agent.
An agent of CIA
like
or something.
A secret agent.
Yeah. I never saw that. I didn't know that. What's interesting is Zappa, he lists these names in bunches of related listing. Like he's got 4 or 5 guys here. What has he got? Herman Rudin, Joe DeSantis, Bruce Gordon, Frank Decova. 4 guys, one after another, are just untouchables. I never knew that when I looked at it. Didn't know who these... It's organized. There's other clusters of people in the same profession or something. So, Frank Decova, actor who played the role of American mobster Jimmy Napoli on The Untouchables. Obviously, Frank Zappa really liked this show. Frank misspelled Decova on the list. 72, Rassan Roland Kirk, jazz saxophonist who's jockey. As a teenager, Frank Zappa would tune into his radio show, broadcasting from Texas, and hear lots of highly stimulating R&B. In 1973, I think I've said this before, in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, I heard that Wolfman Jack was going to be a guest at a party. So I go to the address, and it's a public school. And you go down in the basement in the rec room of this kid's school, there are these, what would they be, 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds, waiting for Wolfman Jack. This is how low this guy sunk. He had gigs entertaining 12-year-olds. And And I stood out. I was the only adult there that wasn't a chaperone. I was standing there rather too coolly observing. And I think I went over to Wolfman Jack, who's mentioned, I think he's mentioned in the Uncle Meat script. And, of course, I asked him what he thought of Zappa. And I think he said something like, I don't think he's playing anymore. He didn't have a clue that Zappa was still going. In his mind, Zappa was, a part of a period that came and went. So it was interesting encountering Wolfman Jack with all these children. I don't remember what he did with them. I mean, what, they take autographs? How'd they even know about him? Why was he in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia? Maybe it was a family friend. He was in the area, so he did his family friend a favor and just showed up, I can't see this guy touring around going to 12-year-old parties. Anyways, it was a pretty surreal experience. Number 74, Snuff Garrett, producer at Liberty Records in Hollywood, produced the likes of Johnny Burnett and Bobby V. Bobby V, that's the bland period after Elvis goes to the Army. But I like the Bobby V music. Unsure what his connection to Zappa is. So the guy writing this, unsure what Snuff Garrett's connection to Zappa is, but he certainly could have been an acquaintance. Molly B., country singer and performer, whose hits were the distillation of the cheesiest aspects of country music in the 1950s. I remember Frank once said he refused to acknowledge or talk about country music. So this may be one of the people he didn't like. Country singer and performer whose hits were the distillation of the cheesiest aspects of country music in the 1950s. Name checked by Frank Zappa on his marathon Bogus DJ Blast of Insanity on Pasadena's KPPC FM in 1968. So he came on and played his favorite records. You can hear that. I think they got a YouTube of that. So he was calling himself a bogus DJ. So name check means mention the name, not checking off a list, I guess. 76, Ernie Freeman, American jazz and R&B pianist. Arranged a great many R&B tracks recorded in the 1950s. Lou Irwin, TV news anchor at KABC in Los Angeles. Frank Zappa probably watched his nightly newscast in the 1950s and 60s. So there's Frank showing the content of different media environments, the people attached to different media. That's much like my chart. Now we're beginning to see this is his way of presenting Android mimic environments by listing personalities associated with certain media environments. And
yeah, in a way that was his chart, like the genealogy of the thing.
That's what I'm just saying. Yes, this is his chart. And there's another idea, get this. I listed ideas as the content of ideas and icons. I think that's the way you say it, in my content for each quadrant. But I'm discovering this for the first time reading Lou Irwin, number 77. Guess who number 78 is? The name I'm going to say after we made this discovery that actually this is Frank's chart. A guy named Fred C. Dobbs.
That's your real name. No.
Right. Fred C. Dobbs. Jeez. I mean, I'm looking at this discovery I'm making about the chart, and the next name is Dobbs. How's that for programmed? I'm a result of an algorithm. I am a programmed software app.
Synchronicity linguistics.
Does he have a description?
Yes, synchronicity. Yes. Character, what's actually written here is Frank C. Dobbs, but I'm pretty sure it's Fred C. Dobbs. Character in the film The Treasure of the Sierra Madre, played by Humphrey Bogart. Frank Zappa once described him as having a... You like Humphrey?
Yes, I really like that movie.
What?
It's like...
it's about your neighborhood, eh?
You're right.
In Mexico.
Yes, and they have all these cliches.
It's your neighborhood.
Being around the fire and eating some beans, like a can for everybody. And it's a very good movie.
I don't think I ever saw it, but I know a line from it. As they looked at the gold, they said, "Boys, we're going to have to earn this," and then they all get killed.
Yeah, because like you, they all want the gold.
Yes, but they tried too hard for it. He described him as having, quote, a face like a villain. He says, it seems that Frank Zappa had a thing for villains. So I'm going to just look that up. I mean, it's Fred C. Dobbs on the album. They've got Frank C., unless I'm nuts. But I remember seeing Fred C. Dobbs, I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Is there a Fred Dobbs in Sierra Madre? Is Sierra in Mexico or is that southern United States?
No, in Mexico we have the two Sierras. One is in the west, one is in the east. And the Sierra Madre is the one on the west.
Near the Pacific Ocean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it says Fred C. Dobbs, in brackets Humphrey. It says Fred C. Dobbs and Bob. So there's a Wikipedia, and you know how they cut it off. So it says, The Treasure of Sierra Madre is a 1948 American dramatic adventurous, ... Two financially desperate Americans, Fred C. Dobbs, in brackets Humphrey Bogart, and Bob, ... So let's see who Bob is. How's that for Bob Curtin? Bob Curtin, played by Tim Holt. That means Bob Vale. He's got a veil over. It's Bob. It's hidden Bob. It's me. It's Hendites, one by means of two. You're right. It's about me. It's Fred C. Dobbs and Bob Curtin, Hendites, one by means of two. I'll have to see that movie.
It's very interesting.
Yes, I must immediately. Oh, look at this. It says, two financially desperate Americans, Fred and Bob, who in the 1920s joined initially reluctant old-timer Howard, who's Walter Houston, the director's father. It was made by Angelica Houston's father. Guess what? They initially reluctant. They go to Mexico to prospect for gold. It's all about Mexico.
Pina colada.
Pina coladas, yes. Excuse me. Where I'm going to end, we've got 78's Fred C. Dobbs. So I had one of me had a face like a villain.
After
Number 79, John Tasker. What?
After this climax, that was there.
Yes. John Tasker Howard, American musicologist, author of the book Our American Music, which Frank Zappa probably read as a teenager. Another environmental text. 80, Cecil Forsyth, English composer, author of the book Orchestration, which Frank Zappa probably read as a teenager. Misspelled Forsyth on the list with an E. So Frank's a bit sloppy on the spelling situation. Let's see. Let's see if Bert, you have anything to say, Bert?
Bert or Bart?
In a second I will. I got to mute myself. I'm just making noise here.
Pissy. Yeah, you're making bathroom toilet puke. Environmental noises. We're not allowed to hear the environment. So we're now up to 80. We're almost halfway through the list of names. I mean, it's ridiculous. But they are, like my chart, different quadrants of media.
Yeah.
Never realized that before.
The cluster of Untouchables. It's interesting that he enjoyed the Untouchables. That's probably his delinquent juvenile delinquent inspirations, maybe.
Yes. Have you heard the song Frank did with the Untouchables? I've played it, but do you remember it?
Yes.
Hmm?
Yes,
it's a good
do
song.
believe.
Yeah, maybe we could listen to a
Let me see.
small fragment.
Yeah, I'm gonna find it. So I go up to my original alphabetic list. Untouchables. There it is. Send it over to the master list. Then it's somewhere in my list, but I got 1,000 songs, so I won't know where it is. So I have to re-establish them in my list. Place it in my list again. Okay, there it is. We click it off. We scroll down. Bart. What's Bart doing?
I'm back. You got me the second time gulping down all my products.
Would you say gulping down all our item products right now?
Yes.
He was taking his red pill.
Yes.
I'm taking them both.
Okay.
Remember, I'm making a purple pill.
Or maybe we take the blue ones because all the bottles are blue.
No, you take them both.
Yes.
Red and blue make purple.
Right.
Yes, purple, the key color.
Cool.
Isn't that awesome?
He mentions the secret government, and he's doing the Morpheus.
Yeah.
Using something
he learned that
familiar.
from Bob. Deep government.
Yes.
Oliver North. No more secret government for you, buddy. Let me do it again for you. You're baloney without the meal.
Yes, and he's saying, wake up, Reagan, wake up.
You're asleep.
He's doing the Matrix. Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. It's beautiful. We took that. That came out in '88. So we took that and we had a promo for Bob Marshall's International Connection. We used that. Probably somewhere hidden in the archives. We could hear it on a late night show in '88.
Yes, and we will say Trump. Trump.
Yes, Trump.
Not
You
Trump.
know Trump? You know
Trump. He's ascended.
Oh, Trump.
You know, he's awake.
Oh, that's it.
And did
that
he say,
inspires me.
Did he say all over North, no more secret government?
Yes.
Yeah, no more secret government for you, buddy.
Bologna without the mayo.
Awesome. Yeah, what did you say? Mayo?
Bologna without the mayo. Mayonnaise.
Oh, I said without the meal, which didn't make any sense to me, but yeah, I'm sure I was hearing you right. Okay. The 80s, some people, McLuhan in 66 predicted that the 40s would come back in a revival. So they didn't happen right away, but in some ways the big lapels, the big shoulders was the fashion of the 80s, right? So it was a replay of the 40s. And you had...
Yes.
Barry Nevitz said that the 80s retrieved Big Brother as a fad. That was Reagan. That was those guys he's listing. Oliver North, which is a part of a Thomas Pynchon novel called Vineland, goes into the Oliver North's attempt to have FEMA cramps in 1984. That came out in the Iraq. What was it? The Iran-Contra hearings in the summer of '87. What else? Big Brother retrieved, and so you bring back the FBI, or I don't know. I wonder if the Untouchables was supposed to be FBI. What?
Wake up, Bob. The country's still a mess. Environment. It's a mess. Wake up.
The environment's still out of control, Bob. The penthead's fucking with the tetrad. Bob, where's your drops? I mean, Ion has sounded like that occasionally.
It's management.
Wake up. Tetrad manager.
Let's go. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's
go.
go.
Ball. Yeah,
what
go
is
ball.
what can we say? Ginny, wake up. Testimonials are waiting. Dr. Dean, go back to sleep. Take a break.
And I just woke up.
This is based on the book, Yeah, you did. Listen to this. The Untouchables, 1987 gangster film, based on a book, The Untouchables, 1957. They're government agents, federal agents in the Bureau of Prohibition. So this is Carolyn Guertin. This is Prohibition. So there's a great update to that. Boardwalk Empire. If you ever want to see a great TV show, that's Martin Scorsese's masterpiece he made a few years ago about the beginnings of the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, and the beginning of the mafia control and entertainment. So these guys are federal agents in the Bureau of Prohibition as he fights crime in Chicago in the late 20s, early 30s with the help of a special team of agents handpicked for their incorruptibility, nicknamed the Untouchables. So I'm going to go over to this. Now, we go into the timeline, and we go down to the fall of '88, because we're touring in September. We get back to Toronto in end of November. No, 1st of November '88. So we go to the middle of November '88, and we say, okay, let's say, what's this going to begin with?
Hey, Wolf, you're naked. The Emperor is naked.
Good one. Bob, yes, you're naked. Okay, what did I do wrong here? Oh, yeah, I knocked that out. Okay, let's see if we're lucky here. Look at that. Do you fucking hear? You realize what I just did?
You just randomly hit an audio.
I randomly fucking picked. I did a little calculation. When I know we were away. We left it near the end of September. Visited Skolnick. The Olympics. When I was at Skolnick's in the end of September '88, that's when Ben Johnson, the Canadian guy who won the Olympic sprint, and they took the gold medal away from him because they thought he had drugged himself up. Read that in a Chicago restaurant with Sherman Skolnick. We then went out with Mae Brussel, helped her die, was with her when she died, then went to the memorial. Then we went down, hung out with Jerry Fialka, and that's when I did the interview with David Porter predicting the reunification of Germany. That's October 16th, 1988, Dave Neufeld's birthday. Then we go and visit Stang, October 28th. Then we go to Maryland and visit Dr. Beater's widow and family, and then we visit the LaRouche people out in Leesburg, and then we come back home. So we get back, I know it was Leesburg, so let's say the first week in November. So I look at my list of 10 million shows, right, on the timeline.
Wow.
I pick November 30th, 88.
Okay. All right?
Yeah, we're on.
Yeah, that's Sunday morning at 10 o'clock, December 18th, January 1st, and January 15th. We'll have...
I fucking announced... See, this is risky. I'm taking the interview that Frank wants to put out as an album, and I remember thinking, okay, I don't want anybody to record it all, but I'm announcing the fucking dates, for fuck's sake. But I knew they'd fuck up on January 1st, because who's going to fucking get up in the morning, because it was a broadcast early in the morning. And I got away with it. And the one guy who was on top of it, Greg Duffel, who took over International Connection, I didn't even know him. And he got his father to do it that day, and his father screwed up, and they didn't record it. But there it is. Isn't that a great ad? Did you hear what I was saying? I was was walking around L.A. and I thought, I should interview Frank Zappa. Of course, it was done by Bob Marshall, but I think Neufeld made this probably for me. Let's listen to that again. It's great, isn't it? Don't you think it's great? Nice ad.
Yeah.
Can you make out what I'm saying? Do I have to tell you the lyrics?
You just proved you are the one. You are the prophet. You are the oracle.
I just proved it. Yeah. And look, I have not heard this in, what is this, 37 years. I have not heard this ever again, 37 years later, and we're now, because of that interview, which made Bob Marshall and me famous because it was the interview all the biographers used because it was the best Zappa interview. Here we are doing a Frank Zappa fucking thing in celebration of the life of Gail Zappa. See? That's a knowing fucking trajectory there. I must have known that was going to happen. But look at the funniness. I'm saying I'm walking around L.A. Who walks around in L.A.? You don't walk around in L.A., okay? You don't have to have a car. Let's do this again. I like that. Little kid. Yeah, I did it. 3 hours. Bob and Frank. Isn't that awesome? It's so rich with implication now. We're celebrating how I'm interviewing Frank with Bob Marshall, and we're creating Ion, and we don't even know it till today. This is a big revelation. It's constant revelation here at Dobbstown. You realize what it's like to live like this? Constant epiphanies. And I love that song. It's called Jesus Thinks You're a Jerk. And it's about all the corrupt Pat Robertson, Republicans and everything. And then it's about the fundamentalists. And then Frank says, what would Jesus think if I didn't do this song? And then, Jesus thinks he would think I was a failure. It's very sad. So here I am. If I didn't interview Frank.
All right.
Yeah, we're on.
Yeah, that's Sunday morning at 10 o'clock, December 18th, January 1st, and January 15th. We'll have the result of Bob Marshall's encounter with Frank Zappa. I'm going to explain further about that interview and how Bob channeled my work and the effect on Frank. We have some direct evidence of that.
First of all, why don't we introduce ourselves?
Well, you're Mike.
I'm Mike, and you're
Bob Dobbs. EPOP.
We're here every other week at 12 o'clock on Wednesdays.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a very important time.
There's no time to sleep.
Let's play the effect of my work on the listeners, the subgeniuses.
Disciple 1 to Guru 1. Disciple 1 to Guru 1. Come in, Guru. Can you hear me?
Sounds like Roxy. Disciple 1 to Guru 1. Disciple 1, horseling number 1. Oh!
In the Matrix. I need an exit. Take me back.
What? What do you say?
I need an exit.
Put your headphones.
I have them on.
I'm not getting. What's he saying? Too much noise. What's he saying, Bert?
I need an exit. Take me back.
You need an exit.
Yes. That's how they ask when they're in the fake Matrix reality. They ask for an exit to go back to Zion, and they have to call on the phone.
Oh, okay.
Wow. Oh, that's right. I need an exit. They got to get back, right? And you're starting to feel you're getting scared. This is getting too real.
Yes.
This ain't no joke here.
It's so freaky. I'm freaking out.
Yes, and if we want the gold, we're going to have to earn it. But this is beautiful, eh? Don't you like that? Me and Mike. Mike says, "Don't you think we should introduce ourselves?" I say, "Well, you're Mike, and you're Bob." It's so cool. This is the stuff of myth. Bart's grandchildren will listen to this and wish that they'd been me. I would have loved to have lived like that. But it's so great. I'm walking around in L.A. Said, if I don't interview Frank Zappa, then surely I have failed somehow, and Jesus will think I'm a jerk. Got to play that song. This is a beautiful song. Woo! But was Bert still here? Let's check our addresses and that. Oh, okay. I don't have to. But what a beautiful. It's incredible. And then, to just pick that one, I go, okay, I figure a couple of weeks, get back, get Neufeld to make it. Maybe about the end of November we'll be playing it. And there it is. Jeez. And, of course, I was guided by my non-physical. I do that every time. I didn't do it. Non-physical. I let the non-physical tell me. Or maybe physical.
Works every time. Works every time.
Yeah, it works every time. But there's another thought there. So I have proven it to you. It's case closed for you, Roxy. I did it tonight. There's no questioning. I am the one, right, as a result of what I just did the last 10 minutes. Right?
This whole week has been so Matrix-like.
But you say that every week, but just getting more and more in-depth and detailed.
Yes. Yes.
So, what else? Shall we play just a little bit more of the talk? Let's just see what I say.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I got to take the sound, the mic off. What's so great, we're doing a special on Zappa. It shows my involvement with Zappa. I can go back 30 fucking years. Say, look, I was with Frank 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Thing to report now, the new initiate, Seamus McAtee, he was up for the 2-week intensive. He was exposed to Bob knowledge for an almost continuous period of 2 weeks, and he made remarkable progress. It's a new kind of experiment, kind of which we've never seen before in this electronic church. I might like to add that the kind of progress we witnessed in the Mike Dyer phenomenon took place over a year. That's the extensive exposure. The intensive was very, very effective. We saw all kinds of process pattern recognition taking place. Plus, there was content, and the user is now content and spreading the document. However, must report that there is one matter which the disciple was not able to come fully to grips with, and that is his question as to what is, according to Bob Dobbs, the conspiracy behind the conspiracy. Well, Bob Dobbs, CK1 gives us process pattern recognition. He gives us the files. He gives us a lot, but where does this take us? How does this help to get the underfinanced subgenius through these final dark days and out the other end? So we're looking for the plan. I can understand that maybe it cannot be released until after November 8th, but I believe that these disciples will be looking for the completed intensive over and out.
Let me just go to that sound up. That's awesome. That is funny. That's George. we had the disciple up here for a 2-week intensive process pattern recognition. Isn't that tremendous? That's like Ion reporting back. It's Mike Dyer. Yeah. He had the year-long. Yeah. Year-long extensive for Mike Dyer. He's the co-host, but this other person, but Disciple 1 to Guru 1, and they want to know the conspiracy behind the conspiracy. That's Iondom. It's an appropriate question, right? What's the conspiracy behind the conspiracy? Well, it's Bob's own conspiracy. He's predicting Iondom there. Pretty profound, Bert. No, Bert. What do you say, Bert? It's quite a good moment you showed up for. Bert, speak. Did Bert leave? What's he doing?
He got knocked out.
He knocked out?
I'm muted to say probably. Let me.
There he is.
Yeah, but how come he takes so long to get unmuted?
He's in another layer of Matrix.
Yes. Now, what do you say, Bert? Isn't that phenomenal?
Hang on a second.
What do you say? Is he still eating his RNA drops?
No, hang on a second. I was in a. Everyone's asleep, so I was in a room I couldn't talk so loud.
Oh, okay. No, what do you mean everyone's asleep? You don't have children?
No, well, no, just my wife's asleep, but.
Yeah, she's in everyone. Yeah, everybody's asleep.
HCE,
yes,
ES, everybody's asleep,
and
EA.
Everybody's asleep.
He's aware that each person is many of you, so he's saying that.
All of my wives are sleeping.
It's a REM.
So what do you think of this, Bert? What do you think of this phenomenon that's happening right now?
No, I always enjoy those little, when you click on something and it brings up exactly what you're talking about. It's incredible, but it's just become anticipated or expected now. You know that when you open an article or you watch a TV show or whatever it is that you're engaging, it's going to reflect what it is that you're discussing.
Right. Yes. You mean in your life? In your life, or me? Or in your life?
Well, for INETs and you, of course, are included. That happens.
Yeah.
It's ionic.
Yes.
No, it's no less special when it happens. It's
listen to this. I'm going to play you the good part of the Jesus Thinks You're a Jerk. It's a long song, 9 minutes, but when it gets to this sad part, where Frank is generally saying, America's fucked, and he's trying to help it, but if he fails, it's going to be sad. So I'll try to bring you into that part. Oh, I got to disconnect the button. This is a beautiful ending. An awesome song. Very sad. He's saying, what if Pat Robertson, gets in the White House? Of course, it got a lot worse than that. I don't think Frank could have taken it. That's why he offed himself in 93. He couldn't have been here with me. They had to be a strong person like me, been around thousands of years, seen dynasties come and go, to handle the tragedy of America today. Frank was a young soul, we could say.
But he made your list, that young soul.
Yes, he did. Let's go back to the show itself, the ancient archive from the vaults.
So there is...
wait a minute, no.
Like the first
you're going back
version of the Matrix, where everything was almost perfect.
Is the subject of the extensive, intensive, and what's that guy's name? Seamus McTee, the subject of the intensive.
His voice was vaguely familiar, actually.
I don't know who that is. That was a subgenius, though. He communicates regularly on my home office headquarters machine, and he's just reported on an intensive carried out with a new subgenius candidate while I was away. Now, brings us into the next topic. While I was away, certain things happened that could prove Bob's influence on various holy offices and a reciprocal relationship in return. But Frank Zappa was on a big talk show in California, goes over 32 states, AM station, on October 30th, the week after he met with me, and met with Bob Marshall. Right, not me, but Bob was channeling my work. And right away, Frank went public with the information I gave him. And you've got that next little segment set up. This will lead into the next topic, which will answer that subgenius's question, what is the conspiracy behind the conspiracy? Many topics are surfacing the past week, but this is another instance of Bob knowledge being communicated by the Frank Zappa Holy Office as soon as he got it.
The book you were referencing during the break was a book called Higher Form of Killing.
A Higher Form of Killing, yes. This was given to me this week, and in the last chapter of the book, there's something in there that I found very amazing, and I'm going to do some further research on it. There is testimony in the book extracted from government records, from the congressional record, of scientists going to the Appropriations Committee in 1965 and requesting money to develop a virus that attacks the immune system. Now think about this. Now what I am going to do is see if I can obtain the complete record of that hearing. I want to find out which senators were on that committee, whether or not the money was appropriated. If it was appropriated, who got the money, and what did they do with it? Did somebody build a disease that attacks the immune system? And did some U.S. congressman say, oh, yeah, that's a good idea, let's build that? Because the discussion was about creating ethnically specific chemical weapons. The idea that you could kill certain people of certain ethnic groups because of certain special features of their ethnic makeup. It states in there that Cherokee Indians, all 99% of them have type O blood. So that would be a tag that you could use to, if you wanted to do away with Cherokee Indians, you could tag your bug to this particular fact. The other way that you could look at it, this isn't stated in the book, but it's something that I came up with independently. If you wanted to create genetically specific weapons, there are diseases which affect only certain people. For example, sickle cell anemia is not something that Irish people get.
Yeah.
And so a person who was an evil scientist could think about building a disease that would look for people who are susceptible to sickle cell anemia and then load in the disease on that track. Same thing with Tay-Sachs disease.
Which is?
This is a disease that certain Jews get. And
what about the AIDS disease? Is the AIDS disease, from your perspective, primarily a gay disease?
No, it is not a gay disease. The AIDS disease, as far as I'm concerned, is something that was created in a laboratory. There is no way that I will be convinced that it came from a green monkey. The green monkey story, as told to us by Dr. Coop, and this was on an HBO special where Dr. Coop answers questions about AIDS. I mean, I was rolling on the floor with this. The story goes that after he had told everybody that AIDS was a sexually transmitted disease and that we shouldn't be promiscuous and thereby save our lives, he said that the disease came from a green monkey in Africa. Now, how do you coordinate that with a sexually transmitted disease? Well, here's how he got around it. He said, perhaps the hunter, the native hunter, was going to eat the monkey. And while he was skinning the monkey, he cut himself when he was taking the fur off of the monkey. Now, people, if you believe that, then write in the Easter Bunny on your ballot on Election Day. I mean, it's fantasy land.
But you've got a lot of young people, you've got a lot of elderly people, you've got people that are frightened of this AIDS epidemic, feeling that maybe the best policy is to really know somebody real well. In other words, a monogamous relationship being the way to go.
Well, I think monogamous relationships are fine. I also think that sex is fine. However, you decide to do it so long as what you do doesn't harm your partner or anybody else in the vicinity. You know, the whole idea of using a disease to promote Puritan morality is reprehensible, and that's what's been done with it.
Here is Gary in Hollyweird. Hello, Gary.
Hi, Gary.
Okay, that was Frank using Bob knowledge channeled through Bob Marshall immediately, getting it out there.
When was that tape?
That was Saturday night, October 29th, going into Sunday morning, the 30th.
So that's while you were down there?
Yeah, I moved out of the California area. I was in Washington, but Frank had been given the information just before I left. All right, so now that's a sample of dialogue and the work of Bob and why I'm an important person here in Toronto, right? And why Toronto.
This turned out pretty good. That's a good historical obscure interview for people who, some kid listening to Frank's stuff now, they get to hear that. Because that was at the end of the interview, after 7 hours with him, he mentioned the book, and I said, we have that book. And so the next couple of days, because that was October 22nd, we get the book to him, and he's on the radio the following Saturday, October 28th, 29th, the day when I was with Reverend Stang in Dallas. And he then puts out his autobiography 8 months later, May 89, and he ends the autobiography. Let me say this. He ends the autobiography with this. Yeah, but wait a minute. He ends the autobiography with this very fact about the book, Higher Form of Killing. He ends his book referring to the information he got from me. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, right. That's the thing, that you were the Morpheus for Zappa, and he will then pass on the information that you were telling him about the secret government. And talking about the
update to
layers of the magic.
He didn't tell me the magic, but he didn't tell me then what I find out, 88, 98, 23 years later in East Germany at the Zappa Nally Festival. Ike Willis and I get together and compare notes, and we find out, and then you can listen to the long interview where they talk about Frank's neighbor came over and told Frank about AIDS right when they were designing Thingfish, 83, 84. And they had to sort of cool it because Frank didn't want to get himself killed or something. So it's a long interview with Ike Willis talking about how they found out how AIDS was manufactured. It just happened to be a guy in Frank's neighborhood recognized that he was part of the project. He didn't know he was working on it, but as more information came out, he recognized that's what he had worked on. He didn't have a need to know the whole thing. So this AIDS thing in 88, 23 years later, I find out, and you can hear the interview of what happened to Ike and Frank when they got even more important knowledge. Meanwhile, this is November 88. In September 13th, 1988, is when, and you can hear this on the Bobfest, it's when I interview the Evergreens and they tell me how AIDS was made. We get the phrase the viral debilitant. So I am keeping that secret. This is 2 weeks. We found out about AIDS before we went on our Bob tour. That's what we called it, that 2-month trip Zappa was part of. And we come back, and here's this Higher Form of Killing thing, but I'm not telling anybody what I'm going to do with the Evergreens knowledge. We actually don't release it till September 89 because I have to wait 6 months to see what kind of news comes out that the Evergreens predicted that would confirm what the Evergreens told me. And it was started on September 11th, a Sunday public reading. We did Mysteries of History Part 2, and the very last question was asked by Dave Neufeld. He asked the Evergreens, what about AIDS? And they gave a little interesting teaser, and then Michael Blake Reed came out of trance, and he was furious because he didn't like that kind of information. He didn't want to think about it, and he walked out of the session, and he was pissed off. We found out about this later. But Dave triggered it. Then 2 days later, I had a private session with Evergreen, September 13th, got the goods, and we played it. I got Dave to distort it. When we finally broadcast it in September 89, we distorted it to protect Michael. But you can still make out what it is. And here it is. I'm keeping all that to myself with Mike Dyer while I'm playing the Zappa thing. Pretty neat. It's great to have this in the Zappa thing. Yeah. Yeah. This is, and here we are doing it now.
I always say the real thing, this is more amazing than any movie or any show you're watching on
that's
TV.
Right.
This is like
I agree.
The fall to the ionic octet.
That's just a quick. Oh, go ahead.
She wanted to do.
Okay, Bert, just hold it, Bert. Did Roxy just say I bow to the octet? What did she just say?
Yes, because it's like which show or movie could compare with this story that starts
Nothing.
with fall?
And you're making me realize
with the
we're the greatest
protection of all the parallel worlds and.
You know what we're completing, Roxy? We're completing the ultimate detective story. We're completing the ultimate scientific investigation. We're completing the ultimate Harry Potter fantasy. Every genre of entertainment, we are acting out in the biggest way, the most hopeful way, because we solve all the problems. We produce. This is like the ultimate creative act, and all other creative acts were anticipations of.
Yes, all myths, all archetypes, all memes derive from this.
Right. And the funny thing is, we had no clue we'd be doing this 2 hours ago. You know, I don't even plan.
No.
They used to claim that me and Mike Dyer rehearsed the shows. We never. And I was just thinking, someone's going to hear this and, Bob, you planned all that. You're a good actor. You make it like you just make it up, but you make it up. I was thinking I'd say to them, I don't have fucking time to rehearse this shit. I don't live for this show. And the guy would say, well, what are you doing? I have no fucking idea what I'm doing all week, but I'm fucking busy. And I don't have time to even prepare for Roxy's videos, for fuck's sake. But it is. You are, Roxy's the art critic of the greatest art form. Yeah, we improvise.
The mental jazz virtuoso.
Mental jazz, yeah, we're mental jazz.
You're organizing on a sub-vocal level.
Right. And look at Robert, the new guy, Robert Hensley, I think his name is. He says, I don't know if I should listen to this. I don't know if I can keep up with this. I don't know if my brain will survive this. It's like when people first take a drug, LSD. At the first half hour or so, they go, uh-oh, I got to do this for the next 10 hours? Shit. I'm stuck. Yeah, it's pretty neat.
Well, it was.
This is the most live. Yeah, go ahead, Bert. You're on, Bert.
Go ahead.
Wrap it up for us. Oh, you're on, Bert. I have nothing. I just want. You know what we're doing? We're flying by the seat of our pants. We are like half a second ahead of what's going on. And Ian does say that I live ahead of myself. I mean, what we just did, we go there, we click on it, we find it, and then we play this, and then I'm playing my favorite song, Jesus Thinks You're a Jerk. It's just beautiful. It's all just like one half a beat ahead of us. So Bert's going to say something interesting and maybe relevant right now. So go ahead, Bert. You have the moment.
Just to add to your statement, thank you for the setup. No, just you're prefiguring how Iandom will unfold for folks too, and by demonstrating all of this, you're giving an example of how your experiences will become and what this all will shift into, what the information will shift into. I just had a couple of notes I wanted to say about the material, which is it's interesting that scientists tend to blame things on monkeys like Darwin and now the AIDS thing. That was one note. And then the other thing I wanted to say was there's a tendency of artists to move into the conspiratorial. And it almost seems like that's an evolution of that form of probing. And I wanted to get your comments on that. Or any thoughts anybody has on that.
Okay. Yeah, I was on mute, so I didn't laugh at your monkey statement, but I appreciate your joke there. Like Zappa saying, but here's what Ian says. There's no way you came out of a monkey's fucking ass. I refute evolution.
Right. But
you never came out of a monkey's butt.
Yeah.
A monkey. Yeah. And what was the second idea about art? Something about art.
Just that the probe seems to move into secret conspiratorial information, or that's what Frank did. That's what sort of Dobbstown and Iandom moves into, is not conspiratorial, but it tends toward, I guess, a probe that, artists up until this point, I think, seem to move into the looking at conspiracy information, secret societies and secret governments and so forth. Does that seem like a tendency?
Yeah, that's in the angel diagram. As you ascend, Ring 11 has the empires, the secret societies, and they will approach you because you're intruding on their territory. So that can happen on a micro level in a person's awareness. Like, they evolve as a thinking artist, they will eventually have to deal with power dynamics. And where does power come from, and which management is invisible? And then that actually, when you get really ascending, then the actual secret societies come around, knock on your door, see if you're a friendly witness. So what you said, the probing, there was your first idea was good. Why? I was going to explain that. Oh yeah, it's true. I've said that way back. I used to say in the late 80s, early 90s, I'm a canary in the mind, and I'm showing you the xenochrony, or at least intense synchronicity, that's going to happen to you as this imploded situation gets worse and more holeopathic. Not necessarily worse, gets more intense. You will have to deal with this synchronicity with your life. Like Roxy's doing it right now. Roxy can't spend 5 hours without echoes of her life coming back at her. You know what I mean? Yeah. And if you're not used to it, it can get weird. So she's had that this week. And I predicted that 30 years ago, that's what I was acting that out. But because I was doing it, quote, consciously, it's xenochrony. It happens in the media and other people notice it. Your synchronicity, no one's going to notice unless you do get you may get to the xenochrony level. But you have to make yourself present in the media someplace so that Bert knows about you. Bert knows about you and calls you up and says, hey, they just made a movie about you. Remember, Guffey called Jerry up and said, hey, this movie's all about Bob. And then Jerry had to tell me. And then Guffey sent the article, rough copy, and I read it. Carol read it, and she said, we should adopt this kid. But it was all new to us. We hadn't seen the movie. Yeah, you have to have other people so acknowledge it. You have to have other people point it out to you. And by the time we get world of language. Yeah, there may not be films by the time we get to that point, or no, there won't be. There'll be information packets, information zaps on you. Yeah, they'll be flying around your room. Already the trailers are more fun than the films.
Yes. I've noticed that as well. Yeah.
It's like a micro movie. Yeah, a movie is a trailer slowed down. McLuhan used to define music as song as speech slowed down. Well, nowadays movies are trailers slowed down. Yeah. No, that sounds good. Yeah.
That's really good.
Yeah.
It matches.
And see, your girlfriend, she's trying to be an artist. She may bump into this synchronicity just by her own discipline and will be thrown by it. Any artist who thinks they're a designer or creative person has to listen to our show, or they're going to get in trouble. Their creativity is going to backfire on them. Yeah, I wouldn't. You should play this past hour for her. The whole discovery of the Zappa thing, and it's a good hour, what we just did. Yeah, that goes without saying. The entire thing is, but there's still, there's a resistance there that it should would prevent that. But well, play it for your father or mother, and they can play for her mother. You have to get, you really have to get into this. You have to get into it and start seeing it for yourself, and having those experiences, because come up spontaneously, and that's where the magic is. Yeah. Because
because I think if you're not involved in it, you tend to think like your audience did. It's rehearsed.
Yeah, it's all faked. And so you get your mother or her mother to listen to it, and then she'll call up your girlfriend and say, "Hey, Betty, you know what this Bob guy is? Absolutely fantastic. I remember I took acid back in '68. This is like acid, man." And your girlfriend will go, "Mom, shut up. I hear about this Bob guy all the fucking time. Fuck you." She'll hang up. But then it'll bug her, and she'll call her mother back and apologize, and her mother won't accept the apology until she actually listens to it. And then we have her by the gonads. And we have her. We just have to get her in there.
Yeah. I look forward to that exchange,
that prediction.
Yes, it hasn't been too pleasant of late. Still resistance there.
Okay, but right. So, what? Okay. I think that was really funny. That was George, Guru, disciple one to Guru run. We have just 2-week intensive. That was fucking great. He talked just like, I know George. He went to New Age workshops and that. He knew the pattern. He had it down there. Let's see what happens next. That's when I hear a little bit more here.
I was fortunate to have my church here on this station. I think dealing with the question that the subgenius out there asked, what is the conspiracy behind the conspiracy? This can be answered by another important event that happened this past week. On November 22nd, a memo was sent directly to Bob from the Marshall McLuhan Holy Office. That memo was the publication of his final manuscript, The Laws of Media, the New Science. This is a new science. Now, the important point to know here, the esoteric symbology of it is that this book finally got released in 1988. The last major work put out by Marshall McLuhan, called Take Today, The Executive Is Dropout, happened in 1972. Now, this book comes out late 88 into 89, all right? That is 17 years from 1972. Now, a precursor to Marshall, whose work Marshall continued, was James Joyce. His second last work came out in 1922, and then 17 years later, his final masterpiece, Finnegan's Wake, came out. The first was Ulysses in 1922, then Finnegan's Wake, 17 years later, came out in 1979. Now, the other big influence in Marshall McLuhan was Wyndham Lewis. And Wyndham Lewis affected Marshall personally when he was at Cambridge in England in 1935. That's when he first came across Wyndham Lewis's work. 1935. Now, that's 53 years till 1988, right? But it was in 1953, under the influence of Wyndham Lewis, that Marshall McLuhan started his ongoing seminar called the Center for Culture and Technology. So you see, in Wyndham Lewis's situation, you have a 53-year interval between Marshall's first acquaintance with his work till the culmination of his work, and as a result of the seminal influence of Wyndham Lewis coming out in 1988-89 period, 53 years later. Yet it was 1953, that Marshall began his work. All right? Parallel that's the Wyndham Lewis parallel. And along with Joyce, you have the number 17 as an interesting number between the publication of Ulysses and Finnegan's Wake and Take Today by Marshall, and 17 years later, the 17th year anyways, 1988-89, the last masterpiece by Marshall, Laws of Media. This kind of numerology is important in understanding the work of Bob. And if you want to know why the number 17 is important, read the book, The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail. You know that book? You've seen that? The Holy Blood, the Holy Grail? You'll see the use of the number 17 through that often. That is a key number by the esoteric Freemasons who run Europe. That's the key interval they use, number 17. So it's no accident that James Joyce and Marshall are using that number too. Now, the question is, what is the laws of media about? This new science explains metaphor in the most complete perceptual format that's ever been done by man as far as you know about him. There were some instances way back, pre-recorded, pre-history, which I was part of, which explained the metaphor as a perceptual apparatus. But that is not known by the Pinks and not even by the subgenius.
I was part of? We're listening to fucking Ophanel Hey Bob. You get that? I said that was way back in prehistory and I was part of. Are you guys there? What happened? Did we get knocked out?
Well, that's not an unusual statement coming from you, Bob.
Yeah, but way back then, it just occurred to me, I sound different on different shows. That's another Bob on there. That's yes. The Ophanel Bob. I'm beginning to hear that. That's another Bob. A different Bob showed up at different shows. I mean, I'm saying it quite confidently. I was back there. I mean, I don't even know why I said it. I mean, me. I know it now, but I put myself back then. I don't know why I said that or why, you know. I guess hard to pin down here, but that's pretty incredible.
Ian Hess said your words are ahead of you. Your words are ahead of you.
Yes. Yeah. I'm living ahead of myself. The different Bobbies are fighting, you know, like 3 feet ahead of me, fighting for the reindeer position. Rudolph the reindeer. Red-nosed reindeer, right? Communist. Red-nosed. So this is pretty neat. Let's hear a little more here. You guys with me on this? Is this interesting?
With you?
Sure. Yes.
Yeah.
But in our known record, set up and propped up by the Pinks, this is the first time metaphor has been explained. Now, metaphor is a ratio. A is to B as C is to D. It's a ratio of two. It's a proportion between two ratios. So we can call one ratio a figure in relation to a ground. The other ratio is a figure in relation to a ground. So you have two figures and two grounds. So the question by our subgenius is, what is the conspiracy behind the conspiracy? Well, the essence of that is metaphor. In other words, the conspiracy behind the conspiracy is a relationship, a ratio of proportions. So you have the top-down conspiracy, a figure-ground relationship, and then you have the bottom-up conspiracy, the figure-ground relationship, but the two interrelate as a metaphor. And that metaphor is a live, active, organic thing. Now, the best way to analyze in visual, well, we'll just use the word analyze. We'll get away with that for a minute. To analyze metaphor, to use the structure of the tetrad, and that is the basic thing explained in Marshall McLuhan's book, Memo to Bob, Laws of Media. An example of a tetrad is four-part structure where you take any medium, you ask, what does it enhance? Then you ask, what does it obsolesce? What does it retrieve? And what does it flip into? This would be an appropriate one to analyze. Read what it says. You enhance when you use the medium of the radio, which we're using now. You enhance
access to entire planet. Everybody, everywhere.
Everybody is everywhere. It obsolesces
wires and connections and physical bodies.
We've pointed that out much, the discarnate state. It retrieves
tribal ecological environment, trauma, paranoia.
Yeah, and it flips into
global village theater.
Now, that's the first time in Marshall's works, in his books, where global village theater is put together. I've always maintained that global village was an effect of the telegraph, early radio, but the theater is flipping radio into a new form, an opposite form, that's TV and satellite conditions, which turns the global village into art form. Mm-hmm. So it's theatrical. Radio, under Hitler conditions, is global village. But since 1957, it's a global village theater. So that is the real praise that Marshall McLuhan should be famous for. Global village theater, not just global village. Mm-hmm. So that is a sample of using the tetrad on an environment, a figure-ground relationship. What is the figure of radio and the effects of its services and disservices on its users? Well, this tetrad lays it out. I think to make this relevant to our listeners, let's do a tetrad on Bob. Let's talk about what does Bob Dobbs, me, what do I enhance, what do I obsolesce, what do I retrieve, which was obsolesced before, and what do I flip into and push too far? Right, so we can have input from callers, or we could have might attempt to begin. What do you think I enhance?
Well, you utilize what you refer to as Bob knowledge.
Yeah, but what's that?
Well, that's what many of us have yet to figure out.
So I enhance confusion, maybe. No, that's too one-sided, right?
Yeah.
You couldn't say that.
Yeah.
I enhance something that seems to be worthwhile, but not immediately apparent.
Mm-hmm. You utilize the electric environment.
Right, so I enhance awareness of the electric environment.
Yeah, but, I also wonder how many people we reach. So who are you enhancing if no one is listening?
But under radio conditions, everybody is everywhere. You can be actively on the planet, but you are discarnate whether you're using the radio or not. Mm-hmm. We're all inside the satellite environment, so we are everywhere, and we're in touch with everybody whether we like it or not. So we are communicating to everybody on the planet.
Yeah.
Whether they hear us or not, we are having a tactile pressure on them, and they are reciprocating with a pressure on us. So that's the fun of being on the radio.
You are providing then
an awareness
access,
of that.
but also access to Bob.
Right.
At all levels.
In other words, it didn't matter where I showed up in the electric environment, but I had to get on the electric environment, and the only place I could do it would be CKLN.
Yeah.
And then that made me accessible to everybody.
So it happens to be radio. It could be another source, but in this case it's radio. Could it be television?
I don't think television would be appropriate right now. Mm-hmm. It had to be radio at this point in the 80s as a counter-environment to the TV age. Oh, they disconnected.
Yeah, well, yeah.
We did have a call. Call back.
Yeah, we are taking calls. If you have some thoughts on this, 595-1655. Let's keep it clean.
Yeah, I don't think I would obsolesce. I wouldn't want to be down as obsolescing phone calls.
Yeah.
Right. No. So what do you think I obsolesce?
When you use the term obsolescence.
What do I push aside? Oh, here it is, another question.
No, I just picked it up here. Yeah. Hi, CKLN.
Hi, different caller, but I was wondering, talking about metaphors earlier on, Bob, I was wondering the movie They Live, just saw it tonight, how could They Live be a metaphor for Bob's campaign?
That's a good question. They Live is a slow build-up to a fantastic, that movie called They Live is a very good, slow, casual build-up to a great punchline. And the punchline of that movie, I hope I'm not giving away the surprise ending, is the turning off the electric environment. Would you agree?
Yeah. That definitely turn off the electric environment. But what happens in the movie, they don't turn it off, but they do something to the environment that makes everyone see the hidden ground that they hadn't seen before.
That's right. Well, it does get, remember, the hero, the subgenius, does blow out the system so that
He thinks he's turning the environment off, but what he does is he changes the environment so people perceive it differently. He offers a new form of pattern recognition through the eye, which they were stressing the whole time that the eye was the key to it.
Yeah, you're right, with the glasses metaphor all the way through it, the sunglasses.
Yeah, that's right.
And now, in other words, the electric environment is essentially an acoustic space. So the anti-environment would be visual space.
Right.
Right, so the eye is, but it is key to know.
Everyone's supposed to watch the TV. The TV is the figure. The ground is the satellite transmitter, which no one can see. It's invisible, and it's hypnotizing everyone.
Yeah, there is a bit of content emphasis there, but it's good as a metaphor to show how people are conditioned by an invisible environment.
Right.
But the fact is that you're right, he doesn't turn off all the electric environment, but he turns off the key hidden environment, which is the satellite environment, that hypnotic factor. And today the satellite environment is largely invisible. It was through the 60s and 70s, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they still had the TVs functioning. So it's accurate showing the satellite environment, especially as the controllers were people from another solar system.
Right.
So it had the extraterrestrial dimension. And that certainly reflects the belief of Bob and what he talks about with the X's coming. Now, the X's, this movie says that the X's are already here, right?
Right.
And that's what I say in my thing, that the X's are already here.
You know what the other question is a question of when did the aliens take over?
Yeah.
And notice that what the aliens promote is greed and gain. And so I wonder if the aliens took over in 1963
Well, I say the aliens took over, centuries ago.
Right.
And that movie leaves that open. I say that the counter aliens, the X's, arrived in '88. They've landed only recently.
Right.
So we're talking about two different alien structures.
Right.
So I don't think it's that important that determine which one lands when or when they affect each other. The important thing is that the hidden technological ground is what is used to hypnotize everybody. And when that's cut off by the hero, suddenly you could tell the pinks from the subgeniuses.
And the pinks are scared badly.
They're scared badly.
Oh, at the very end, oh boy, they're like, the Emperor has no clothes and there's nothing we can do to convince people that that's the truth.
Yeah, no, that's...
No, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, now that's when everybody could see the obvious. Pattern recognition was universal. And that's what Bob is, a universal pattern recognition. Now the movie leaves...
That saved people in the end. That was the only thing that could save the people. They had to, because no one would believe it until they could see it. So the only way that people could be mobilized into taking any concrete action was first to have what they were taking concrete action against revealed. And it was invisible to them the whole time. So the hero achieved something incredible. So in that sense, it's a metaphor for Bob, but it's also different to Bob. It's because Bob released the files and a lot of people didn't care.
Yeah, but the files were just going through the motions because up till the time Bob was in control, we were robots.
Right? So this is a slow undoing process, unlike in the film. That was an instantaneous flash of new pattern recognition.
Well, it was an encapsulation of what happened earlier this year. And I think the point is that the guy unites everybody in seeing what's happening by percept, by direct sensory awareness of the environment that was hidden. He makes what was ground figure. You can see
Yes. Yeah, ground becomes figure. Absolutely. So there's a ground-figure interplay.
Yeah, now what the movie doesn't carry on with is what to...
So the beauty piles up. You know who that is? You know who I'm talking to there? Recognize his voice?
No.
That's Dave Neufeld.
I don't recognize it.
And, right, that's Dave Neufeld. It's hard to make it open.
Very different.
Yeah, they do. Both of you do.
Who, I do?
Yes, but I really like how to explain the new science, like very clear.
The metaphor, the living metaphor.
Yeah.
No, that's why I'm thinking this is Ophenel Hey Bob. That sounds so different. This is another Bob. This is another discovery we're making.
Bob, like someone else, like Bob is doing this and that.
Right.
And
you sound...
the new science
well, here's the funny... Yeah.
The ionic.
But look
that's
at this.
The new science.
Yes.
Those words,
now look at this.
But the actual real science is the ionic technology.
Right. What I'm saying there, when I describe metaphor, is accurate, but it's nowhere near the miracle of ion. So my words are prophetic, but they're not applicable to ion. They're the closest you could say if you had to say it. But iondom is a whole other environment than what I was saying about the laws of media. But here's the thing. We played what Dave Neufeld made, the Jesus Thinks You're a Jerk thing, the promo on the Zappa interview. And other Dave factors were part of the show an hour ago. And then he's the guy who calls in.
Yes, he says the emperor is naked.
Yes.
And, okay,
yeah,
so
I was teasing me. I don't need to take my clothes off to be naked. I'm already naked, even wearing clothes.
And Dave was
nobody gets on the radio claims what I claim. What?
The ascended are naked. They don't need the technologies.
Right.
Dave was asking about They Live.
Yes. Now, do you know there's a greater punchline? I don't think we realize it. It just happened. It just come out, I think, in the fall of... I think we had both just seen it. I didn't know he'd seen it. But we found out later that Roy Orbison died the day the movie came out or something. Have you guys seen They Live? Do you know what it's about?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Awesome breakdown.
Yeah, you wear the sunglasses.
Yes.
Yeah, and actually, Roddy Piper passed July of this year or last year.
Oh, okay. But the joke is that I later reveal at some point. I say, you know what? The hidden ground here is that the movie is about Roy Orbison. He wore sunglasses on Ed Sullivan. That was his charisma. You know, he performed with sunglasses on Sunday night in Ed Sullivan in the early '60s. Yeah, he's the guy who was going through that experience of seeing reality through the sunglasses. And when the movie comes out, they killed him because he knew too much. He died right every time the thing and I guess I don't know it right there, but I might hear about it, 2 weeks later or something. I do say it later, but this is so tightly intertwined. I think we're demonstrating synchronicity is my dianachrony here by doing this past 2 hours, whatever we're doing. Yeah. And Neufeld, he's the only guy capable of talking to me about this. He gets a lot of it. You know, he's doing good at what he's saying to me, right?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Dave definitely has it. I mean, it's clear he's been with you as long as he has.
Yes.
Yeah. He's disciple one, calling in the guru one, so that George predicted it, and then Dave acted it out.
So, yeah, I was thinking regarding the conspiracy. Oh, go ahead.
Here's a good point. I just realized. We come back from Bob tour. Carolyn decided to get a computer. Neufeld gets her computer probably this very week that we're listening to. He knows where secondhand things is, and he brings Carolyn over a word processor. And that starts her doing her first book. And Loren typed up the transcript of the Zappa interview on this word processor that Neufeld gave us. And here we are talking to him, so it probably happened that week. So I don't know how long this goes on, but
that
go ahead.
Concept word processor is quite interesting too.
Yeah, you're right. Word processor. That's fitting its way. That's what Carol Wharton's saying. Everything is processed. Well, back then, everything was processed.
When I was listening, I was thinking that maybe you don't have a soul because if you are eternal and you are the one and you are ascended, you don't have a soul. And maybe that's why you are so into
crude. I'm so cold. So crude. Yes, I am the walking soul. That's a good point. Yes. I am conscious soulhood. I know the thing.
Yeah, you're keeping the records, you're making the recordings like Zappa. Every concert he will record, and then he will remix and do what everybody's doing in the remixing and sampling and remixing. But Zappa was doing that with his music, and you're doing that with your own.
I'm doing it with the world. I'm reprocessing the fucking world, whatever that is. The huge world that everybody's engaged in. The huge hologram. I'm processing the hologram. Not a dumb concert in Bremen, Germany.
Were you doing what Ion
Bremen, Germany? What?
Were you doing what Ion did, and you wouldn't talk to anybody unless it was recorded in some form? You insist on everything being recorded.
That's right. Good point. Yeah. I decided 40 years ago that what I was saying was too important. I better go someplace that was recorded. And then I did the first time, started recording it. And then other people started recording it. And now we have it in a huge list. Yep.
So do you recall... I just want to ask quickly, do you recall when you started uttering certain words to people that and the effects that it had on them sort of earlier on, did you note more...
Yes, I know exact.
Yeah.
Here, I remember it in the summer of '68. I was hanging out with these kids at the Quake Park Beavers, some of the kids in the Diaries, and we went to in Halifax Harbor. We went to someone's cottage, and we were hanging out there. And there was a guy named Ian somebody, Ian something. So he was like 18, and out of the blue of the conversation, I don't know why he asked me this, but it's sort of understandable because I was pretty charismatic in that period around those kids. And he asked me, well, what's God? And I defined God. I said a sentence. And the kids start going, my God, he did it. That is God. And he's running around the room screaming his head off that I had successfully defied God. And I'm there watching it, so holy shit, what the fuck's going on? And that definitely, I've told this, Carol knows about it, she might have even been there that night. That is my first time that I realized I had an effective communication more than I knew.
Yeah.
The kid couldn't get over it. Went on about it for days. That someone had to, and so I know that what I said, I might have said something, well, God is but isn't or something. Who knows what I said? But the non-physical of me was so powerful, it wrapped up his non-physical. And that was his non-physical yelling and screaming. You know what I mean?
Yeah. 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 No, I remember you had pretty much cleaned up a whole bunch of misconceptions about, maybe not misconceptions, but you grounded my whole notion of ascension in a statement you made when I just started interacting with you, which was that ascension may just be a slight shift in perception. You know, because I think up to that point, you know, up until that point, it was all airy-fairy sort of lights and floating up and
more dramatic.
Yes.
Yeah, more dramatic.
Yeah.
Yes, and I explained that in the rewrite how you make 8 perfect cells and you start decoding everything like an ascended person. So that's the octet again.
Yeah, let me read you. Listen to this. This is my first session with Cosmic Awareness, October 8th, 69. I asked, what is my purpose and direction? And we have written here, David Worcester, in brackets, in trance while lying on a couch. And he says, this awareness indicates this within the previous message. So what is my purpose and direction? It's in the previous message. That your action in relation to the symbolic language, which was a project that they made, Ian referred to the language the other day, the symbols, and even today, that your action in relation to the symbolic language or project is that which is extraordinary. This also will aid in relating higher abstractions within the psyche in a manner which creates the circumstances by which you may speak through more than one symbol simultaneously in a series of well-chosen words. This at a level of transpersonal interaction. That's non-physical, transpersonal interaction. That described to me, that's a year later. That's described to me. After I did it to that kid in '68, a year later, this gets described to me, and that's what happened. I was able to take, what is God? That's higher abstractions within the psyche and create the circumstance where I speak through more than one symbol or a couple of words simultaneously, well-chosen words that have a transpersonal interaction. That's what I do. And Cosmic Awareness nailed it there.
Yeah, it's just the for right now it's just the words, and you're transforming the entire previous notions or concepts about ascension and spirituality and all that.
Okay, I'd add this, that I would put in no longer words, it's an environment. I picked a well-chosen environment, ion, to create massive transpersonal interaction, the Iondom effect. Back then it was words. Now I'm managing environment.
Yeah. It's a communication at all levels, like I said, the quark, the cells, atmosphere, all the bodies.
Well, it becomes all the guff. It's way beyond levels. It's all the environments. My timing. I created a situation where I could bring forth all the levels, all the environments, everything in a series of well-chosen actions, which was the interplay between me, Carol, and JW the fall before, in the fall of 2008, the various things that happened to us that led to March 18th, where I said, let me try talking to what I thought were the evergreens around him.
Yes, and the reconnection also between the different worlds. Not only
and you could say and you could say it happened in a well-chosen environment, Maui.
Yeah, and I wanted to work the conspiracy notion into that you were playing earlier. It was interesting because people's notion of conspiracy is that there's some sort of agency behind whatever they see as being wrong with their experience, with culture, society, and they think that by uncovering the conspiracy, which they think is some sort of government agency or some secret group, that they can counter that or attack that entity or agency and overcome it, and then
they can blame for.
Right, it's looking for a reason, but we find out that. And there's also the notion that if you don't resist, whatever you resist, you end up enhancing or energizing, and so you can end up making that more difficult or increase the contrast. But when it turns out that it's an environment that's actually affecting things, then by naming that environment was something that Ion said, the Rumpelstiltskin, once you name it, you acknowledge it, then it loses its force.
Yeah, and also the idea that people say, well, humans couldn't be doing this global thing. It must be ETs. Right. But Ion takes it further. It's transcended, Saint Germain guys that never died. It's way beyond the parameters that the kooks project. You know what I mean? It's even crazier than that. So it's very hard to come up against those guys. Very hard to stop them when they could.
In a way, that's also in the Matrix. The Merovingian is supposed to have been in different of the Matrix reloads. So he's the one in control, and maybe in a way that's true. Like, they know how to access all these different parallel worlds.
Right. I'd have to watch that movie. I remember just watching it and sort of irritated by it, but just waiting, ticking off, that's about me, that's it. Just cursively ran through it and watched it and ticked off and confirmed what my projections were about it, but I didn't notice the details. That would require a second watching, which I didn't have enough interest to do that.
Yes, I just emphasize that.
I was in a rush. From 1969 to 2009, I was in a rush. You can hear the tension in my voice. I was roaring along on a schedule. So I'd go and watch a movie, but wouldn't go back and review it. I'd say, that's the same encouragement. So then it showed up in 2009, right? 40 years, 1969. That reading is October 8th, 1969. And October 8th, 40 years later, 2009, is 2 weeks before we go on cash flow. And so we're talking about being on cash flow on October 8th, so it even matches with that date, a 40-year thing.
Yeah, cosmic awareness.
You can hear it. Yeah. And then you say it doesn't sound like me. Yeah, it's either other people or I'm a fascist there. I'm a Nazi, friendly Nazi or something. I don't care what people think of what I'm saying. I'm making outlandish fucking statements.
Yeah, one after the other in the most calm tone that I've heard anybody speak.
Nazi-like way. Yeah, clinical fascist way. And Mike didn't know this was going to happen. He's totally swept up in it, and he's in a schizoid position. He actually is in awe of what's going on, like he's doing there. When I ask him to describe me, he does a pretty good job. But at the same time, he says, "What the fuck am I doing? This is ridiculous." You know, Mike didn't believe it, even though he was forced to say what he said.
Yeah, and then you start hearing the calls from people on the answer machine that reveal the impact you have.
Yeah.
But also how articulate your audience was, too.
Yeah. I attracted, certain INETs, you could say, pre-INETs, that showed up and got right on into it. And, of course... What?
You said Ian told you that Frank Zappa told Gail when she transitioned, you should have listened to Bob.
Yes, and that's referring to 2 times. We offered the mirror technology we were in L.A., living there through 93 when Frank was dying. And Jerry, we were living with the guy who worked for Frank, and Jerry gave Gail a letter from Carolyn saying she could treat Frank. She totally ignored it. And then she ignored me this past year. Twice. So the first time killed Frank, second time killed her.
Yeah, so that's why we are remembering her and honoring her.
Yeah, we're celebrating Gail. Good point. That's the topic of the night, isn't it? Yes, it is. Now, in my first session with Bertie Catchings in May 1971, Carol wrote down the notes. We didn't record it, and she said, "You will meet. I see you involved with Frank and Gail." That's what she said. "And you will be with them, and there will be an earthquake." So whenever I got together with Frank, and Gail never hung out, but whenever I got with Frank, I wondered, is this the day? I never told anybody, but is this the day the earthquake's going to happen? I was plagued with that for the next 17 years, 71 to 88. Because the interview was done in 88, so 17 years of haunted by what is this earthquake? And then you have to expand it could be a metaphysical earthquake, all kinds of things. It doesn't have to be literally a physical earthquake. And maybe it's still coming.
You're right. It could be that it's going to set off something like the butterfly.
I thought she was pretty good. We were going to see Frank and Gail. We were in Texas, and we were on our way to California. We went down through Mexico. We were looking for Roxy. Roxy was only 3 years old, so we had bad timing there. We didn't find her. But then we got up to California, and then we go over to Frank's house. And she nailed it. She's a good psychic. She said, you're involved with a Frank and a Gail.
Where in California? L.A.?
Yeah, they lived, if you go up Laurel Canyon Boulevard, you get at the top, you come to Mulholland Drive. And then you do a sharp, I call it 45-degree angle, 90-degree angle, you do a sharp right turn. In other words, you can turn slowly and go along Mulholland, but you turn further to the right and go down a side road between Laurel Canyon Boulevard and Mulholland Drive, and that's Woodrow Wilson Drive. That's the street he lived on.
That was May of 71?
No, that was May 71 in Texas, and then I was just working this out in my mind the other day. It might have been on What Youth. We go to Mexico, and we're there in Mexico for a week or so. Then we go up to California, and we go to Jodan Sloan's, and Zappa has his last concert at the Fillmore East. It's the White Album, June 4th and 5th, 71, where he performs with John Lennon and Yoko Ono. Wow. And I played that last week. So the night that he was playing with Lennon, Carolyn and I were with Motorhead, who was a guy in high school with Frank and in the band, Jim Sherwood. He was called Motorhead. He is entertaining a friend, and we're there with them. And this friend was this real straight guy, but he was going to jail, for dope dealing or something. But he looked like a pretty straight guy. And that little cottage that we were doing that in comes out on an album cover a year later, because a few months after, I'm there in June 71, Then a few months later, in December, he's thrown off the stage. He's laying up for a year. Then the album comes out, I don't know, late 72, early 73, and there's Frank sitting there, probably with his brace on his leg, sitting there in front of the cottage that I was in a year and a half before, on the night he ended his career with John Lennon and Yoko. Okay, so then what happened? So we were at Frank's in June '71. Then we went up to San Francisco, went out and visited Beefheart, who was up in the Ben Lomond huge tree territory. What are those things called? Redwoods. Spent a good time with Beefheart, and then went back down to California. Meanwhile, Jim Morrison had died on like July 3rd, 1971, and then we went to Hawaii. Then we went to Seattle and hung out with Dave Wurster. Then we went across Canada back to Nova Scotia, and we arrived in Nova Scotia on August 15th, 1971, or the night before, very close to the actual moment. And there was a huge flood the day we got back, and that was the day that Nixon went virtual with the economy. On August 15th, 71, he started floating the fixed something of exchange, whatever they called it. The floating dollar. It no longer was a fixed thing, and that was the beginning of virtual, unstabilized economy from the old-fashioned guy's point of view. And the day it happened, it flooded Dartmouth. And when that happened, then I started to notice things around then. That's when I started saying, "Holy shit, I'm Lee Harvey Oswald. I'm carrying around the fucking bomb. It's up to me when it goes off. We got an earthquake going to happen in Frank and Gail's. I flood the little town." And then I reconnect with Garrett 2 months later, and then I get more involved with Garrett than I was before. That starts that whole thing, and it just becomes wonderful from that point on.
Garrett was your psychic connection.
That's when Yes, Garrett is my personal mentor. He was a wild artist guy. He represented a free mind or something, some kind of free spirit. That's the example one needs in their personal life. You need a contact. Usually meet someone like that.
Yeah.
I'm now that for millions of people. I'm their Garrett Dean personally every week. Meet a free person. But that's when I started to get, quote, quietly megalomaniac. You know what I mean? That's when I started noticing, Well, especially when Bertie told me I was a spiritual gift to the masses. Yeah, that's what she told me in May '71. So that was quite a dramatic summer. I guess Jim Morrison couldn't make it through the intensities. He offed himself. And then you look at the picture of me, I look like Jim Morrison, for fuck's sake. And Bob Dylan, and all the other guys.
Is that Bob, you all finished Tetrad?
What'd you say?
Do you finish the Bob Tetrad on the show that you just played? Do you finish the Tetrad? I found that interesting.
No.
You start.
Well, we didn't finish it. You want to hear the rest?
I mean,
do we hear the rest? See where it goes?
I'd like to hear it.
Okay. Let's more stuff about me is always worth it.
Your bedroom made.
Yeah, you're looking for more affirmation? Go ahead.
Yes, I needed to get validated again. It was a tough week. Okay, I'll mute everybody. Let's see who's come in. Yeah, Sean.
All participants are now muted.
That situation in a situation of suspense about what are the subgeniuses going to do when they see the pinks all around them so obviously.
Yeah,
and
that's a big topic.
And I think that's why I'm here on the radio, is that I'm the part after the movie.
Right.
The process of dealing with the fact we can see it. I mean, once I'm on the air, the pinks and services and the pinks and subgeniuses know who each other is.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what that movie dramatized. So Bob is a percept, which is a metaphor. A live, active interplay between figure and ground.
And They Live, John Carpenter's film, no matter what they say in Metropolis magazine or now gave it a half-decent review. It's a must-see. It's a brilliant metaphor, and it definitely can be used as a metaphor for Bob's campaign.
Yeah, you're right. And the movie is technically maybe inferior, but the concept overwhelms because it points out percept.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Subgenie.
Hey.
Thank you, caller.
Thank you.
Okay, praise Bob.
Praise Bob.
Well, okay, another satisfied customer, I think, Bob.
Yeah, that was have you seen that movie?
No, I haven't.
Recommend it.
Mm-hmm.
What else did I want to...
I wanted to ask you about this past week's earthquake, and I know you were responsible for it. I had this feeling you were responsible.
I forgot. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask about the circumstances surrounding the earthquake.
That was part of the fact that I got the memo from the Marshall McLuhan Holy Office on November 22nd. We all know the importance of the number 22. 3 days later, November 25th, I'm in the Carlton Cineplex watching my mirror image, Tom Waits. You know, his movie. Yeah. Many people mistake me for Tom Waits. I look like him in certain times, especially on Fridays when I haven't shaved.
This is the great loss with the radio environment as opposed to the television. People don't get to see you unless they come down.
And they can. Yeah, I do. I've been mistaken many times. And so I'm watching a movie about my mirror self. The guy is dancing, he's moving, he's singing the way I would sing. Mm-hmm. So I was given that kind of movie video improv metaphor approach. The point is that, Ken, you want to take that phone there?
Well, we'll pick it up.
We're going to pick up that phone, buddy. Keep ringing. Just to finish this thought, the point is there I'm watching a mirror image of myself in movie conditions from 5 o'clock till 6:45. And I'm also in the middle of digesting Marshall McLuhan's memo. I walk out of the theater, and I start drifting down Yonge Street, and the earthquake happens. Mm-hmm. Now, that's because of the mirror effect of me seeing myself in movie form in the Carlton Cinema, which is a nice place to watch a movie. Yeah. So that's why the movie, the earthquake happened. And then I finished reading the Marshall McLuhan memo, Laws of Media, November 29th, which 29's 11, November's 11, that's 11/11. So much resonance there.
All participants are now unmuted.
Unmute everybody.
Hello.
I have a knocker. You guys, I have a knocker. Okay. I just went to Dupes. Go ahead. I just went to Dupes, and Manitou River made a post, "The moron who must be isolated," and cites Ian and Bob briefly talk about Donald Trump on a recording posted recently by Ed at Ian and Bob. And she says there's a special sandwich being offered just for the event at a local deli, which is Trump is speaking in Burlington, Vermont. And it's the Donald Bologna on white bread. Bologna on white bread sandwich. And there's no mayo. Yeah, that's good. That's relating. Yeah. Here's what struck me. Okay, we were talking about the earthquake, the burden of the earthquake for 17 years, 71 to 88. We're listening to November 30th, 88, and an earthquake, the fucking earthquake happened there. You know, a few days earlier. Right. We just found out. We didn't know it happened. Or I don't know how you figure this out, but we're talking about the earthquake. I'm carrying around, and then they're saying, "My God, there was an earthquake in Toronto." It's never had earthquakes. After the Laws of Media came out, and after whatever else happened that week, and then I watched that movie where I think it's probably Down by Law. The Tom Waits movie is one called. He plays a radio DJ. That's right. He fucking plays a radio DJ. So you got the earthquake happens. That right sneaked in with what we've been talking about, and then you hear me say, "I'll be around for thousands of years." Remember, I said don't worry, we'll figure this out. And then later I go, "I was here before everything." I go pre-something. That's O'Fennell talking. And then there was the tetrad. What's the tetrad? Bob enhances slack. I don't know what he obsolesces, but he retrieves slack, and it flips into hyper slack. Wasn't that what the tetrad was?
Yeah.
It was all slack.
The obsolescence of pinks. The obsolescence.
Yeah. Obsolescence of pinks. Yeah.
that is pretty. There were 4 points: the living 1,000 years in the future, way back before anything began, and the earthquake and the tetrad. That is an amazing. That's an amazing show there. November 30th, 1988, and at the end there, the music at the end. That was one of Dave's first compositions because he had just started composing stuff that year in 1988. And so he'd make these new things and we could play them on the show. We were his outlet. And he goes on to cause a revolution in Canadian music. But that was an early Neufeld song. It was an inside job. Talk about conspiracy. Neufeld calls in, enhances the figure ground shit. Then I don't know who that other guy is. Probably a parallel world that calls in. He talks about the tetrad. Mike couldn't believe it. Mike said, "Oh my God, I love this, Bob. This is really real. This is real, Bob."
Yeah, you've got Xenocrates going on with this call here and then that show there. It's all overlapping each other, so it might be confusing trying to point out, our little epiphanies with the overall.
Yeah, that's right. It's always that way. You can't explain. You had to be there. Yeah, it is. It's multi. It's a page of fitting his weight. Yeah, different parts of the intestines are touching each other.
Yeah, there's no time and space. It's all rubbing up against each other. And
so, what? Any of you guys notice anything I didn't notice?
Hyperslack.
You gave another explanation of how you communicate. That you communicate on pre and post verbal media.
Oh yeah, that was ionic. That was ion. Ion communicates pre something. What was it? Pre-verbal and post-verbal. That's ion.
Paraverbal.
Yes. We didn't say that, but that's what it would be. You'd add paraverbal. That was a heavy... And remember, I'd just come back from Bob tour, so it was a pretty powerful show. Pretty built up. I had to phone in one night... somewhere in there on a Sunday morning to maybe Mike, because they had fundraising, and we had to participate in fundraising. You have to participate. You're not allowed to miss it. So we had to phone in from California.
So you're getting your listeners, a lot of listeners calling in and leaving messages on the recorder, but I wonder what other effects listeners had that you hadn't heard from. It's almost a good question.
What happened to those guys?
Right.
Yeah, what happened to that guy? Either of those strange guys that called in, what happened to them?
One strange guy's on your payroll.
That's right. Oh, yeah. I guess there was only one strange guy. There was only George with the Disciple Wanda Guru one, and then Neufeld, and then... but weren't there two guys at the end there? Two different guys? They were kind of similar.
Yes.
Yeah,
one guy was really new to tetrad. The first guy knew a lot about the tetrad, but the other guy just had gloves.
And the last guy knew a lot about he was actually working for Stang. He wanted to see what I would say. He was implying that I was fucking up the Church of Subgenius book. And now here, I have just made, this is monumental because a month before, in October 16th, Neufeld's birthday, I made a major prediction. I predicted the reunification of Germany, which nobody was saying. The only other psychic or anything that was said was the Evergreens. They had said 6 months earlier in a newsletter that the Berlin Wall will go down. And I don't know if I'd seen that newsletter, but I was going on my Bieter communications. Bieter talked about way back in 1982, West Germany made a deal with the new local faction in Russia that kicked out the Bolsheviks who took over the Pentagon. There was a deal between Western Germany and the new Russian elite, and this was in 82, that Germany would be reunited. And no one ever thought that they'd be reunited. But that idea was in my head for 6 years. You know what I mean? So that's where I got it. I didn't get it from the Evergreen. And then events, and I remember on the way back, we were in Maryland, Halloween night, And I watched LaRouche do an address. He was running for president, and he talked about the Berlin Wall, and in his odd, jargonistic way was predicting something would have changed drastically in Germany. So he could almost predict it. He didn't get particular, but his cult would promote that later. But I saw that broadcast in Washington after being with Mrs. Beater. So that's a key thing going on there. I'm chairman of Secret Council 10. That happened in March '88. Oh yeah, I wanted to say this. So in the spring and summer of '89, of '89, 3 biographies come out. Dennis King's Muckraking of LaRouche, The Rise of American Fascism or something, book on LaRouche, detailed. Then Philip Marchand's book on McLuhan came out, The Medium and the Messenger, and Zappa's autobiography came out. So you had Zappa, McLuhan, and LaRouche right there in the middle of '89, and then the wall collapsed. And it happened on my father's birthday. June 4th was when Tiananmen Square happened. That's the date you'll see that they give a date, that's the focal date. Did you hear today? I'm talking about my father.
Yes, it's amazing how you remember all these details.
Well, to be honest, I don't stop thinking about them. Well, I'm always thinking about my life and all the overlays, and this just I don't remember this show, but once I start hearing it triggers all kinds of memories.
I'm looking at actually a photo of your dad right now.
Yeah, so were you standing there on the beach or something?
He's at a picnic outdoors.
Yeah. And the woman's dead. He's dead within a year
of that photo. But what I want to say is,
you know who that woman is?
No,
Bert. That woman is his boss. That's an aristocratic woman.
Really? All right, so you're going to laugh.
Yeah, look at her. Look closely at her.
She looks like Carolyn.
Yes. Yeah.
Look at her eyes.
Yeah.
She bears a striking resemblance to Carolyn.
Where's the photo, Bart?
And it's the.
I think it's Ian and Bob.
Oh, Ian and Bob. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a very. If you look at that woman, she's nice. She's young. I mean, she's not young. She's like 90 years old, but she's an aristocrat. Pretty enlightened, and she has that youthful vibe, which makes you think of Carolyn.
Yeah. Well, her eyes and her eyebrows.
Right, and she's the wife of the oligarch that we were living with for 300 years.
Oh, really?
I mean, the oligarchy family. Yeah, we were butler. We were butler. What's funny there, Roxy?
That you said you were living there for 300 years.
Yeah, we have to correct that, don't we? I don't mean it the Ion way, but I'm saying that our family, parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, worked for this family, this very powerful oligarch, for 300 years. And that's the latest, they call it the Fondi. And the Fondi is the nest egg that is the wealth, the banking credit gold wealth that the family name has, and the lawyers manage it, and the people who are members of the family are extraneous. They come and they go. They can be killed, fired, poisoned. It's the Fondi, the nest egg, the lump of wealth, money wealth, that is the Fondi. That's the fund. And so she's just the latest benefactor while she's alive. But if she fucks up, they kill her and someone else gets it in the blood relations. But I like that picture.
Yeah, it's a good picture. It looks 70s.
What do you pick up about my father? Some people say he looks. No, that's 75.
75, okay. Yeah.
My father's dead within a year of that. If you look at him, he's like crotchety. He's bent on an angle. He's sort of got bad posture, bad aching bones. Can you tell that? You see how he's kind of standing there crooked?
It could just be...
but it makes me think he looks like he's standing on a hill. That's what makes him look
right.
A little.
And he's trying to...
Yeah,
he's trying to,
I know...
He's trying to... Oh.
Yeah, that could. But I know the situation. Yes, he's standing on a hill, and you could say it's that way. But I know he's. There's another picture where he has the pipe, and he's behind the car door. And I don't think that got posted. Or there's a second one, and he even looks not as good there. But the point is that the woman is pretty well his age. But she looks like 55 or something.
Yeah.
Maybe even younger.
They both look pretty youthful, to be honest.
Yes, they do.
Okay. I don't see... Well, my father is 93 there. Hey, my age right now. Hey, what do you think of that? There's another nice... Yeah, he's my age there. Yeah, he's born in 1882, and he'd be 90 in 93. He died in 76 when he was 94, so yeah, in 75 he was 93.
Wow.
And I don't look like that.
No, the image I have of you, Bob, you're in your wetsuit crashing through the waves, you know, and
yes,
that's the image I have.
Yeah, I don't know where I am in that scene. I don't really remember it. We just found that lately. It could be someone else took it. You know, that I may not have been there. I'm not even sure where it is.
They're both smiling and looking at the camera. It looks like it could be an advertisement for some sort of picnic food.
Yeah.
It's a well-framed shot.
There's another. Now here's the other. There's another person in that picture. My mother, but we don't let that image out.
Oh, okay. It's like a Chevy Impala in the back.
Beg your pardon?
Like a classic Chevy Impala in the background. The Chevrolet, the car.
Is there two pictures?
It's
is that right?
Bushes, but it looks like a Chevy Impala, classic.
What part of Dupes is this on? What's the topic?
No, this was on. This is at Ian and Bob.
Oh, Ian and Bob. Oh, yeah, Ian and Bob. So that's, what do you call it? How do you bring it up?
Who is Bob and Ion? Who is Bob and who is Ion?
So I go to Bob and Ion. He's got the date, November 22nd, 63. Why would that come up? Where are we?
It's a movie.
January.
It's a movie ad he has just posted.
Well, that's the day Kennedy gets killed. It's a movie about that?
Yeah. It's about some guy going back and trying to prevent the assassination. That's what the ad says.
Okay. So, do I go to the bottom to get this? Is this in the orange list at the bottom?
I guess you have to search.
Yeah, I did a search, Bob.
Yeah, what is it? Bob and Bob.
Who is Bob? Who is Bob and who is Ion?
Do a search just through Google.
Hey, what do you think of that picture of me and Carol in this magazine, September 90? Look at that. You ever look at that picture closely?
That's a wonderful picture.
Scroll what I'm looking at. Yeah, you see what's happening. I'm holding LaRouche and she's holding McLuhan. I got Dope Inc. and she's got Laws of Media. And we're hiding. So I'm scrolling down and it didn't come to the picture. So where's the Bob, Ion, and who is Ion?
Who is Bob and who is Ion?
Actually, if you just Google search who is Bob and who is Zion, about the 5th link down, it goes to the page.
Well, I just put in who is Zion, and up comes the Keto's Guide to Payday. Do you guys get that?
I did get that, yeah. I would...
Such a nicely organized, such a greatly organized site. It's very amazing what he's done.
Yeah.
Who is Ion?
If you Google who is Bob
and who is Bob
and who is Ion,
Google. Yeah. I'm doing the search down in the center in the site.
Well, if you scroll down to almost the bottom of the page, you should see who is the article, and then that's yeah.
Oh, it is there at the list of orange titles?
Yeah, if you go way below Aikido stuff, down toward the bottom of the page, you'll see that circle photo with you and Carolyn and all your colors.
Yeah.
And that's the article. So if you go a little further down, you'll see your dad's photo.
See, it's not on the page I'm getting. I get Aikido's Guide to Payday, Memo to Prince Charles, Bob.
All the way down to almost the bottom.
Yeah, there's James Joyce Finnegan's Wake, right? Ion's Wake. Bob's Payday Notes.
You're almost there.
I don't think I'm getting the same Payday Notes. And it's not there. Maybe I'll go to the next page.
Did you go all the way to the bottom?
I've gone down. Yeah. Oh, it says read more. No, that would be...
No.
Read more might show it. No, it's not coming up. It's not there. I just get these Payday Notes, November 22nd, 2014. You get that?
Yeah, that's part of... that comes up in the search results.
Yeah. So tell me how to find it. Give me another title.
Well, are you doing ampersand or are you writing out AND?
I put who is Ion.
Well, type in who is Bob, ampersand who is Ion.
Oh, okay.
I don't imagine this is riveting to an audience who can't see what we're looking at.
Oh, we're in the trough. This is the up and down. You can't have constant excitement. You have to have a down and up, the wave. So it's got a lot of Aikido, Payday Chat, James Joyce. There it is. Okay. Yeah. Now, what do we... there's a car back there. Yeah, I don't know what that is. You think that's a late 60s car?
It might be CIA or FBI.
Bodyguard. You see, if you look at the woman, she's tight and tapered. She has a bit of Puritanism in her face. Proper woman, but happy because she never had to work a day in her life. You know what I mean? She's relatively.
She looks
pure,
fit,
but she's fit. She actually was a painter, and my father's leaning back. He looks weird.
He's trying to hold the camera equipment up on his stomach.
Right. Look at his thin legs.
Yeah, he was a thin guy.
Yeah. Yep. So people say he looks like me. Do you see that? I don't see that.
A bit of a smile, yeah. His smile looks like yours. You have the same sort of facial features.
Nah.